We are live here in Manchester, New Hampshire, as we make our way into the primary set for next week. Matthew Alvarez, Brian Glenn, as we will provide you bell-to-bell coverage, as we always do here at a Trump rally. Anyway, it's been a while since I've been next to you.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
It's been a hot minute since we've been together.
And especially in an event like this. I mean, remarks are great, but when it's in an arena, I mean, this is going to be quite awesome tonight, man.
And what's interesting, the last time that I was in New Hampshire, we were at one of the university hockey arenas. And when I walked in there, I got to be honest with you, it was a massive arena, very much like this one. And I said, there's no way we're going to fill this place up. And lo and behold, it was a matter when the doors opened, the people came. And of course, if I had a shot outside, I'd love to provide that for you. But there's a ton of people outside, despite the weather being cold and now a little bit snowy outside.
100%. I mean, 11 this morning was the pre-check for us, to bring in our camera equipment, get things secure. And there were people outside, Brian, at 11, and it's 17 degrees, as we know, here in New Hampshire. So people say, you know what, who cares about the weather? We want to see the president.
Yeah, and of course we have a lot to unpack now to kind of go over the schedule. The pre-program information starts at around 5 o'clock. At least that's what it says. That President Trump is scheduled to speak at 7 o'clock tonight. We'll see. For everyone. Last night we started before we thought we were going to start, but it was after the start time. Look, the president's a very busy guy right now. He's got a lot going on.
Yeah.
I would imagine it takes him a little bit of time to get over here. We've got a lot to unpack, but first, let's thank one of our sponsors. With the Birch Gold Group. Matthew, how many times do we go up to people in line and they say, what are you most concerned about? And they say, I'm concerned about the economy.
The economy, exactly. And then when the dollar's starting to lose value because of BRICS, it's like you have to have a backup plan somewhere.
Yeah. And, of course, right now the Birch Gold Group wants to send you a free information kit on just that as we go into this presidential election. The economy is on everyone's mind, and what will the market do in response to what's going on right now? Well, the Birch Gold Group wants to show you how to convert a traditional IRA into a gold-backed IRA, and they can do that. Simply text the words Trump to 989898, and we've seen a lot of our viewers do just that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's not only gold, it's silver, it's precious metals. So it's something to have some financial freedom and also, a backup plan, especially as the dollar is going down in value. But hopefully, we get a new administration that will really even this thing out.
Yeah, but right now, before we get cranked up here, make sure you text the words Trump to 989898. That is the Birch Gold Group. Okay, so we're in New Hampshire. We just came off of Iowa. Trump with a commanding, I believe, 51% of the vote there. Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis. I think if you combine everyone else, he still beats everyone else combined. But what a solid win for the president in Iowa.
It was such a solid win, and that speech was quite awesome, too. Him bringing up his family, friends, and staff. That, I think, Brian, when you were there, ignited something in the country deep in their souls, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
And you could feel the energy now here in New Hampshire, just last night here in New Hampshire, and then here in this arena. When this place is packed in a few hours, or actually, when President Trump's speaking in a few hours, it's going to be quite awesome.
Yeah, I often say there's two loudest rallies I've ever covered. One of the loudest ones was in Alaska, and I think because Alaska doesn't typically get a lot of traffic going through there, President Trump just about sent an earthquake in Alaska. And the second loudest rally I've ever covered, and we've covered a lot, was right here in New Hampshire. I think people here in this state, the Granite State, they're fired up. They love their freedom. Live free or die is their motto. And I think that President Trump really exudes everything they stand for in this state. Now, but when you look at New Hampshire, Matthew, it is not the reddish state you would want. You have a Republican governor in Sununu, but there should be some purple shades in there as well.
Exactly. I mean, 40% of the registered voters are independent. 30% are Republican, and yeah, it's very close. I mean, if you even look at 2016 and 2020 and some of the results, we're talking of a razor-thin margin here in New Hampshire. But I think with what just happened in Iowa and the amount of people that we've been talking to, right, they are fed up with the way the country's going. So we're seeing what will happen here. Yeah,
and we'll talk about the issues that are most concerning to people here in New Hampshire. There was a latest poll. We'll go over some of that. But, Sununu here, okay, you got Kim Reynolds endorsed DeSantis and, in Iowa. And, of course, DeSantis came in a distance third. You've got Sununu here, he has endorsed Nikki Haley, hoping, and of course Haley is hoping that endorsement will boost her numbers up a little bit. The latest poll that was conducted yesterday by Fox News has Trump at 52%. It has Nikki Haley at 32%, and it has Ron DeSantis at 9%. And then a few that it's obviously undecided. So still, even with a Sununu endorsement, President Trump still has a commanding lead here in New Hampshire.
And he had some pretty colorful words just yesterday, President Trump did, about Governor Sununu. If you want to watch the tape, you can go back and hear exactly what he said on a Rumble on Right Side Broadcasting Network. But, Brian, I mean, we are 72 hours away from the first in the nation primary. This is the fourth campaign stop for President Trump. And as you know, he goes to New York after Iowa, back to New Hampshire, back to New York, and now here we are for the next few days until Tuesday. So it's going to be pretty wild.
It is going to be pretty wild. Now, you need 1,215 votes, delegates rather, to win the GOP. So 1,215 is what you need. We're a long way off right now. But what the Trump team is hoping is to put these first four in the bag, and that would be Iowa, New Hampshire, Nevada, and South Carolina. You wrap those four states up, chances are you would probably have a pretty good chance of keeping that momentum as we go into Super Tuesday.
Exactly. I mean, March 5th, 16 states at stake at that point, and we'll see. I mean, Nevada, we know, I mean, with the polling there, it's outrageous how much of a lead President Trump has there. I mean, we're talking 70-point lead, maybe more. Yeah,
and what's really ironic is we just did Christina, Bob, and myself did a special kind of a informative broadcast on the Nevada caucus and the primary. A lot of people don't know that they have a caucus. They have a primary, but they also have a caucus. Now, what matters in the delegate counts is actually the caucus, and President Trump and Ron DeSantis have opted out of running in the primary itself. So if people live in Nevada and they get their ballot in the mail or a sample ballot and they see that Trump's name's not on there, that's not anything funny going on. That is on purpose.
Right, exactly. While you were talking there, I was also thinking about Tim Scott's speech last night. We need a president, that speech. And the amount of passion from the people that are endorsing President Trump are coming from all areas, all states.
But it's interesting to note, though, and I noticed, and I'll give Leo Terrell 2.0 credit. If you go to his X account, you'll see what I'm talking about. Let's be very leery of those that are swinging or waiting to swing their support to President Trump after all of these other caucuses, primaries have been won by Donald Trump. There's those that are using his influence for power and for personal and political gain through that association with the president. And then there are those that support the president genuinely. They have been there from day one. They never wavered. They never got off on an indecisive bandwagon. They've been there from day one. So although we do need the endorsements of a lot of Republicans, don't get me wrong, we need those Republicans, but let's be very cautious in rolling out the red carpet and giving keys to the kingdom to just anyone who throws their support behind Donald Trump. You saw the media do that with Tulsi Gabbard when she came out and she pretty much was like, okay, I'm kind of done with the Republican Party. I saw Republicans just rolling out the red carpet for her, and I was like, wait a minute, let's pump the brakes on this. Let's see how she votes, because we know her voting record. It's horrible. It's very leftist. It's very socialist. But if she's willing to change, then we're willing to take her in underneath the tent there. But we got to be real cautious. So I'm not overly excited. Yes, Ted Cruz endorsed President Trump, but that was after the Iowa caucus, and that was immediately after the caucus at that. 100%. So he's doing it to get in favor with the base, but why didn't he do that from day one?
And to your point, President Trump said this week in New Hampshire that, why wasn't there a call or an endorsement 2 months ago? He'll still take the endorsement. But you're exactly right, Brian. I mean, on an accurate point there, because that's exactly what President Trump said. And you're right. There are people that have stood by President Trump since day 2015. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but, if you want to further the MAGA agenda in 24, you're going to need people in Congress that are on board. Now, I'll say right now, Bob Good, I call him Bob Not So Good, because he is head of the House Freedom Caucus, and he is one of the biggest anti-Trumpers there are in Congress. So that's some of the challenges that President Trump's going to have when he gets back in the White House. And you're going to have people like Bob Good and some others that are going to challenge him on several things, one of them being spending. And, of course, we have 2 clean CRs coming out of Speaker Johnson right now. We'll get into that here in a little bit. But it comes a point where some of these never-Trumpers are going to have to come to their senses that if they don't allow what the agenda is laid out and what is very popular with the base, they're going to find themselves looking for another job because their constituents won't tolerate it.
Exactly. I mean, that's what we're seeing with the people, with what they're saying in the polls, with what they're saying in person. There's a very, not a fine line anymore. It's a very bold line that's been drawn between America First, MAGA, President Trump, and that is, I was thinking the other day, that's probably 60%, in my opinion, of the entire country, which would be about 180 million people. Now, these are rough estimates, but when you just kind of get a good feel of what's going on in the news, you see the polls, you see the people out there, it's got to be 60+% of this nation that is for freedom and for MAGA.
Yeah, let me give you a great example, and I told a buddy this earlier. This arena will be filled with people, thousands of people promoting and supporting President Trump. Now, meanwhile, Nikki Haley might be at Pete's Bar and Grill. They might pull out a couple of tables to put an extra few dozen people in there just so they can pack the house. Meanwhile, we've got thousands of people that will pour into this building and fill up this basketball arena here at the university. So if you want to look at what the polls say, you can look at it. But I'm looking at what's going on today and then the amount of people showing up. So if you want to go ahead and hold the election, I think you can look at the crowds. That will show you who's really got the support. And while these other candidates wrap up their stops around the state, which is fine, they got to do that. But going to Pete's Bar and Grill and putting 50 people in there is nothing to what President Trump is going to do here today. And there's not a single political candidate, and I mean not a single political candidate or past political figure. Barack Obama can't fill this place up. Joe Biden sure as hell can't fill this place up, and neither can anyone else in the GOP, and they know it. So I got to say this. I mean, President Trump did 39 rallies post-2020 election. I was there for every single one of them. I have seen the crowds. They have never abandoned the president. Matter of fact, I think they're bigger than ever.
Exactly, and as you're saying that, we hear somebody say, "Let's go, Brandon," in the background here in Manchester. I mean, the crowd is ready to see President Trump a bit later. Now, to your point, I was thinking about Joe Biden when he was so-called running in 2020, and there were 6 or 7 people in the circles. But I mean, and then remember they had that one where it was a car drive-in where
it was
they
a
were
drive-in.
the horns.
Yeah.
I mean, there was maybe 100 cars. I mean, if people loved the Biden administration, if they loved Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and the Democratic policies, it would have been a lot more crowded than that. 81 million votes, you know what.
Yeah, exactly. And, of course, Joe Biden, I've said this before, if you got 81 million votes, Joe, in 2020, let's just do it again and defeat Donald Trump, and you send him back to Mar-a-Lago. If that's the game plan, that's the game plan. But we know the failed policies of the last 3.5 years have been so detrimental to this country. They can't do it that way, Matthew. They have to try to, file lawsuits and everything, all the other stuff they're trying to do by weaponizing the DOJ against President Trump. So, I've always said it. If you got the game, Joe, bring it. But his approval rating is one of the lowest in recent presidential history. He has one of those, the lowest approval ratings. It's in the 30s, low 30s. I think it possibly go lower than that. Matthew, I think the Democratic Party is stressed out of what's happening. And to give you another great tidbit here, back in 2020, Joe Biden finished fifth in the Democratic primary here in New Hampshire. Fifth. And didn't really pick up steam until later on in the campaign. So I think the people made their minds up early about how they felt about Joe Biden. And we saw that back in 2016 when Bernie Sanders with these super delegates that Hillary Clinton had, pretty much wiped him out of the race. Oddly to note, the only protest I've seen here today was right down the street. And it was for a group of people that wanted to write Joe Biden in the Democrat primary in New Hampshire. And I thought to myself, well, wait a minute, he's already got the nomination. But they're like, yeah, but we want to be able to put his name into the ballot. It makes no sense, I know. I tried to figure it out. But why aren't the Democrats so open to having an open and fair election here for their own party here in New Hampshire? Well, I mean, what's your thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, there's only a few people that really desire Joe Biden to be back into the White House. I mean, it's hard, to find people like who you found. I mean, it's hard for me to find anybody that really is somebody that's like, I'm a Biden supporter, like, go Biden. Like, you might see a sign here and there in some left-wing neighborhood, maybe somebody that's brainwashed a bit and they like Biden, but I mean, that's it.
Well, I like to talk policy. I don't talk personality. I talk policy. I talk what's best for the average American in this country, as far as keeping them safe, their families safe, the economy, keeping us out of foreign wars. And when you look at what Joe Biden brings to the table, he brings basically the negative to all of those.
100%. And as I've been saying all week, it's all these issues that we're dealing with in this country. There has to be the solution. There has to be, what is the thing that will help change things around? And that is Agenda 47. So many policies that President Trump wants to enhance as well from 2016 to 2020. All about freedom, all about our military, all about inflation, the economy. There's so many things that he's chomping at the bit. Let's be real. Yeah.
And what's interesting right now is when you look at consumer sentiment and how the consumers feel about the economy and whether or not they're opening up their wallet to spend more money, they are saying it's tracking in the positive direction. And I'm trying to figure that out, because when you look across every industry that we have, it seems like it's costing us more to just live. So I don't see how optimistic the consumer can be if it's costing them more to live. And so I'm thinking the Democrats, in a way, want to make you believe that this is great economy right now, that you're not suffering. You might be paying 34% higher in your energy bills, but that's okay. You're still happy, right? You may be renting a house and hadn't had a chance to buy a house because interest rates are double, but that's okay. You're still happy, right? That's what they're trying to convince the American household, that it's not that bad, and I'm not buying it.
It's all about the messaging from the White House right now, and then the left-wing media as the mouthpiece of Joe Biden, right? To say exactly what you just said, Brian, that, everything's okay, Bidenomics, it's all good. And actually, gas prices have gone down and inflation has gone down, but from where did it go down from?
Yeah. Yeah, I remember, what does he always say, $1.79 for gas? And granted, there are places in this country, and I will admit, and I've got an energy guy that's going to come on, I think next week at one of our broadcasts to talk about this. Yes, there's parts of the country where gas is $2.50 a gallon. That's great. But overall, I think that the market, did we refill our petroleum oil reserves? Do we have that in place so we can fall back on if there's a problem? Because I know that Joe Biden burned through all that oil to flood the market with oil, to lower the prices, but we've got to refill, all of that. So, I'm a little skeptical on the energy side, but I'm mainly looking at what it costs people to live, your electricity bill. Now we got some really cold weather, so your heating oil, your electricity, your gas is going to be more expensive, obviously, after this winter than it was in the 3 years.
Yeah, it's nonstop. Everything affecting the bottom line of the American people right now. So that's why we want to see someone that comes into office that will turn this around. In 2016 through 2020, so many financial successes under the Trump administration happened. The gas prices alone, Brian, $1.89 or $1.99, $2.09, that was a great price then. And I remember when President Trump was campaigning, he said, do you want $4, $5, $6, $7 prices for gas.
Yeah.
And then of
it's
course,
coming. Yeah, he kept warning about it coming.
And then obviously Biden came in, and that's what happened.
Yeah. We've also got a crowd cam. I'm not sure if we got that up yet, but that's going to be great when people start to come in here. We've got a 2-camera shoot in this arena. It should be a great shot. Watching the president come out of the tunnel over there, which I love the way they have done that. They've got the American flag backlit. I suppose that he's going to step out in front of him and look for some amazing photos coming back behind there. Let's step aside and show some of those guys in the front row right now. This is what we typically will see before the rally. The doors opened up about 25 minutes ago, so it's going to take a little bit to get everyone in here, Matthew, but I am extremely confident that this arena will be once again filled up.
Yeah, exactly. And I remember in Rapid City, South Dakota, packed house there. Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania, packed house at that arena. I mean, this is what happens. I mean, people have a lot of choices on a weekend, right? You can go and watch a sporting event. You can watch it on television. You can watch a movie. You could stream something. But no, the people here in New Hampshire, you got to remember, 1.3 million people. That's the population of the entire Granite State. In those kind of numbers, you might not draw the amount of people you're going to see tonight for a politician. Let's be real. This is a political event, and you're going to have people in here chanting and having a great time, dancing to the music, listening to President Trump speak to the American people. This is his first huge event since the win in Iowa.
Yeah. Okay. Also, let's take a quick pause and talk about our friends over the Tax Network USA. Now, Matthew, you and I both know the IRS does not mess around. If you're struggling with back taxes or unfiled returns, the IRS is escalating collections right now. They're adding about 20,000 new agents and sending over 5 million collection letters to basically kick off this 2024. Don't let the IRS take advantage of you. Right now, with over 14 years experience, the Tax Network USA has saved their clients over $1 billion in back taxes, and they've negotiated some really great settlements. Right now, the information to relieve all of the stress is on your screen, Tax Network USA. And you know what? We talked earlier about the economy. In a bad economy, sometimes people struggle paying their taxes.
Exactly, and it's something that financial freedom is a stress reliever, right? You're not anxious about what's going on with your bottom line. So reach out to the Tax Network USA. You see that number on your screen right there. Reach out to them, as we are still obviously in the early first quarter of 2024, but the beginning of the second quarter in April, it'll be time to file taxes. But have this in your back pocket and reach out to Tax Network USA. Yeah,
the clock is ticking on that. Don't let that take advantage of you. Matthew Alvarez, Brian Glenn, as we're live here in Manchester, New Hampshire, on this Saturday. And I tell you what, did you had a package that Nikki Haley earlier, didn't you? You met her for a breakfast.
Well, actually, so it was Elise.
I'm sorry, Elise Stefanik.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Nikki.
I don't think you met up with Nikki Haley there.
If I met up with Nikki Haley, Brian, I would have to ask her a few tougher questions. But before we get to that, I did hear that as well. You had something with Nevada earlier. That was with Christina Bobb, and tell us a little bit about that as we go to that story. Yeah, we'll pitch that here in just a second. Basically, there's a lot of confusion on there. We get a lot of emails through our website, rsbnetwork.com, rsbnetwork.com. People, questions, concerns, and so we started getting emails about, hey, President Trump is not on the ballot in Nevada. Where is he? What's going on? Is this a trick by the GOP? Well, we wanted to give you guys all the information you need on Nevada if you live there, because there's also a caucus. I sat down with Christina Bobb to go over that. Let's take a listen. Welcome, everyone. Brian Glenn from Right Side Broadcasting, and we wanted to come on here real quick and talk about Nevada. Now, we've been getting emails from viewers like you claiming they do not see Donald J. Trump's name on the Nevada primary ballot. And so a lot of people are claiming what's going on in Nevada. Are they trying to keep him off the ballot? Are they trying to block him from being the GOP nominee? Well, we want to get all the facts. To that, we turn to Trump attorney from Save America and our own Christina Bobb joining me to talk about
Nevada, and we're going to set the record straight about this meaningless primary that's in Nevada. Let's talk about that. A lot of people may not know there's a primary, but there's also a caucus. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And you're perfect to say it's a meaningless primary. It is a meaningless primary, which is why Donald Trump's name is not on that ballot, as well as Ron DeSantis. If you are a Trump voter, if you want to support Donald Trump for the early state of Nevada, you must go to the caucus on February 8th. There is a primary. It is a meaningless primary that was created as a result of the leftist Democrats in the Nevada state who were embarrassed when Bernie Sanders embarrassed Joe Biden in 2020. They wanted to remove the process from a caucus into a primary, ironically, so that they could control the outcome a little bit better. That's what it looked like anyway. But the Republicans did not migrate over to a primary process. They have maintained the caucus process. All of the delegates for the Republican Party are awarded through the caucus. The candidates have to pick whether they want to be part of the caucus or whether they want to be part of the primary. So any serious candidate who actually wants to win those delegates chose to be part of the caucus, which Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis both chose to be part of the caucus, which is why their names are not on the ballot. So if you want to support Donald Trump, ignore the primary ballot. It has nothing to do with Donald Trump or actually winning the Nevada caucus, and make sure you go to your precinct to caucus for Donald Trump on February 8th.
It's interesting to note that President Trump won the Nevada caucus back in 2016, and it's all about controlling the narrative, and it's nothing more than a publicity play here, because Nikki Haley can go into the primary, win it, and of course the mainstream media will push out the narrative, and there'll be social media clips that Haley dominated Nevada, further looking like she's got the momentum going into South Carolina, but by not being on the caucus where the actual delegates matter, it does show a little bit of weakness in her not willing to fight for those actual delegates, but taking the lower path of just getting the social media praise of winning the primary, which is meaningless.
You're exactly right. Democrats removed the process from a caucus process to the primary because they wanted to control the outcome. Republicans in the state rejected it. Republicans say we want it to be a caucus. We want it to be, really from the party and the voters getting together to make this decision. And Nikki Haley gave a nod to her Democrat colleagues, saying that she would play their game and play the primary game, which should be concerning for anybody concerned about election integrity, because it means she trusts the election process better than the caucus process, which any conservative these days I would think would laugh at that. That's a laughable idea. But the reason they switched it was because it's more controllable. It's easier for them to control the outcome of an election than it is a caucus. You're exactly right to say that this really is a publicity stunt. And I think it's a disinformation campaign really from Democrats. And we see a lot of disinformation coming out about this, about if you want to vote Republican, vote in the primary. And it's simply not true. The delegates are awarded in the caucus 2 days later, February 8th. The primary is February 6th. If you want to figure out where your precinct is, you can go to nv.donaldjtrump.com. It's like Nevada, nv.donaldjtrump.com, and figure out where your caucus is, where your precinct is, and make sure you show up and be part of the process.
And if you're thinking about, election integrity, very much like the Iowa caucus, the Nevada caucus does do a paper ballot. They meet in these small groups. They count the ballots right there in front of everyone. They have a total that night, typically a few hours after the close of the caucus. So it's a safe and secure way to cast your ballot. And I think that's what people learned in Iowa as we knew the results at about an hour and 30 minutes into Iowa.
That's exactly right. Imagine that. Republicans wanting paper ballots, same day counting, results displayed in front of everybody. The process is open so people can watch it. It's very transparent. Imagine that it actually works for Republicans and they don't want to change that process. If you want to be a part of the process, show up at your precinct. It's from 5 to 7 p.m. on February 8th. And get out, be a part of the process, and help support Donald Trump.
And it's interesting to note they've been doing this since 1981, so they've been doing it for a while. But many of you that might have just moved to the state are a little confused when they got the ballot in the mail and didn't see Trump's name on it. So I think it's important that we clarify all of that right now. And rest assured, if you want to cast your vote for President Trump, you do that in the caucus on February 8th. Christine and Bob, it's always a pleasure. I can't wait to get you back out on the road, and stay warm down there in South Florida right now.
Thanks, Brian.
Thank you. My biggest takeaway on that is that don't worry about the February 6th primary. Just if you live in Nevada, you've got a February 8th caucus. That's what you go and cast your vote for President Trump.
Exactly, and similar to the Iowa caucus, right? I mean, there's precincts all around the state, and people go and write down on a paper ballot, and it gets sent to the Secretary of State's office there in Nevada, and it most likely will be the same outcome of what happened in Iowa. I mean, 98 of 99 counties, Brian. That must have been pretty awesome.
And it's that one county, if I'm not mistaken, that they allowed people to change their party the day of. And so they were basically, that particular caucus location ran out of forms for people to change their party from Democrat to Republican, and they actually had to run to somebody's house and pick up more paper to print off to have those forms. So I would think, in my opinion, a lot of the Haley votes didn't truly come from conservative voters there in Iowa. I think they were a little bit leaning on the Democratic side.
Yeah, and it seems like there were maybe 3 votes for Nikki Haley, regardless if they were Democrat or Republican. Yeah. I mean, that's really the outcome of the serious situation we're dealing with in this country. As again, I mean, 72 hours from the First in the Nation primary. And you know, it's interesting, not only nationally, but internationally, right? We've been talking about the global freedom movement, right? President Trump mentioned something the other day about making Argentina great again. Javier Milei, a wonderful Truth Social post there. I have it here if you can check it out on Truth Social for Donald Trump's page. But isn't it interesting to see, Brian, like, the world's watching. The world is watching, and they're hoping that this country, which leads the way in freedom, will continue on.
A couple months ago, about a month ago, I had a possible opportunity to go down to Argentina and be able to meet or be in that ceremony when he was getting inaugurated, and after he won the election. Things didn't work out when I didn't go, but my point being, like, that is the influence that putting your country first. That's a great example, because he was able to relay that message to people in Argentina that said, look, when I'm back in office, I'm going to put Argentina first and not the rest of the global world first. And I think people really rose up and they supported him. You saw the crowds very energetic, very much like you have here at a Trump rally.
I was just thinking about Donald Trump and how, when he coined the phrase fake news, it kind of pulled the veil back on so many things, right? Well, I think leaders from other countries, Brian, also had a breakthrough in being bold about the cause of their country. And that's what we see from the Netherlands to Brazil with Jair Bolsonaro and others. I mean, Donald Trump did so many great things already. And so 4 more years of that would be quite ideal.
You know, it's interesting. At the airport in Iowa, I had a chance to hang out for a couple hours with Nigel Farage. His flight was delayed, the same flight that I was on. And so we were talking about just the impact that President Trump and this MAGA America First has on this country, but really throughout the world. If you look at what happened in 2015 with Brexit, and of course Nigel Farage was almost the point person for the whole Brexit movement. When that happened, I was working in Dallas radio at the time, and we were following that movement, and it was very controversial. I remember the vote; it was close, but in the end, people voted for Brexit, and I knew at that point, to be honest with you, that the 2016 election was going to be very favorable for President Trump, because that was a symbol that the world was tired of this global vision. It was more of having an identity, having a country identity, being separate, being a unifying, collectiveness behind your country, love of country, your history, and not this watered down version of what the EU was. And I saw that coming with this America First movement. And President Trump was so smart to name that campaign, Make America Great Again. It just fell in line with what happened in Brexit, and I think that we're starting to see that now throughout the world.
Exactly, and it's something that's a ripple effect. It's a domino effect. It's happening around the globe. And later this year, we know that there are several presidential debates scheduled. There's one in September and two in October. And Brian, whether the Democrats have Joe Biden or Gavin Newsom facing the Republican nominee, which at this point, and as we know, will most likely be Donald Trump, some people think maybe he shouldn't even debate. What do you think? Well,
there's a reason why President Trump didn't debate now, because he had such a commanding percentage lead over everyone. I put it in the perspective of sports. Would you want your top seed, your New England Patriots, and I'll kind of throw a little love to the Northeast here. Would you expect your Patriots and Tom Brady to play first round with the team that went 0-16? Of course not. They don't earn the respect to play with the big dog of a New England Patriot. Well, at that particular time, President Trump was the big dog in the political race. Now, do I think President Trump should debate if it goes to a one-on-one situation, whether it's Haley or DeSantis? Absolutely. I think that needs to happen. I think that will happen. I've got my feeling that that's going to happen. But there was no need to jump in with Asa Hutchins, which is basically got 0.09% of the vote from day one. It wasn't needed. So I think it was a good play from President Trump not to get involved in those early debates, but I think it will be a very smart play to get involved when it is down to maybe one candidate that's trying to debate him. Obviously, they don't think they have a chance, but when it comes down to one, I do think it's an option.
Now, if we bypass that situation where President Trump would win the Republican nomination and then come that time where it's the debate between President Trump and a Gavin Newsom or Joe Biden, the reason why I have a hesitation, and I know that President Trump most likely will debate Biden or Gavin Newsom if he is the nominee, which we believe he will be, is because it is his White House in the first place. 2016 to 2020, he won. We know what happened in 2020 till now. So it's almost like, why would I go play, these games with these people who kind of took something from you? So that's the reason why. You hear what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, I know that if President Trump was to debate Joe Biden, it would be like Tom Brady in his heyday playing the Cleveland Browns. No offense to Cleveland Browns fans.
Right. But let's go with the Carolina Panthers this year. Sorry, Carolina. Yes, they were 0-14 or something.
Let's go with the Carolina Panthers. Okay. I think to a certain degree, that's how that debate would go. Now, if you want to debate Gavin Newsom, it might be a little bit more animated debate, as Newsom obviously is more coherent than Joe Biden. But you can also debate Gavin Newsom on the current state of California. And for someone who lived out there for a quarter of his life, I know that state well. I've seen it, get demolished in a matter of 15 or 20 years through policies. And I think it's going to be very easy to debate Gavin Newsom in terms of what he did to California and what I think he would do to the country if he was elected president through his policies. Do I think Gavin Newsom's probably a nice guy? Absolutely. Do I think he's probably a guy you can sit and have a cigar and drink a beer with? Probably so. But I don't want the socialist policies that Gavin Newsom represents. And so that's what I don't want. Now, I'll turn to Joe Biden for a second. Do I want anything to do with Joe Biden's policies? Absolutely not. Would I want to sit down and have a cigar or a beer with Joe Biden? Absolutely not. Do I think he's corrupt, immorally corrupt? Do I think his family's been involved in shady business dealings that have sold our country out for the last 40 years? Absolutely so. So on those bases, I want nothing to do with Joe Biden.
100%. So hopefully we'll see what happens. I mean, it's going to be September and then 2 presidential debates in October. So that's obviously a long way away. We're only in New Hampshire right now. And speaking of New Hampshire, the polls here, President Trump leading. I mean, there's this one poll that President Trump brought up just the other night. Actually, this was last night. And I want to tell you about this poll here, and you probably saw it too, Brian. It's the Redfield-Wilton poll. So Trump has 72% and Haley has 9%. President Trump highlighted this poll yesterday. That's a 63-point lead here in the Granite State.
Well, it's interesting. Like I said earlier, Look at the venue size that President Trump has to go to accommodate his supporters. I mean, Nikki Haley, Ron DeSantis, whoever wants to throw their name in the hat, they show up at a bar and grill, a restaurant, a hotel, convention center, ballroom that someone might have their senior prom at. President Trump shows up at university arenas that seat thousands of people. So if you just want to do a kind of a smell check on that,
right?
That's what it looks like. And of course, for someone who saw every single 2020 rally for President Trump, I saw exactly what Joe Biden did. They stood in hula hoops 6 feet across in a middle school gymnasium, or they sat in their Honda Prelude honking the horn every time Joe Biden might say something intelligible. That's how they did their race. This is how President Trump does his race. He brings his people out. They don't have the crowds. They know it. We'll get into mail-in ballots here in just a second, because that's how they won that past election, or that's how they won it. They don't have the crowds, Matthew. That is plain and simple. They don't have the support. If they did, they would be doing stuff like this.
And this is an unprecedented travel schedule from President Trump. Regardless of the weather, how cold it is or snowy, Trump Force One makes the landing. I mean, the pilots are great, doing a great job. Yesterday, bringing Lee Zeldin and Tim Scott to New Hampshire, and Elise Stefanik as well. I mean, these are people, including Elise. I mean, speaking of her, she is rising as a rock star for the America First Patriot movement. I mean, the people, when she was on Meet the Fake Press maybe 2 weeks ago, remember those questions were peppered at her? Man, did she stand her ground and was so eloquent, but also speaking so much great content when it comes to those lies that were coming from the left-wing media. So It was awesome to see that.
Yeah, Elise Stefanik is definitely a rising star in the party, and she sits on a few committees. She's very vocal about issues. She's very much for the president, which I love. She was on Fox and Friends earlier this morning, and the very first question was about rumors for her to be on the VP list, which I think she would probably likely be a considerate candidate on the VP list. And I think she answered it about as well as you can get. And I'm just paraphrasing here. I'm not worried about that right now. I'm worried about promoting President Trump here in the state of New Hampshire, and to wrap this up and go on to Nevada and go ahead and take the nomination. That's the goal for every surrogate that's going to come out to these events, is to secure the support. Now, would I think she would make a great vice president candidate? Yeah, I think so. I really think she would make a good vice president. Anybody that's going to really believe in the MAGA agenda will make an excellent vice president. I don't need anyone. I don't need a Mike Pence anymore. Think about that for a second. We do not need anyone that's going to fall asleep on the agenda. We need people that's going to be able to pick up the ball and run. And I think she is definitely one of many that could do that.
Yeah, there are many, obviously, great patriots in Washington, D.C. I mentioned, I got to deepen my list of people from Eli Crane to MTG and Matt Gaetz and out in Arizona, Kerry Lake. I mean, so many people that are standing behind President Trump, but they're the real deal, Brian. They're the ones that have stayed with President Trump since day one.
Since day one. All right, let's pause for a second, talk about our friends over the wellness company. Now, this is a pretty good, the Contagion kit.
Yeah.
And one of the most disturbing, I think, news clips I saw this past week was about this new virus that has been going around some Chinese laboratory in terms of the next virus that could be coming to this country. That scares the heck out of me. Our friends over at the Wellness Company have a great Contagion emergency kit. Now, this has the stuff that's going to get you through possible scary times. And I think we all don't know what those uncertain times are, but when they happen, we definitely want to have the right medicine for that.
Right. I mean, in 2020 it was COVID-19, and then, ivermectin, hydrochloroquine. There's even a Z-Pack in this emergency kit. And then you hear, Brian, about Disease X being discussed at the World Economic Forum and others. If you look it up online, there's this Disease X that's, but at the end of the day, you got to have an emergency kit regardless, because we've seen proof in the pudding. We saw what happened in 2020. You got to have the right kind of stuff, whether it's you have this emergency kit in the car or if you have it in your house. It's something you need.
Let me tell you something. One of the most disturbing things I saw this like 2 weeks ago was a COVID hearing talking about gain of function and how Dr. Fauci was so on board and thought it was imperative that we create viruses so that future viruses, so that we can create the vaccine and the solution to get rid of those viruses. That should scare the heck out of everyone. So look, if you don't buy anything else the rest of the year, this is so important that you get this. Go check it out. The information for that emergency kit is on your screen. This is the stuff that can save your life, Matthew. This is it.
Exactly, and we know that Vanessa Broussard actually just got one of the emergency kits herself. I mean, this is something that needs to happen regardless of what disease is possibly next or whatever is around the corner.
Yeah, there you go. Matthew Alvarez, Brian Glenn, let's step aside real quick. We'll show you what we're looking at as we are live here in Manchester, New Hampshire, at the is it New Hampshire State University, I believe. New Hampshire University is where we're at.
I was looking at that earlier. The Southern New Hampshire University here in Manchester, not too far from Concord. It's a pretty cool little town here, Brian.
It is. You know, we're starting to explore all of these cities here in the Northeast, and you know, I never thought in a million years I would spend as much time as I have in Iowa and New Hampshire. But I got to tell you, these are two great, very special states, and I'm very happy to be here today.
Yeah, I think you need the key to the city there in Iowa, Brian. I mean, the amount of trips that you took there. But that coverage the other night, I mean, it must have been great to see those results come in for the caucus and for the president. What was it like to be around the Trump team and in that room, in that war room?
You know, it really wasn't surprising that the numbers came in like they did, to be quite honest with you. We knew what the polling looked like. It was just a matter of people showing up on caucus night, and that's what they did. So will it surprise me, Matthew, if President Trump locks in 52% of the vote here on Tuesday? It will not. It will not surprise me one bit, because that's what the support looks like. And look, I'm going off of what I see on the campaign trail, not what a news organization might tell me what people are saying. I'm going off what I'm seeing, and he's got huge support.
Yeah, 100%. And it's the amount of lies from the left-wing media are going to a new level right now, not only from Joe Biden himself, but then the mainstream media propping up all of these different things, throwing all these words at Trump and the people that follow him.
Yeah, this is really interesting, Matthew, and we'll come on and talk about this whenever we pull back out. I saw a news report yesterday on the plane that, and it was a panel discussion about AI in our elections, and the panel discussion was, will AI affect the election outcome? In other words, the first thing I thought of was when President Trump wins 2024, the first thing they're going to say is, well, AI had some type of election interference in him winning, just like they used Russia in 2016. I think they're going to use AI somehow affected the outcome in 2024, because once again, they know that Joe Biden does not have the support of the American people, and that the media can only play footsies with them for so long before we rip the tablecloth away and we see what's going on underneath the table. I honestly think that they're starting to panic, and coming up with excuses is the latest example.
I think we should rename the Democratic Party to something like the Hoax Party. I mean, there's so many hoaxes, so many shams, right, thrown at Donald Trump and at MAGA, when MAGA is based in freedom. MAGA is based in the Constitution. I think we should call it the Hoax Party or something better than that.
But it's incredible how you can have Joe Biden and others in the Democratic Party put down these MAGA extremists, these basically domestic terrorists. Well, I got to let you in on something. There's about 70 plus million of MAGA extremists, and I consider myself, I guess, a MAGA extremist. As a matter of fact, I introduced myself the other day to someone and said, I'm a MAGA extremist. Nice to meet you. And they kind of laughed, because that's the way the media and the Democrats have labeled any type of Trump supporter. And I think, in all fairness, it's hurting them by doing that. They're isolating a huge portion of Americans in this country by putting this extreme label over them.
Your point is awesome because it leads me to my next point. On X, I saw a recent post by a retired colonel. He listed, quote unquote, what is extreme by the MAGA movement. Here's some MAGA agenda extreme things. Secure borders, fair elections, energy independence, tough on crime, saving babies, stop genital mutilation of kids, put parents first, school choice, protect constitutional rights, put America first. So he asked at the end of that tweet, what part sounds extreme to you?
Yeah, that is the talking points of President Trump. So if that makes us extremists, then, I'm happy to join that club, Matthew.
Man, it's just wild. It's wild. Again, it's a large megaphone, actually, from the left, right? All of the people in this country, no matter where you're from, no matter what you look like, there are people that support Donald Trump. It's not just one section of people. There's everybody that's here. It's a huge, huge percentage that like Donald Trump.
Let's touch on something you just spoke of. There was a March for Life, pro-life march yesterday in D.C. It was a 51st annual March for Life. Now, it's always, I think, to my knowledge, have been in January. So if you just kind of do the weather calculations on that, it's usually cold. And of course, yesterday they had snowy conditions, very almost blizzard-like conditions at time, but tens and tens of thousands of people showed up to march around the National Mall there. Now, it made me think for a second how dedicated the pro-life movement is and how they're willing to come together from all parts of the country, and no matter what the weather is, and to celebrate Roe v. Wade, the overturning of Roe v. Wade at that point, just a couple years ago on that. But just what an interesting movement that people are so passionate about.
It's awesome. And I think that adoption efforts should go to a new level in this country as an alternative, right, to abortion. You think about maybe some of the people that have done that, right, in the past, maybe have had an abortion. I wonder if some of it was to blame on the mainstream media as well, making it just kind of like, oh, it's an easy thing, just do this. This is just take care of it. You know what I mean? So it's just like changing the narrative. And that's what I really like, Brian, about what's going on right now. We're seeing a shift in the narrative because we've been used to the false narrative all day long, right? For decades in the media. But now, Brian, you and I and others are out there saying, no, actually, here's the truth.
Yeah.
The Constitution, it's the truth. The Bible is the truth.
Yeah, and the truth is life does begin in the womb. And I'm so proud to have been on the ground in front of the Supreme Court on that reversal, that Dobbs versus Mississippi case. That was the basically reversal of Roe v. Wade. Micah in the studio was with me. What a historical day it was.
Yeah.
And I had an opportunity to spend most of the time with the pro-life movement, but then at night I went over to the pro-choice side to see, because they had kind of a little mini rally, kind of a post announcement type of event. And what a nasty, nasty event that was. There was so much anger and hate in that event. I've never heard as much profanity over a loudspeaker in a public place than I did when the pro-choice people came together in such a vicious fashion to let their voices be heard, that they did not approve of that decision by the Supreme Court. But that's the reality of our country right now, is we are very much a divided nation. And I think that there's some issues that we can debate on. If you want to debate the tax laws and the tax codes, let's debate them. If you want to debate the education that our schools push down, and maybe class size or demographics of where school lines should be drawn, let's debate it. But I don't think there's any debate on whether or not we protect human life in or outside the womb. So I'm very much pro-life, and I don't think I'm not going to make any excuses about it. I was adopted as an infant.
You're adopted.
Oh yeah, I was. Matter of fact, I'll give you a brief story on that. The reversal. Okay, the Texas Heartbeat Act was actually, that came down on November 1st, which is my birthday. And then that was on November 1st, and later on, if I'm not mistaken, I'm going to get my dates mixed up here, but basically for me to stand in front of the Supreme Court and have that decision be reversed, and for someone that was adopted, which means my biological mom had to make a decision on whether or not should I keep this baby or should I terminate this baby, whatever the situation, the circumstances was with her. I'm glad she chose life. That's why it's very personal to me to choose life. Do I think that there are not any exceptions in this? And to a certain degree, that's the debatable topic on what the exceptions are. But we are founded, this country, on biblical principles. You and I talk about this a lot. Our founding fathers wrote out the bylines and the bylaws of this country based upon Judeo-Christian values, not an agnostic value, not an atheist point of view, but a Christian, Judeo-Christian point of view. And I think if we get back to honoring that in terms of how we govern our country, we are going to solve a lot of problems.
Your story reminds me of Tim Tebow. I believe that he had the same situation. And the fact that you and Tim Tebow are here doing great things, let's be real, for the country, not only through politics, but also through Christian faith, is quite awesome. And I personally didn't know that about you. That's awesome.
Well, I'll have to go back on the commercial break. I'll check my dates on that. But one of the decisions came down on my birthday. And I remember thinking, how incredible is this, that this decision, or the Texas Heartbeat bill, I think it might have been that, was like on my birthday. I'm standing in our nation's capital on my birthday talking about the pro-life movement. It doesn't get any more poetic than that. And so that's why, Matthew, we talked about this before. I'm standing right here in Manchester, New Hampshire. I'm standing here in front of this arena and in front of all these people talking about President Trump. I am here on purpose. This is by God. I am not by chance. This is not an accident that I was here. I was placed here by God to do what I'm doing right now, and I full-heartedly believe that. So when people say, well, are you scared because you're out on the road so much and there's so much hate towards you and MAGA and you're with President Trump? Do you feel threatened or with any other people that I hang out with? And I say, absolutely not. We have the shield of God around us right now, Matthew, and we are not going to be touched by evil.
Well, and the Bible says, fear not, for I am with you, and to be strong and courageous. And it reminds me of Mike Lindell, who always speaks about courage. Yeah. He says, don't save courage for a rainy day because it's pouring outside.
Because it's pouring outside.
I love that comment that you say, Mike, if you're watching right now.
Yeah.
I miss you, Mike. It'd be great to see you.
Real quickly, I want to do a shout out real quickly. If anyone for the March of Life is watching this right now, please move that to June. Move it to summertime, because I think you'll still get the crowds. Obviously, people will make it more of an end of school or basically summer vacation kind of summer project, because I know right now you get a lot of Catholic schools that while they're in session to make a trip to D.C. to do this. It's always on a Friday, if I'm not mistaken. But let's move this thing. Let's move this in the summertime. Yes, it's hot, but man, has it just been some really cold marches, and I think you're going to get you'll get a bigger turnout if you just have favorable weather.
I wonder if January I think it's breaking records left and right when it comes to how cold it is. I know that for the Iowa caucus, they did say, the National Weather Service, that was the coldest caucus on record.
Yeah, it was the coldest caucus on record. And there's a couple things that broke. Coldest caucus on record, largest margin of victory on record. The first time that a caucus location ran out of forms to switch from a Democrat to a Republican to be able to participate in the caucus, that broke a record. Yeah. That's not really a record you want to break, because that means people, in my opinion, are kind of cheating the system there. There's something. All right, it's about 4:30 here at local time. Matthew Alvarez, Brian Glenn, and we're broadcasting live here in Manchester, New Hampshire. Pre-program scheduled to start at 5 o'clock. President Trump starts at 7. Until then, take a quick commercial timeout. Don't go anywhere.
Parents and grandparents, the 2024 Kids Guide to President Trump is here, and it's free. As a bonus, your child gets a free issue of Everbright Kids Magazine and Activity Book, and a free video lesson. Order now at freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble and the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm here to tell you about my new product from MyPillow, towels that actually work. Watch this absorbency test. Here's another towel that we randomly went out and bought. Here's one of my towels with the nice design. I don't know if you can see this, but you could line a swimming pool with this. I mean, this is crazy. Get rid of it. Towels that actually work. What a concept. I'm interrupting this commercial to let you know you can get our 6-piece My Towels, regular $69.98, now only $29.98. Or you can save 25% on our brand new kitchen towels, made with the same technology as our famous My Towels. Also, we have bath sheets, bath towels, washcloths, hand towels, and so much more. And the best part, with your promo code, your entire order ships absolutely free. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use that promo code to get deep discounts on all My Towels. And for a limited time, your order ships absolutely free.
All right, welcome. We're back out here live. Brian Glenn, Matthew Alvarez, kicking off the bottom of the hour, making our way to the top of the hour. 5 o'clock here local time. We've got the pre-program will start behind us. That will last probably for about 30, 35 minutes. And then obviously we have President Trump scheduled to speak at 7 o'clock. We're glad you're here. We've got the next couple of days. We're live here, in New Hampshire, ready for election night on the 23rd.
Yeah, President Trump with a speech tonight, then tomorrow and Monday, and then Tuesday will be the great day, the primary day, first in the nation primary. So we're only 72 hours away before the New Hampshire voters go to the polls to select which candidate they want as their presidential nominee.
And of course, you need 1,215 delegates to clinch that GOP nomination. Now, we're far away from that, but the Trump team obviously hoping to wrap up New Hampshire, move on to Nevada, and then, of course, wrap up the top 4 in South Carolina with a victory on that. We've got a lot to unpack here in the next hours or so, but first talk about our friends over AMAC. Now, I'm 54 years old, so I totally almost qualify to be a senior here and get all the benefits for that. When it comes to standing up for values that you believe in, AMAC does just that. The Association of Mature American Citizens is on your side. They find themselves in D.C. talking to legislatures, talking to your representatives about issues that are concerning to you. And unlike the other corporation that does a little similar than them, they're woke. These guys are not. I love AMAC. I really, really do. And I'm so glad that they're a part of our network right now. There's so many benefits to joining and getting into the fight on that. You can get a membership for as low as $12 a year. Now, $12 a year. I think I spent $12 this morning on coffee and some banana nut bread. but you can spend $20 a year and get the values that are most important to you and your family and get all the benefits of being a member at AMAC. The information for that to join is on your screen. Join today. It's a very special offer right there for Right Side. Click on the website, read all about it, and make sure that your money is going to the right organization, and they can help you out. They got over 2 million members that will stand side by side with all of us.
And companies that are Patriot owned or veteran owned, always good to see, especially you'll get a lot of that right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Speaking of Right Side, the RSBN newsletter. I mean, this is exclusive offers and content in there as well. So rsbnetwork.com/newsletter to get that as well. Follow on Truth Social at RSBN as well.
There you go. Make sure, Grace Saldana is always doing a great job.
Yeah.
Summer Lane just recently, I think, got a letter signed by President Trump, one of the articles she wrote. So this happens all the time. We got amazing writers. So go check out our newsletter, rsbnetwork.com. Great website, by the way. Just get the website in general, and that will help you navigate through these difficult political times.
Yeah, exactly. And the RSBN app. So you can watch on YouTube, but mainly, let's be real, Rumble, the conservative alternative, is awesome to watch as well. And if you miss any of the coverage from this week or today, you can always send that link to a friend or rewatch it, whether it's on the big screen on your phone, on an iPad, wherever. Just keep the narrative alive. As we know, it's about the information war that's happening right now. So that's why President Trump is out on these campaign stops. And you're able to see, which is great, Brian, right? Wall-to-wall coverage, unedited coverage.
Yeah, there you go. We're not like Joy Reid or Rachel Maddow, where we're going to cut away and not show that president's speech the other night. That when she came on the air and said that, I really couldn't believe. I had to make sure I was living in the same country as she was. I looked, I'm still in the U.S., but we have a major media company telling me that they're not going to show a candidate for president his speech because they believe in truth and they don't promote lies. I mean, I could not believe what I was hearing.
Talk about two things, projecting and censorship. Jake Tapper on CNN did the same thing, didn't allow that speech to air. These two organizations that are one of the three so-called big cable news outlets, right. Decided to censor President Trump. Also, not to give them too much credit, let's be real, a lot of people, I believe, are leaving the mainstream media and the cable news networks because they want to hear things that are true, but also truths that resonate with the people. You want to hear it. You want the real deal. And that's what President Trump did. We didn't hear that in other presidents never really were like he was, how real he is with the American people.
Well, they rape truth. There is no... Truth is not a virtue to the left. The truth is not something that they stand behind. They'll make up their own truth to push their narrative. And they've started that with the whole gender, this whole ideology that there's multiple genders, and if you feel like you're a man and you feel like you're a woman, or you want to switch either way, then it's all nonsense. And I say we Republicans have bought into that narrative for far too long, and we didn't push back on it. So that's why you can just go down below. You can just go underneath. That's why we're in a very busy area right here.
Yeah, a lot of media passing through here.
And that is why, at this point, we are having to fight back so hard,
right,
because we didn't fight back the last 10, 20 years because we let them dictate the narrative.
Exactly. And that's what we're doing. We're correcting the narrative. Speaking of correcting the narrative, this video as well is doing the same thing. I mean, this is what you see on Truth Social, on Right Side Broadcasting Network. These organizations that are standing for the Constitution of this country. So, Brian, one of the things we were talking about earlier as well, the southern border, we know that the people that are coming across are all walks of life. It's not just one people group. Everybody seems like they're just walking up for free without an ID in America.
This reminds me of a time. I'm going to take you back to 9/11, 2001, 9/11, when after 9/11, the narrative became see something, say something. If you see something suspicious, you should say something. If you see something that doesn't look right, you should say something. If you see anyone that looks like they could be suspicious, you should say something. Well, guess what? The southern border is wide open. And I'm seeing something. I'm seeing something very suspicious. But yet you call them up and say, wait, I see that there's 1,000. Wait, no, now there's 2,000. Oh, wait, now there's 3,000. No, oh, wait, now there's 7,000 a day coming in one entry point. When is our government, when is Joe Biden going to wake up? We are seeing something. We are saying something. We're saying we see something suspicious that can hurt this country, but they don't care. If this would be going on back in 2001, if this open border would have been happening during 2001, I can assure you, there'd be Black Hawk helicopters going up and down the border to look for anyone that would be coming in this country illegally that might do some harm post 9/11. But for whatever reason, January of 2024, it's wide open, and Merrick Garland, and Mayorkas, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, no one cares.
8 million to 15 million people are crossing the southern border. I mean, 8 million people, Brian, is the city of New York. That's the amount of people from all countries, a number of countries out there, more than a dozen, obviously. I interviewed 2 of them in Chicago when I saw them staying in Chicago, and I know Tucker Carlson just did a expose, kind of an exclusive as well. There are organizations that are in bed with this situation. So we're seeing this happen. This is why President Trump is taking to the stage tonight. This is why he's campaigning. This is why he's running for president. We have to have peace through strength. We have to have our country back, Brian.
This is interesting. Right after Trump's term, whenever Joe Biden was in office, that very month, I went down to the border and saw the border. It looked like they went home on a Friday and never came back. The construction equipment was there. The border materials were on the ground. The tools were left on the ground. It looked like an abandoned job site that they just went out for a quick lunch break. Well, guess what? They never came back. And a lot of the material that was on the ground there since then has rusted, has decayed, and is worthless now. But that doesn't matter. They never had plans on putting it up anyway. But my point is this: it has gotten worse and worse, and they have known about the southern border for a long time. They have known it's been out of control. Under the Trump administration, they had one of the lowest numbers coming across. They controlled it for the most part, had it under control. We didn't see the drugs pouring into our country like we do now. They knew exactly what was going on, and that's why it bothers me so much, because all of a sudden, Joe Biden was mentioned just the other day about the southern border and says, no, we don't have a problem. Mayorkas, no, we don't have a problem. Mayorkas didn't even show up to the Homeland Committee about the border. Didn't even show up to address the allegations of all the violations that he has had there. Didn't even care to show up. You tell me if they give a rat's ass about the border. They don't care.
They don't care so much, Brian, that the federal government would sue the state of Texas for doing their job, for trying to put up some sort of a barrier, with Governor Abbott down there and the state police. They're trying to do their part as a state, but the federal government's like, no, don't do that.
Yeah, it's a major standoff in Texas, and I will say this. Greg Abbott is doing about as much as he can right now. I mean, without just absolutely sending every Texas Reserve troop to the border and sending, National Guard troop, and then deploying every Texas Department of Public Safety officer to the border. We still have a massive highway system to patrol in Texas. We are not a small state. This is geographically one of the largest states. So it's tough to send all your resources down there. But, Matthew, we might be ready for that, because we're seeing the amounts are overwhelming, and we haven't talked about this. The disease that we are now having in our country, diseases that we have not seen prevalent in this country for decades, are now coming back. I just saw the other day that measles had an outbreak in New York. There's some other diseases that we have not seen in recent modern history. But because people are coming in from countries that they don't have necessarily the government healthcare system that makes sure that all their citizens don't have these rare diseases. They don't have the monitoring that we have here in healthcare-wise. They're in our country. And you know what was really surprising? While they were forcing people to have a vaccine to go to a Taylor Swift concert, which, by the way, I wouldn't go anyway if you gave me a ticket or you gave me the vaccine. I'm not going, even though I like her, but I'm still not going to go. That's a whole other conversation. While they were preventing you from going to school, they were letting thousands of immigrants across the border. Didn't worry about if they were vaccinated or not. Just come on in. How unfair was that? People lost their jobs due to the fact that they didn't get the vaccine. They chose not to get the vaccine, whether or not they wanted to. Whatever reason, it doesn't matter. But yet, if you're an illegal immigrant, come on in. We don't care if you're vaccinated for that or anything else. It's a public health crisis now. And you know what? It's all on Mayorkas' hands.
And if you shift just over to Arizona, we have I was debating whether I was going to call Katie Hobbs fake Katie Hobbs in the sense of the governor there, but at the end of the day, Carrie Lake would have done a lot of things like Governor Abbott is doing in Texas right now. Lukeville, Arizona. So many images coming out of that area along the border there. So if you're watching in Arizona, we understand what's going on. We see what's going on, as does President Trump. So the largest deportation operation is what he will do. And that's going to be January 20th. 2025, he's inaugurated. I guarantee that's going to be one of the first things, other than drilling and a number of other things.
Yeah, well, to your point on that, it's going to take money to do that. Deporting millions of Americans is not going to be cheap. And that's where the budget will come into play, and that's where you're going to have people in key positions in Congress to be able to drive that narrative to get that done. That's why we don't just need cheerleaders for the president on the front line. We need people that are willing to step up in Congress and step up in the Senate and make this happen. And it's not going to be cheap. I mean, let's just know that we're going to have to spend some money to do this, but I think that would be money well spent.
Yeah, I mean, we've got to protect our southern border and the northern border. So many things. We've heard that on repeat for the past, year or two at this point?
You know, I got to the point, Matthew, I got to the point I was angry, but I didn't want to see another Republican drag out the podium and have another press conference, have another photo op, bring the committee to stand behind them, look like we're really concerned about the border when they don't do anything about it when they're in conference. Now, I highly anticipate Mayorkas being impeached. They're going to vote on the markup on January 31st. That is a date for Homeland or Oversight to basically mark that up, okay? It's going to happen. Then it's going to be pushed to the floor. And I don't have a date on that vote. But let me tell you something. If your representative does not vote to impeach Mayorkas, you need to make sure they're no longer your representative.
Exactly.
Vote them out.
And also email and give them a phone call. Let them know what you feel, as we the people are supposed to be the ones that are calling the shots here in this country.
Yeah, I just get tired of look, man, I really get tired of the 2-minute C-SPAN clip of a floor speech. I get tired of all the social media speeches that say, I'm so angry about this, I'm so angry about that. But in reality, they're the only ones that have any power to do anything. And I just want it to happen. And I get sick and tired of it. And I think a lot of the people watching us right now feel the same way. They want accountability. They want to know that like Joe Biden, Hunter Biden, all of that, which we'll talk about Hunter Biden in a second, they want accountability, Matthew. They're tired of just excuses. They're tired of the same problems year after year after year, and nothing happens.
Marjorie Taylor Greene and Matt Gaetz, not only do they talk, their actions follow their words. You could see with Mayorkas, the DHS secretary, the possible impeachment. MTG leading the way there. Matt Gaetz with the McCarthy situation. So these Congress people are doing what the people want. They want something done, and it's not just a soundbite. It's a soundbite with action.
Yeah, I will say this, though. Mike Johnson is in a very, very tight position right now, and let me tell you why. He's got his back up against the wall when it turns with Ukraine. The base very much wants to stop sending money to Ukraine. Of course, he's got to deal with Schumer, who wants a conveyor belt of your money going straight to Ukraine. then he's got his back against the wall to securing the border. In my personal opinion, if I'm Mike Johnson, I'm either saying we secure the border, and I mean secure it. I mean put as much money as you want to. I mean build a wall that's 100 feet tall. I don't care. I mean you do it. Every resource you have down there to do it. Stop immigration altogether. If we need to halt it because we can't keep up with what's coming in right now, then we do that. But I wouldn't send a single dime to Ukraine, not one dime. It's not a negotiate. We don't negotiate, I'll give you money for Ukraine and then you give me money for the border. It doesn't work that way. And I think the American people know that. Ukraine is not our 51st state. They are not even anywhere near it. We've seen the corruption in Vladimir Zelensky. So if I'm Mike Johnson, I'm in a tough spot right now. I got to make sure that the base is happy and that you get the agenda done. Now, if you want to go over about the numbers, we can go over the numbers real quick. Under Kevin McCarthy, we had 7 appropriations passed. We had 1 CR. Mike Johnson, 0 appropriations passed, and we have 2 CRs. So you tell me if you want to draw the line in the sand of who is the worst speaker so far, who has not done what they're supposed to be doing, I'll let you decide, but the numbers don't lie on that. And I'm not saying that I don't like Johnson. He's a great guy, but he has got to get in step with what the base wants, or they will simply they will vacate the chair. I know those are strong words, but if we're not getting things done in the House and we're not getting leadership done, then there needs to be a change, just like they did under Kevin McCarthy.
I hear you. And you know what I'm sick and tired of as well is when I watch various local and national outlets, again, the sound bites, Brian. It's that 7 to 10 second soundbite that sounds good, and they move on from the issue. This is not a 7 to 10 second situation.
No.
This is a real situation that we're dealing with in this country for our security, for our safety, for our economy, for our voting, so-called, as the Biden administration is starting to say, voting rights. Are they going to push voting rights when there's a bunch of immigrants here that are illegal immigrants? I'm all about legal immigrants. My grandpa was from Cuba. I am Cuban and Italian. I was born in this country. But we got to make sure we correct the narrative all the time, Brian.
Yeah, it's interesting that I talked about this in the caucus the other day, that the foreign press, there's a lot of international press that will be on this election year. This is an election year, so these rallies are falling in election season. We saw this back in 2020, the amount of foreign press that was on the riser. Now, I will say this, the majority of the foreign press wants nothing to do with President Trump. They just don't. They don't like him. They'll push the same narratives that the domestic press does here, but they'll just push it overseas for that. So, there are a few foreign outlets that I think are fair, but the majority of them want nothing to do with President Trump. They don't like this country. They don't like the freedoms. They resent what we have here. So, it's going to, if you think it's just the corrupt mainstream media here against the president, you're wrong. It's the international media community as well.
Yeah, the international community is also the left-wing media. Gage, I want you to zoom in here and show you. It says, German newspaper Spiegel predicts unpredictable times for Europe if, quote, dictator Trump wins the U.S. elections. That's a German outlet trying to even interfere and call the same names that the Biden administration and others are trying to say. This is bull, you know what.
I'm so glad that you're bringing that up right now, because we were just talking about that. So hang on, I think we might have a guest here. Let's see if we get an introduction real quick.
Matthew Alvarez, nice to meet you. Brad with Brian.
How are you?
Hi, how are you?
We're live on the air right now.
Oh, my goodness.
Good to have you on.
It's great to be here.
Yeah, it's great to be here in the great state of New Hampshire, where these people are definitely fired up for President Trump today.
It's a little chilly here, though. Coming from South Carolina, this is quite a system shock.
It is this cultural system shock. Let's talk about the momentum that we saw out of Iowa. Obviously, records were broken. Not only was it the coldest caucus ever,
Oh, yeah.
but he won by the largest victory ever.
I wasn't surprised.
Neither was any of us. But what's your thoughts coming out of Iowa?
I hope to see the same momentum here in New Hampshire. And then I would love the party to come together and all, gather around President Trump, because what we have to do is we have to win the White House. Or all this is for nothing. And so when we all come together and we talk about the importance and what President Trump can do, that's what I'm hoping for to happen after New Hampshire.
Okay, so now we're here, and he's got a 52-point polling at 52%. I think Nikki was 31 and Ron was like 6. So once again, a commanding lead here in New Hampshire. I think that by the time Tuesday night is concluded, I think we're going to see that 52% hold.
Well, I hope so, because like I said, New Hampshire, after here, you'll be coming right down to South Carolina, and South Carolina is very excited to have Donald Trump in our state.
What are some of the issues in South Carolina? I know we talked to thousands of people, and it's all about the economy. I said this earlier, that the Democrats and the mainstream media want you to believe that the economy is not that bad, but we know that that is not the case, because we all are consumers. We all are trying to, buy goods, heat our homes, cool our homes, buy a house. Interest rates twice as much as it was under President Trump. But what is the biggest concerns in South Carolina?
What I keep hearing every day is the border. The people of South Carolina want to know, how illegals are affecting our state. How many are there? How are they getting there? What's happening? And that's what they're scared about, and it rightfully so. We see illegals coming across the border every day in record numbers, and along with them is so are fentanyl rates. And in South Carolina, I've had a lot of parents in my office, and I've cried tears with them because they've lost their children to fentanyl. And it's shameful that we have a president that is so callous, he doesn't even care that all this is happening around him. That's why we need President Trump back in the White House, because he cared. He cared about everybody. Under President Trump and his policies, everybody did better.
Everyone.
From the wealthy to the at-risk, everybody moved up. And we don't have that now. So we need to get it back.
We were saying this earlier in the Homeland Security this past week. Mayorkas did not even show up to address the concerns and the things that are going down on the southern border. They had a mom that lost her daughter to a rape by an MS-13 gang member that had been caught previous times, not only by border agents, but by local authorities, and were released back into the community to just commit another crime. It's these stories like this that are so impactful when you talk about the border, and people like to say, well, everyone's came from somewhere, which is true, but these are very different times, and we've got some very bad people coming across our border.
I can feel for them. All my grandparents were immigrants. They came from Poland in around 1910, and so I'm the product of that, right? My parents were first-generation Americans. I understand that, but they came through the right way. That's the difference.
Yeah.
And what we're seeing today, they're unvetted. We don't know who's here. We don't know why they're here. And so that's what's giving everybody reason for pause. On day one, President Trump will know what to do.
I want to get your thoughts before I let you go on family and safety in their home. President Trump talks about two things that generally get the most applause here. Number one is parents' choice.
Absolutely.
Parents' rights over their kids, which we all want. We don't want to give our kids over the state of California. And number two, stop the transitional surgeries on minors, taking these kids and brainwashing them thinking they're another gender. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, I agree with President Trump, and that is something that's really important in South Carolina. In the House this week, we saw a debate, we saw a bill get out of the House, making sure that parents have to know. Schools and teachers cannot keep information from parents, and stopping any kind of gender-altering surgeries until 18 over, right? And I don't even know why we're questioning that. I'm a mom. There is nothing that should be going on in my child's life that I don't know about.
I like when President Trump jokes and says, I can't believe that it's 2024 and we have to say we want to keep men out of women's sports. That doesn't even seem like something we would remotely even try to have a conversation about.
Well, as a mom of a daughter, I completely understand what he says. My daughter has a lot of friends. Their parents put a lot of money into making them great tennis players, great swimmers, great golfers. And the thought of putting that much sweat and equity behind your child to build them up for a college scholarship,
right?
To have it all taken away, I never thought in my lifetime that I would hear that we would be talking about that. But this is where we are. So that's why it's so important to have good conservative leaders in our states to make sure they're protecting the rights of parents and girls. And we want to make sure that, parents are center to the family. We want to strengthen the family. And that's what we're doing every day in South Carolina.
We can't wait to get to South Carolina. And before Iowa, the coldest event I have ever done with Right Side, ready for this,
okay,
was in your state of South Carolina. It was a late spring, a cold front came through, it was probably 37, the wind was blowing, high humidity, the moisture just soaked through my coat. It was the coldest Until Iowa just past
I was
week.
going to say that it couldn't have been worse than Iowa at -20, right? So,
No. And then also the hottest was the one he just did this past summer. And Main Street, I can't remember the small town that he did.
I was there.
Okay.
I was there in Pickens.
South Carolina, yeah.
Pickens, South Carolina. And he was amazing. You know, President Trump was just amazing. He stayed up on stage for an hour and 45 minutes in the hot South Carolina afternoon sun. It was July 3rd. And the rest of us were dying, and he could have gone for another 2 hours. The man is just incredible, and nothing stops him to try to save America.
You're speaking here today, is that correct?
am.
Wonderful. What preview on your message that people can look forward to?
Just for everybody to get out. Like, we really need to get out. We need to all get behind President Trump because we don't have a choice anymore. Every election we hear this is the election of all elections. But we can see that this one is, People's bank accounts are going down, grocery store bills are going up, heating bills are going up. So this is the election of all elections.
Best website for someone to keep up with you. There's so many on social media as well.
I know, exactly. They can come to my website, pam@PamelaEvitt.com, and reach me out on all the social media platforms. So I love to talk about what's going on in South Carolina and how we're making it the best place to live, work, and raise your kids.
It's great. I love it. Every time I've been down to Myrtle Beach, it's been fun. Thank you so much for your time, and we'll let you get back there and get back and ready for your speech.
Thank you.
Thank you as we
Take care.
as we continue our live coverage. I'll step aside, show the scene here. We are live here, Manchester, New Hampshire. Let's talk about the Trump book. We talk about all the accomplishments of President Trump. You're not going to learn about him in school. You're not going to learn about it on the University of TikTok. You're not going to read about it there. But you can get this book, freetrumpbook.com, freetrumpbook.com. And the great Mike Huckabee, the former governor of Arkansas, has put this book out. It's a great informative guide to really recap all of the accomplishments. Go check it out. It is absolutely free. You do have a small shipping and handling. Go check it out. freetrumpbook.com. Thanks for doing it on the fly.
Oh, my goodness, anytime.
All right, we're live. That's a great look at the crowd, by the way. The doors have been open for just a little bit over an hour. And as you can see, based upon the seating capacity here, it's going to fill up. I said this before. The last time we were in New Hampshire, we were at, I believe, a collegiate hockey arena, and it absolutely filled up all three levels. And, of course, we've got a great crowd cam as well that will be able to show you the crowd. And that, by the way, the crowd cam sponsored by the Trumpinator, I believe. And so if you want a great gift, the Trumpinator is exactly what you should get. These bobbleheads, we usually sell out relatively quick. So go check it out, these Trumpinators, as it make a great gift in your home, your office, even put it on your dash of your car. It doesn't matter. Go check it out. We're glad you're joining us. Matthew Alvarez, Brian Glenn, bringing you wall-to-wall coverage. The program here is scheduled to start around 5. I don't know. There might be a slight delay in that, but nevertheless, we'll get that started as soon as they kick off. And, of course, President Trump is scheduled to speak at 7 p.m. Tonight. Anyhow, we were talking a little bit about the polling, and that typically when you look at a poll, especially head-to-head with Biden-Trump, about 5 months ago, it was kind of like a neck-and-neck poll where they were maybe 1 or 2 percentage points separated the two. And I instantly said that they absolutely cannot be right. There is no way that the percentage of people are in favor of a Joe Biden second term. And I didn't believe those polls. I thought they were way off. Well, moving forward and looking at what has happened and looking at some additional polling, I can now see that indeed that that gap has really widened between Trump and Biden. So now, depending on what poll you look at, I've seen poll as much as 12 points, and I think that is more of a realistic margin there as far as a head-to-head goes. So you've got a great primary as far as the polling for that, and then you have even I think better polling head-to-head against Joe Biden. 1,215 delegates is what you need to win the GOP. We're far away from that right now, but Trump team hoping their first four will basically, after this, first four will kind of put him in more of a commanding lead. One of the things that we didn't see during a Trump administration was no new wars. We simply did not have any new wars under the Trump administration. Matter of fact, we saw a lot of our adversaries run for the hills. We saw a lot of the terrorists want nothing to do with confronting or hurting, I should say, a U.S. service member. We didn't lose any service members under President Trump. But what we saw under Joe Biden so far has been disastrous. He has not had an effective foreign policy probably ever in his 40-plus years of being in federal government. So what we saw was a disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, and we've all seen those images of the people running underneath the planes as they take off. We saw the bomber, the suicide bomber, come down there, and we lost some service members. So what a horrible foreign policy that Joe Biden has had so far, and I'll probably talk about that tonight. Looks like our own Matthew Alvarez is down out in the crowd, mixing it up a little bit. Matthew, what do you see?
Brian, thank you so much. He is obviously on the media riser right now. I'm on the floor here as we await President Trump here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. If you'd like to follow me, it's at Matthew Alvarez. Always good to see Brian Glenn touring throughout the country along with President Trump as well at all of these events. I ran into a couple guys here who actually know obviously about Right Side Broadcasting Network, along with many of you that are watching right now. If you want to stand up, sir. Well, what's your name?
My name is Philip.
And where are you from?
Connecticut.
Awesome.
Connecticut.
You were just telling me something about Right Side and President Trump.
Oh, absolutely. So I've been telling all the folks back at home that those that couldn't make it this evening, because of the weather or whatever conditions, to check your network on YouTube by going to your website, clicking live to see the broadcast. And I've told everybody, totally unfeathered. You're going to get the raw truth. Absolutely. I've seen you all across the country at all the rallies because you're one of the very few outlets that I think we can trust.
And so what does that do for the American people?
Well, a lot of people give up hope on the regular, media that's out there. And, I feel like we're like some kind of underground thing, in our homes watching you, without getting persecuted in the process. And I just think it's wonderful what you and your team do. I mean, God bless you guys. I mean, it gives us hope. It gives us hope that there is a news outlet that's just kind of like it is.
And that's kind of what President Trump does anyway.
Absolutely. Absolutely. No, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So, I mean, one of the Patriots right there, and then there's someone else right here as well. Steven, right? You want to step up real quick? Steven, if you step right over here and you could face the camera. What's your name?
Steven.
That's right. And where are you from?
Hudson, New Hampshire.
Awesome. So is this your first time seeing President Trump?
This is.
Some of your thoughts about the country right now. What are some of the issues that you see out there that you're concerned about? This is your daughter?
Yes.
That you're concerned about maybe for your family as well?
So main thing is illegal immigration, the economy, just the country as a whole has gone downhill. So, and it's important to get her out here. She's the next generation. So here we came.
So obviously sitting right here in New Hampshire, do you think that President Trump has this victory in the bag just like Iowa, or do you think that people still, regardless, should go out and vote on primary day?
Oh, people need to get out and vote because nothing's guaranteed.
Thank you so much. All right. So I know that obviously there are a lot of Patriots here. Let's take a live look, Corey, to the right there. You can see people dancing here in Manchester as we take a look right over there. As everyone getting excited for President Trump, who will be taking the stage at 7 o'clock. For those of you that have watched coverage all week, thank you so much for joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We've been everywhere from Atkinson to Concord, Portsmouth, and then here in Manchester tonight. And there will be more coverage coming up tomorrow as well, and on Monday, leading to the primary, which is the first in the nation primary here in New Hampshire. I almost want to get in line with some of the folks over there, do a little bit of dancing myself. I mean, that's the kind of energy that you see here in Manchester right now and throughout the state of this area, but also in Iowa and in Nevada. You could see that the polls are just as high as they were in Iowa and Nevada. It's a little tighter here in New Hampshire, but not by much. I mean, if you look at some of the polls, President Trump has a 63-point lead. I hear the chant. It sounds like they're saying 8 more years. But obviously, 24 to 28, a 4-year term that we're seeing the possibility of President Trump back in office, being inaugurated on January 20th, 2025. Now, there are a number of quotes that I've seen as well that we'll talk about in just a few minutes. But before we get to those quotes, we're going to throw it back up to my colleague, correspondent Brian Glenn on the Media Riser.
Thanks, Matthew. It's great to hear the enthusiasm and everyone that's out here today. They've been chanting things behind us, and it proves how enthusiastic this crowd is right now. And it's, I think, due to the fact that we've seen what the last 3 years have looked like under a Biden administration. People see what the economy has done to their families. People have seen their paychecks become less and less over the last 3 years. And I think that's something that's going to get the people out. And of course, the media and the Democrats are trying to make you believe that the economy is not that bad, that consumer sentiment is high, that consumers have confidence in going out and making big purchases. And I just don't see that at all. And I necessarily don't hear that from people out here at all as well. If you look at what the mortgage rates used to be under a Trump administration and what the mortgage rates are now, people simply cannot qualify for homes like they qualified for them under the Trump administration. So we've seen interest rates go up. Of course, we've got almost these record temperatures here in the Northeast, so we've had a very hot summer in most of the country. So people's energy bills have gone up, way up, not just because they're using it more, but because the cost to use that kilowatt hour has gone up. So we've been hit on all fronts of the economy. And of course, food, energy, gasoline, clothing and textiles, steel companies, rents, mortgages. It just costs more to be in this country as we've ever seen before. So that's why people are coming out and they're being enthusiastic about all these things that are going on right now. And of course, when you look at the way all of this is spun by the media, it's something else how, Joe Biden can go months without an open press conference to take questions from the press or even hold any type of town hall event. And I said this earlier in the top of the show. We can look at the polls, and then right here in New Hampshire, Trump's at 52%, Haley's in the low 30s, and DeSantis maybe 6 to 7%. Okay, that is one thing. But while we're standing in an arena that quite honestly could have 6,000-7,000 people in here in about an hour, packed all the way around, the other candidates are having their events in a small bar and grill. And there's nothing wrong with that. They can do what is fitting to their following. But for anyone to think that President Trump at this point in the race does not have such a commanding lead in the Republican Party is being foolish. Because I'm not sure of any recent, sure not current, or even recent political figure on either side can put this many people in this arena right now, and this early in the election season. I also think it's important to point out that Joe Biden came here in 2020 in the Democrat caucus and finished 5th. Let's step aside. This is actually going on behind us. People are absolutely fired up, as they should be.
Rudy Giuliani in the crowd here in Manchester, New Hampshire. And there is the ovation right now for Mayor Rudy Giuliani live on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
And there's your poll right there. There is your poll. People, there's no need to do all the numbers and do all the math. Look at the people. Listen to them. They're telling you what their approval rating is right now.
Exactly. And so you've got the poll, you've got the video, you've seen it all week in New Hampshire, you saw it in Iowa. Next up, Nevada, then South Carolina, and on to Super Tuesday. We know the country needs to go in a different direction, and that's why everyone is showing up here, packing out this arena, and cheering for Rudy Giuliani, who is now in the House.
Yeah, I was told that we've got the South Carolina surrogates here. There's a lot of South Carolina surrogates here. They're going to try to make their way to the riser. We've got Representative Russell Fry is here. Hopefully we can get him as well. But it's nice to see some attention to South Carolina, which, by the way, DeSantis is already in South Carolina today. And I saw him on CNN, of all places, spinning it that, well, you know, it's not that my attention is not on New Hampshire. I'm just focusing on South Carolina right now. But it's nice to see South Carolina in New Hampshire for the president.
But isn't it interesting that these candidates are skipping basically their New Hampshire tour, going directly to South Carolina, almost like, well, he crushed us in Iowa, he's probably going to crush us in New Hampshire, and let's move on to even past Nevada to South Carolina.
Yeah. Also, I was told that the pre-program is scheduled to start around 6. So the president's speaking at 7. So we're about 45 minutes out from the speakers tonight. And so just as a programming note, that's something to point out there. But, I just base everything off of what I see. And what I see today is overwhelming support. And this could be one of the loudest rallies that we've ever covered.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be very energetic. If it's anything like last night in Concord, it's going to be great. So we're looking forward to it here. Once again, we're in Manchester, New Hampshire. You're watching Right Side Broadcasting Network. If you'd like to pass along the link to your friends and your family on this lovely, freezing, bitter 17-degree day here in the Northeast, go ahead and do it.
Yeah. It's interesting to note, and we'll step back in here. I want to have a conversation about this Democratic Party and how they have basically jamming Joe Biden down the American throat as far as being the nominee for the Democrats. And, we'll talk Democrat 101 for a second. If I've got someone like Joe Biden in office and his approval ratings are as low as they are, why do they continue to push him, and why do they think that he's the future of the Democratic Party? Now, I'm going to pause you right there because I'm going to answer that. Because he's compromised, and he can be compromised, and he will continue to do what they want him to do. It's interesting to note that Dean Phillips, shout out to Dean Phillips, is also running for president against Joe Biden. Now, he's going to get submarined in this whole Democrat caucus or primary that they have because he won't have a swinging chance to even get on the ballot. But that's what the Democrats do. If they can't beat you, if you're a Republican, if they can't beat you, they'll just throw lawsuits at you. If you're a fellow Democrat and you want to challenge them, they'll just keep you off the ballot. That's what they do. Yeah. It's just dirty tactics. And it's unfair to the people who, if for our Democratic friends, if it's not fair to them if they want to vote for somebody other than Joe Biden, it's not even an option.
a ton of election interference going on, lawfare, a number of things that are being thrown the president's way. But at the end of the day, I believe that he and his team and the American people will just overcome this terrible hurdle that has been thrown our way.
Well, we've seen these lawsuits come unraveled anyway with Fani Willis and her alleged lover, and we've seen the receipts of not only paying this guy well over fair market value for an inexperienced attorney in these particular legal matters, but then flying him around to hotels, going on cruise ships, really abusing the finances there that are given to fight this case. I see this all unraveling in front of us, discrediting not only Fani Willis but the entire department. And I will say this: I want to see Chris Carr and Brian Kemp come out and push back against what's happening right now, because that's their job. Their job is the oversight to make sure that the legal matters in their state follow the guidelines. And obviously right now, allegedly, Fani Willis has not done that. So they need to speak out against it.
Speaking of receipts, in 2020, Fani Willis actually said it is inappropriate to have relationships with people within the staff. And then here we are. That's exactly what's happening in 2024 and 2023.
And you know, Matthew, they've run on this. You know, Alvin Bragg ran on this thing about getting Trump. They've all done it. They have literally all run for office on locking up President Trump. They're not even hiding it. So how can a judge be impartial if your campaign slogan was essentially "Go get Trump"?
It's the few versus the many at the end of the day. It's the few.
But unfortunately, the few have the media. That's the problem. The few have the tail of the dog in a way, and it does wag, unfortunately. But the American people are waking up to this, and they are seeing it. Even the independents are seeing it. And that's where, in my opinion, this election is won in that slim margin of independents or moderate Democrats that are embarrassed of their party. They want to move on.
Not only that, I really, again, back to my point earlier, it's a guesstimate, just my personal opinion. 60% of the country is about 180 million people. So if there's 340 million people in the whole country, 180 million plus, I believe, are Republican or MAGA. Same difference for most of it. As President Trump says, Republicans in the Republican Party, about 92%, he said the other day, would be MAGA. I remember hearing that from Steve Bannon, about 85%. We know what's going on. Brian, we see it on social media as well. We see it in conservative media. We see it here live. This is the truth. And it's the truth versus lies campaign. Who's going to win? That's what this election comes down to. The truth versus the lies of the left.
Yeah, and Biden is their last hope to keep this corruption alive, because they do know that when President Trump does win in 2024, he is literally going to kick over the apple cart of the political system and the corruption in D.C. He's going to expose once again the lies, but this time, we'll have the support of Congress and hopefully the Senate, where we can absolutely make real change in this country to make a difference and straighten it out for future generations. Because if we do not do that, let's suppose they steal an election, and in my opinion, that's the only way they can do it. And based upon what we've seen in the polling, we're done. They will come after you. They'll come after me. They'll come after anyone who speaks out against the election and of what they've seen. Now, you're probably saying, Brian, you're doing just what they're doing. You're claiming that they've stolen even before anything is a single vote is cast. Well, what I am saying is, based upon what I saw in 2020, unless we switched those problems and took care of those, unconstitutional adjustments to their states' guidelines that allowed these mass mail-in ballots, because certain states, that was completely illegal, but they did it anyway. Unless we change that, there is a good percentage, a very high percentage rather, that they will try and steal this election. That's just the facts.
Well, I hear you, Brian, and since there's freedom of speech, I'll say this. I mean, You were talking to Farage the other day about Brexit. If that were to happen, is there something called a Mexit or a Mexit or something? You never know.
Well, I know what it's called. It's called a national divorce. And Marjorie Taylor Greene talked about this last year, and people criticized her for just the word national divorce. But let me tell you what that means. And maybe divorce is not the right word for that. But it does mean a separation. It does mean, look, if you want to live in New York, if you want to live in California, if you want to live in Illinois, and you want to do these very leftist socialist programs and these cultural changes in our society, if that's where you want to live and that's what you support, then go live there. If you want a more conservative way of life and you want lower taxes and a more common sense approach to governing your family and governing this country, then maybe Texas is the place for you to live. I see less federal government and more state power, and that's kind of what that national divorce looks like. I hope we don't get there. That's not what I want. I want clean and fair elections. I want paper ballots. Look at the caucus. What is a caucus? We meet in small groups. We vote on paper ballots. We're counted by multiple people to verify the numbers. If we have that, we should have zero discrepancies.
So
they
true.
didn't. They counted them in less than an hour and a half.
So true. Not only the perspective, sometimes when you're so close to something, you can't see around you. But you look at people from other countries, other leaders, whether it's Viktor Orban or actually a former leader, Boris Johnson, actually says the world would be more stable under Trump. He mocks the global woke-rati, as in like woke you go broke, for trembling so violently at the idea of Trump returning to the White House.
Yeah.
I mean, they see it out there, we see it here.
Yeah. George Soros' son was at the Davos speaking, World Economic Forum, and just said yesterday that President Trump is one of the greatest threats to not only this country, but to the world. And I think that is unbelievable. And they're so threatened by him, but yet what they talk about is really breaking down this whole democracy. They don't like our format. I'll use the words of John Cooper, lead singer of Skillet, that our fruit tastes bitter to them. They want nothing of it. It doesn't matter how you position our fruit, they don't want it. So that's why we have to absolutely get in the trenches and fight for this country. Figuratively, not literally.
Exactly.
But fight for everything that we fight for our Constitution, defend our Constitution, and stand up when it's being violated. And we didn't do that during COVID. We let them completely steamroll over all of our rights during COVID.
And to your point, a few of these so-called leaders around the world that are trying to control the people, it's not only Donald Trump that they don't like. It is all of us, the genuine, good-hearted people of this land. And whether you're a Republican or Democrat, if you're a Democrat watching this, hello, thank you for joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. But at the end of the day, a good-hearted person, maybe, there's some thoughts or some brainwashing that went on. That's why some people have these leftist ideologies. But at the end of the day, it's still about freedom. And you, me, and all of us in this arena, and whoever's watching this network. So, yeah, that's what we're up against at the end of the day.
Yeah, it is about that. And, of course, it's about a better way of life. And, I love the videos that you see on Instagram or, Facebook Reels or whatever, of people in the inner city when they're asked on the street, Trump or Biden, and you hear Trump. From people that you wouldn't necessarily think would say Trump, because we've been told that the inner city is all Democrat and they're all going to vote for Biden. I don't think that applies this year. I think you're going to have a percentage of people that just are going to, I call them low information voters, who are going to absolutely buy into the lies they've been told by the DNC. But for the most part, I think you're going to see people know that their life is not safer. They're not stronger financially, and this is a different world under the Biden administration. It is 5:28 here local time. We're going to take a quick commercial timeout. We are live here in Manchester, New Hampshire. Do not go anywhere. Stay with us.
Parents and grandparents, the 2024 Kids Guide to President Trump is here, and it's free. As a bonus, your child gets a free issue of Everbright Kids Magazine and Activity Book, and a free video lesson. Order now at freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder,
Senior Pastor of Crossing Light Church, Sean Foster, as he leads us in today's invocation.
Do we have any patriots out there? Such a great sound. Our nation is in serious crisis. Scripture tells us we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities and powers, against the rulers of darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. We need divine assistance. We need God to hear our prayers, intervene, and restore our great nation. Would you open up this epic event tonight by joining together with me in praying the Lord's Prayer? Let's go. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed it be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Heavenly Father, we thank you that you are greater than the greatest challenges and the most dire situations we face on this earth. You are our Father in heaven. We have this unshakable hope that you care about what is happening in our lives and even our nation. We thank you that you chose to be involved in humanity. You have asked us to pray for your will to be done on earth as it is in heaven. You answer our prayers. You grant provision, and you meet our needs, even our daily bread. You offer such mercy, redemption, and forgiveness, forgiving our trespasses through the work of Jesus Christ on the cross. You guide us and give us wisdom, leading us away from temptation and delivering us from evil. Today, we join together and pray for this one great nation under God, and ask for your intervention. Forgive us our trespasses, the pride, the lying tongues, the hands that shed innocent blood, the hearts that devise wicked plans and false witnesses who breathe lies. Expose the corruption and the injustice. Oh God, wash over us, be with us, pour out your presence. Establish your peace in the nations. Bring relief to those who are subject to grave injustice. Let your hand rest on the upcoming elections. Preserve them with integrity. Lord, close doors that no man can open and open doors that no man can shut. We pray for President Trump. Continue to strengthen him, protect him, grant him courage and guide him with your wisdom and counsel. We pray in the name above all names, in the name of Jesus, restore America as a light unto the nations and make America great again.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage former New Hampshire State Representative Al Baldessaro as he leads us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Before we do the pledge, I just want you to know, if you're a veteran like me that had cancer twice, if it wasn't for President Trump, New Hampshire doesn't have a VA hospital. As the chairman of Veterans Affairs Committee in New Hampshire, Donald Trump came to New Hampshire and took care of veterans. He made damn well sure we had community care and every veteran could be seen by the best of doctors in the country. So, but to my fellow veterans, you need to call other veterans and their families, brothers, sisters, cats, dogs, get them out to vote because they're ready to cut our benefits. They're ready to means test it. We need Donald Trump to put a stop to it. Okay, thank you. I would say the pledge. Where's the flag? Here. There we go. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Hoorah!
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Jana El Sayed to sing the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the we watch were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in there, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Hillsboro County Attorney John Coughlin.
Good evening, Manchester. Wow, that's a tough act to follow. I don't know why I got put right after that incredible voice, but I did. My name is John Coughlin. I'm the Hillsboro County Attorney. Many people do not know what a county attorney does. We are responsible for nearly all felony prosecution in Hillsboro County. We are the largest prosecution agency in the state. We prosecute about 35% of all felony matters in the state, ranging from manslaughter, negligent homicide, attempted murder, felonious sexual assault, robberies, and drug-related crimes.
Fight the cartel!
Here in Manchester, we have the University of New Hampshire, the Majestic Theater, the Palace Theater, professional baseball, great restaurants, and this fantastic venue. The quality of life and community safety are vital to New Hampshire. We are in danger of losing this. We are flooded with illegal drugs coming from our unprotected borders. In 2022, New Hampshire had 463 confirmed deaths. I want to present you with an analogy for our presidential choice. Imagine Joe Biden. Well, he's simply sitting on his living room couch. It could be the White House, it could be Camp David, it could be the Caribbean vacation home of a friend, or his beach house in Delaware. He's sitting on the couch and he's watching Looney Tune cartoons. He begins to feel a drip on his head. And he looks up. And what does he see? He sees the ceiling is wet right above him. The ceiling continues to drip and drip and drip and drip, and then leads into a steady stream of water. He grabs an umbrella. He opens it up, and he continues to watch Looney Tunes. After a few minutes, it begins to really pour down. Eventually and slowly, he gets up and goes into the kitchen for a cup of coffee. Once he gets into the kitchen, he forgot why he was there. So he grabs an ice cream out of the freezer. After finishing his snack, he saunters up the stairs to the bathroom. What does he see? The bathtub is overflowing. The water's running full blast and pours out of the tub and onto the floor. Joe looks around and ponders what to do. He decides that he would take care of the problem. So he reaches for a washcloth and he starts to mop up the floor. That is his solution. Now, Donald Trump, he's sitting on a couch in the living room, and he's reading 2024 economic reports. He hears the water upstairs running. Without hesitation, he leaps from the couch and runs up the stairs. He enters the bathroom. Immediately, he sees the bathtub overflowing. He acts decisively. He quickly turns off the flow of water into the tub and stops the water from entering into the tub. He then pulls the drain to begin emptying the tub. He then grabs the largest bath towels available and starts to mop up the floor. That is his solution. It's our choice. Donald Trump needs your support. Otherwise, we will just sit there until the sky falls in. The choice, Joe Biden's incompetence and indecisiveness. Donald Trump, decisiveness and proven leadership. He will make America great again. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Belknap County Sheriff Bill Wright.
What an awesome group out here tonight. This right here is the definition of MAGA. Right here. All of you in here. So I am the first sheriff here in our state to endorse Donald Trump for president. I know that you all didn't come here to listen to me talk, but that's what you get until President Trump gets here. So I want to talk about a couple things. One of them is Donald Trump's support for law enforcement. What did he do? Well, he stood up against defunding of the police. How many of you remember defunding of the police? We're not putting up with that here in our state, and Donald Trump wouldn't put up with it either. During his tenure as president, he confirmed, through his presidency, 230 federal judges. He got 3 conservative Supreme Court justices confirmed. He signed the First Step Act. He promoted the second chance hiring. Again, those who committed crimes, they did their time. He's saying they need to get back to work. He signed the executive order to prevent violence against law enforcement. And he continues to meet with ground level forces about what's going on in our country. He's also one that wants to cut through the bureaucracy that happens here in law enforcement. He's also supporting stronger border protection, which is the #1 enemy that we have right now against our state. I heard somebody earlier yell something when the Hillsboro County Attorney was out here about cartels. Yeah, so I'll get into that. This is about borders. So we've had an unprecedented amount of border crossings, which are happening even today, since Donald Trump has left office. It's time to get him back into office. The cartels right now are taking advantage of having a weak administration. It's time to take that back. It's time to continue to build that wall and to get Donald Trump reelected as our president. It's time to get Donald Trump in place, to get the policies back in place where we no longer do catch and release like the current administration, that we're actually doing catch and deport. Send them back to where they came from. Did I mention that we need Donald Trump in office to finish that wall? To finish that wall. So I heard the first sergeant up here, and he was talking about military, Marines. I was a Marine. And there's one thing that Donald Trump made sure, that we had a strong military force. He made sure that he went and visited our injured and ill troops. He also made sure that we started talking about building VA medical centers like the one that he wants to build here when he becomes president, here in the state of New Hampshire. He wants to build another one here in Manchester, state of the art, to support our veterans. Donald Trump also successfully managed foreign diplomacy. That's one thing that's not really talked about. He made sure that there were our foreign enemies that are from like Russia and China and North Korea, that these people actually sat at the table and listened to exactly what he said. We didn't go to war during his presidency. But guess where we're at now? So we need him back in office and make sure that he says that we're not going to enter never-ending wars or conflicts. About the economy, what about our economy? Well, I can tell you I like Trump's gas prices. I also like Trump's price of food, his goods and services, and basically what I consider Trump economics. It's putting America first. That's exactly what we need to do, is put Trump back into office where we have America first again. We are the people, and we have to show up at the polls. We have to vote. We have to get our friends, our families, our neighbors out to vote. America is at stake. Vote for Donald Trump. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Chairman of Manchester's Aldermanic Board, Joseph Kelly Levasseur.
Too dark. Welcome everybody to Manchester. First, I'd like to say thank you, Iowa. Thank you for sending President Trump to New Hampshire with a historic win. And better yet, putting him in a great mood. His speech will be even more fun than usual. Tonight's going to be a big one. New Hampshire will not let Iowa, the country, or Donald Trump down on Tuesday. And no, we're going to win. Thank you, Donald Trump, for coming to New Hampshire so many times over the last 9 years and keeping our first in the nation primary alive. How sad is it that Joe Biden gave our beautiful, very politically engaged state the middle finger? That's right. That's right. By refusing to show up here. I hope New Hampshire Democrats remember that in November, if he's on the ballot, of course. Of course, we know why Biden wouldn't come here. His approval ratings are so low, he would lose to Vermin Supreme. And yes, America, there is a candidate on the ballot named Vermin Supreme. My name is Joseph Kelly Levasseur. I am the Alderman at Large for the great city of Manchester. Born and raised in Manchester, I proudly make this city my home. 24 years ago, I was a restaurant owner going to night school to earn my law degree when the late, great Ray Wazorek asked me to run for office to help get this civic center built. I was and still am a reluctant politician, but duty called and I showed up. I won that race. We built this civic center in Manchester, turned its Milliard Airport in downtown into the envy of the state. 24 years later, I am here on the stage supporting Donald Trump. Nothing in this country is impossible. I met Mr. Trump 8 years ago about the same time when he came to my restaurant for his first town hall with Anderson Cooper. I stood there. I stood there. I didn't know it at the time. I stood there. I wouldn't have let him in the restaurant. I stood there while Anderson Cooper did everything he could to stump Trump, but the Donald wasn't having any of it. He stood firm in his beliefs and would not back down. I knew after his first interview he would win the Republican primary and he would become president. America got a great man and a great president who delivered his America First agenda. Instead of being an energy importer, we became an energy exporter. Instead of being a doormat to illegal immigrants walking across our border, he created rules and laws to let them in. Instead of getting us into conflicts all over the world like the lamestream media predicted he would, he brought us peace and prosperity. Donald J. Trump, America doesn't just miss you, the world misses you. Damn right. I'm not sure if it's only me, but it feels like 2010 all over again. By the way, how smart was it to raid our president's home? Not very. Americans are ticked off with the foolishness of attacking Trump with never-ending lawfare and obvious election interference. What the Democrats are doing in this country are doing to Donald Trump and his family is shameful. Americans are ticked off and we want our country back. Americans have had enough of Joe Biden allegedly running this country, open borders without limitations, high energy costs, ridiculously high inflation, and a world on the edge of war. We need Trump in the White House so Americans can steady their feet and breathe again. If you want proof that Democrat policies are out of touch with ordinary Americans, look no further than Manchester itself. On November 6th, the Democrats in Manchester controlled City Hall with an 11-3 Democrat majority. We had 3 Republicans out of 14. The mayor's seat was also controlled by a Democrat. After 6 long years of Mayor Joyce Craig and her supermajority, the voters in Manchester had seen enough. The next day, Election Day, on November 7th, Democrats, Republicans, Independents turned out to vote and gave the Republicans a majority board. We now have 7 Republicans and a Republican mayor. You are standing here in a Republican-built civic center in the middle of a now red city. Our Manchester citizens want America First policies too. On the day of our swearing in, I was honored to become the first Republican chairman in over 30 years. And yes, I am Trump tough. For the first time in decades, our blue city is red, and we intend to keep it that way. Trump is showing us the way with his determination, selflessness, and tireless energy on how to bring America back from the edge. On November 2nd, this country will be red, and America will quickly be on its way to being great once again. It feels a lot like 2010 all over again, and they never should have raided Trump's house. Pray for Donald Trump. May the Lord keep him and his family safe. I am Joseph Kelly Lavasser. Please join me on January 23rd. Let's send Donald Trump off to South Carolina with a solid win, where he will defeat Hillary Haley in her home state. My red meat crowd, I love you all. I want to thank Steve Stefanik, Chris Ager, my good partners on the Aldermanic Board, Norm Vincent, Ed Sapienza, Chrissy Cantor, and just lastly, I have to say, thank you, Harmeet Dillon, for all you do for Donald Trump and from MAGA. Let's do this on January 23rd and send Trump to the White House. And thank you, Greg Saltz, for this Israeli scarf, our greatest athlete. May they wipe Hamas off the face of the earth.
This is the final battle. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers from our government. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. We will throw off the sick political class that hates our country. We will rout the fake news media, and we will liberate America from these villains once and for all.
You got the radio on. You're singing every song I've sent on cruise control. I'm slowly losing hope of everything I've got. You're looking so damn hard, and I don't.
Imagine here as we make our way into President Trump, who's scheduled to speak in about an hour and 3 minutes. Matthew, it looks like we might be on schedule.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, last night he was scheduled to speak at 8:30 Eastern time. He took the stage at 8:32.
Nice.
Now in Concord, that was last night, and then in Portsmouth, it was a little bit later than that. But you know, at the end of the day, he's in New Hampshire through the weekend. Of course, as we are 72 hours away from the first in the nation primary, which is on January 23rd at 7 o'clock. You can watch live coverage right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
All right, so let's step out in front of here and kind of recap. If you're just now joining us, welcome. Yes, this is, I guess, broadcast number 3 with our coverage here in New Hampshire. You've locked down the previous events, and I'm with you for the long haul as we make our way up to the 23rd. So we're glad that you're joining us on here. And if you look at the polling, and it's interesting, we're going to go over a list of things that the Trump team just gave us, and it was basically a guide on Nikki Haley is exactly what that is. So talking points against her, and we're going to bring some of those up here in a second. But you know, what we're seeing in Iowa is kind of what we're seeing in New Hampshire. Yeah. People.
100%. Again, the polls, the people. you can't go wrong if the polls are saying you have a lead and you've got the balance of the people. And that's what we see here.
Yeah.
But we do want to talk about one of our friends at the Birch Gold Group. I mean, the fact is that the U.S. dollar is devaluing because of the BRICS nations, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. So there's a backup plan for you. Gold, silver, and precious metals through Birch Gold Group. Text Trump to 9998. And Brian, having that peace of mind is something that needs, there's a lot going on in the world. Let's get the finances taken care of.
Yeah, and they can also show you how to transition from a traditional IRA into a gold-backed IRA. You're going to save some money on that and secure your investment. Just text the words Trump to 989898. That is the Birch Gold Group. So important that we have past partners like them for tonight. I do want to talk about, I saw a very interesting story yesterday in terms of the airlines and DEI. I saw that United Airlines was more interested in making sure that their pilots met the diversification percentage rather than maybe just making sure we have the best pilots that we can fly.
It's unbelievable.
And you're starting to see, though, Matthew, this movement. I think corporate America and investors and people that were promoting a lot of this nonsense are now realizing that DEI in the financial markets, making that a priority, all of the carbon footprints, all these guidelines that determines whether or not you invest in these companies. It's not about the bottom line. It's not about if they make money. It's just, are they environmentally friendly? You're starting to see that go away because people are realizing that, you know what? There's nothing funny about losing your money, and that's exactly what's happening.
Exactly, and people are waking up, as you mentioned earlier, in droves like never before. Some of the things that we know now about, the deep state and others, I didn't know that back in 2010 and years. I was thinking, these former presidents, they were good, they were conservative, or they were compassionate, they were good people, and then now we know.
Well, we also didn't know about ESG and how that was being forced down companies as well. ESG is a scam. It's a total scam, and it has really impacted the financial markets. It really has, and these companies are less concerned about hiring the best employees and what they do. They just want to hit their percentages as far as gender and racial percentages. It's not about hiring the best employees, and that's what we've gotten away from. Martin Luther King, which we had that last Monday, this past Monday, would have rolled over in his grave if he knew what was going on in our society right now, where we're not necessarily promoting somebody by the merit and how skilled they are. It's about, let me see, you're white? Okay, you're Asian, you're black, you're Hispanic. It's not about that. It should be about what the content of your character, not the color of your skin. But the Democrats have managed to hijack corporate America and promote this ESG, but I think it's beginning to come to an end.
Brian, I think that the country needs a major detox of all of the propaganda and lies that we've heard over the years. We need a detox, reprogram our minds in a good, positive way. And there's a displacement theory, right? So if you've got water in a bucket, well, if you put a bunch of sand in there, what happens to the water? It leaves, and then the sand replaces it. Well, that's what needs to happen for so many minds. Just wake up. I'm waking up still. I still can't believe the amount of atrocities and things that are done behind the scenes against you, the American people. And so we need that detox. We need to get off of the cable news, mainstream media. It's just not doing the job.
Well, I think people are gravitating away from that, and it reflects not only in our ratings, but in other conservative outlets as well. Once we get into the campaign season, really into the campaign season, you're going to see our nightly numbers just about top late night Jimmy Kimmel, top a lot of these news outlets. So people have come across conservative news networks. They have cut the cord to cable without a doubt, and they're basically not going back. And it is, you said this earlier, it is an information war. Alex Jones was right. This is an information war, and it's amazing how I can go back and talk to my mom about, I go back home, I talk about different things that are going on in the news, and a lot of it is very new to her because she watches, ABC Nightly News, she watches CBS Evening News, because we have learned to trust those sources as being accurate and dependable, but in reality, they are only telling you half the story that's going on right now, and they may not be telling you what's fully going on at the southern border. They may not tell you what's fully going on when it comes to funding the war in Ukraine and how corrupt Zelensky and his government has been. They may not tell you all these things. That's the problem. But the good news is Matthew, myself, Christina Bobb, Kathleen Cipher, Vanessa Broussard, and others are right here with this network to tell you what's really going on.
Correcting the narrative every day of the week. And not only the correspondents that Brian just named, also the staff at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Again, as you mentioned earlier, Grace Sedania and Summer Lane and Alex Caldwell and others, right? These articles that they are posting on Truth Social and elsewhere are getting traction from the leader of the free world, Donald Trump.
Yeah. I want to re-rack the interview that Christina Bobb and myself did a couple of days ago. We've aired it in the previous hours, but I want to set this up real quickly. We get so many emails on all types of topics. I mean, just name it, and we get questions about things that are going on in this country. Well, one of the most frequently asked questions recently has been what's going on in Nevada and why isn't President Trump on the primary ballot for February 6th? Well, come to find out, there is a caucus on February 8th. So I got with Christina Bobb to go over all you need to know about Nevada. Look, take it away. Brian Glenn from Right Side Broadcasting, and we wanted to come on here real quick and talk about Nevada. Now, we've been getting emails from viewers like you claiming they do not see Donald J. Trump's name on the Nevada primary ballot. And so a lot of people are claiming what's going on in Nevada. Are they trying to keep him off the ballot? Are they trying to block him from being the GOP nominee? Well, we want to get all the facts. To that, we turn to Trump attorney from Save America and our own Christina Bobb joining me to talk about Nevada. And we're going to set the record straight about this meaningless primary that's in Nevada. Let's talk about that. A lot of people may not know there's a primary, but there's also a caucus. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And you're perfect to say it's a meaningless primary. It is a meaningless primary, which is why Donald Trump's name is not on that ballot, as well as Ron DeSantis. If you are a Trump voter, if you want to support Donald Trump for the early state of Nevada, you must go to the caucus on February 8th. There is a primary. It is a meaningless primary that was created as a result of the leftist Democrats in the Nevada state who were embarrassed when Bernie Sanders embarrassed Joe Biden in 2020. They wanted to remove the process from a caucus into a primary, ironically, so that they could control the outcome a little bit better. That's what it looked like anyway. But the Republicans did not migrate over to a primary process. They have maintained the caucus process. All of the delegates for the Republican Party are awarded through the caucus. The candidates have to pick whether they want to be part of the caucus or whether they want to be part of the primary. So any serious candidate who actually wants to win those delegates chose to be part of the caucus, which Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis both chose to be part of the caucus, which is why their names are not on the ballot. So if you want to support Donald Trump, ignore the primary ballot. It has nothing to do with Donald Trump or actually winning the Nevada caucus, and make sure you go to your precinct to caucus for Donald Trump on February 8th.
It's interesting to note that President Trump won the Nevada caucus back in 2016, and it's all about controlling the narrative, and it's nothing more than a publicity play here, because Nikki Haley can go into the primary, win it, and of course the mainstream media will push out the narrative, and there'll be social media clips that Haley dominated Nevada, further looking like she's got the momentum going into South Carolina, but by not being on the caucus where the actual delegates matter, it does show a little bit of weakness in her not willing to fight for those actual delegates, but taking the the lower path of just getting the social media praise of winning the primary, which is meaningless.
You're exactly right. Democrats removed the process from a caucus process to the primary because they wanted to control the outcome. Republicans in the state rejected it. Republicans say we want it to be a caucus. We want it to be, really from the party and the voters getting together to make this decision. And Nikki Haley gave a nod to her Democrat colleagues, saying that she would play their game and play the primary game, which should be concerning for anybody concerned about election integrity, because it means she trusts the election process better than the caucus process, which any conservative these days I would think would laugh at that. That's a laughable idea. But the reason they switched it was because it's more controllable. It's easier for them to control the outcome of an election than it is a caucus. So yeah, you're exactly right to say that this really is a publicity stunt. And I think it's a disinformation campaign really from Democrats. And we see a lot of disinformation coming out about this, about if you want to vote Republican, vote in the primary. And it's simply not true. The delegates are awarded in the caucus 2 days later, February 8th. The primary is February 6th. If you want to figure out where your precinct is, you can go to nv.donaldjtrump.com. It's like Nevada, nv.donaldjtrump.com, and figure out where your caucus is, where your precinct is, and make sure you show up and be part of the process.
And if you're thinking about, election integrity, very much like the Iowa caucus, the Nevada caucus does do a paper ballot. They meet in these small groups. They count the ballots right there in front of everyone. They have a total that night, typically a few hours after the close of the caucus. So it's a safe and secure way to cast your ballot. And I think that's what people learned in Iowa as we knew the results at about an hour and 30 minutes into Iowa.
That's exactly right. Imagine that. Republicans wanting paper ballots, same day counting, results displayed in front of everybody. The process is open so people can watch it. It's very transparent. Imagine that it actually works for Republicans and they don't want to change that process. If you want to be a part of the process, show up at your precinct. It's from 5 to 7 p.m. on February 8th. And yeah, get out, be a part of the process, and just help support Donald Trump.
And it's interesting to note they've been doing this since 1981. So they've been doing it for a while, but many of you that might have just moved to the state are a little confused when they got the ballot in the mail and didn't see Trump's name on it. So I think it's important that we clarify all of that right now. And rest assured, if you want to cast your vote for President Trump, you do that in the caucus on February 8th. Christine and Bob, it's always a pleasure. I can't wait to get you back out on the road and stay warm down there in South Florida right now.
Thanks, Brian.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Manchester, New Hampshire. You are watching live coverage of a great thing that's about to happen at 7 o'clock. President Trump to take the stage here in front of a packed arena. I'm Matthew Alvarez. Brian Glenn also here on the ground. Before we get to our next interview, I do want to talk to you about Tax Network USA. If you're dealing with any back taxes or filing issues, there's some financial freedom that you can have and peace of mind through this group. So the information that you see on your screen right there, why not give them a shot? Because at the end of the day, they have saved, get this, $14 billion. They brought back $14 billion in back taxes to help people throughout the country. So once again, it's Tax Network USA, a great group, a great Patriot-owned group right there, and one of our awesome sponsors. Now I'd like to shift over to a great person that is from New Hampshire, also the spokesperson for MAGA Inc., Carolyn Levitt. Carolyn, thank you so much for joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting.
Yeah, thank you. As always, it's a pleasure.
Yeah, definitely. So Elise Stefanik, the other night, I mean, there was so many left-wing media outlets just throwing all these darts at her, lying, and these questions are all based in lies. Obviously, we know that, but what is the answer for more people to wake up around the country, and what President Trump can do to help that process?
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, you're not going to learn the truth if you watch MSDNC or CNN. You need to watch great networks like RSBN to get the truth these days. But more and more Americans are waking up to that fact that the fake news media has been lying about President Trump for years, ever since he came down that golden escalator. They lied about the Russia collusion hoax. They lied about the 2 impeachment impeachments. They supported the Democrats' impeachment inquiry of President Trump for asking about the corruption in Ukraine, while they covered up for the Biden crime family for decades. Now, people realize the media has been lying to them. They also realize the media is covering for Biden and the Democrats, and they feel the tangible difference in their lives between life in Joe Biden's America and life in Donald Trump's America. And so I do think that people are waking up. There is more momentum and energy on the ground for President Trump than I have ever felt in 8 years, and we're very excited about a big win on Tuesday.
Let's take a live look real quick. I mean, you see all of these people here from the state that you're from. It must be awesome to be in this moment right now, personally, but also professionally for you, Carolyn.
Yeah, you know, as you just said that, I felt it for the first time. I've been running around working like crazy, working hard on behalf of the president, but it is really special to start this first week on the job in my home state, a state that I love, and a state that has been hit hard by Biden's policies. We're one of the our state has one of the highest rates of utility bills of any in this country. People are paying an arm and a leg. Many people in this crowd tonight will tell you that they cannot afford to heat their homes this winter because of the cost of home heating oil. We're a state that has been hit really hard by our northern border crisis with Canada. There has been a 550% increase in illegal crossings over the northern border, and we see those illegals in our communities every day. This is a state that has been hit hard, in particular by the opioid crisis, from the fentanyl coming up through our United States southern border. Under President Trump's leadership, overdose deaths here declined by 15% in 2018, and they have since skyrocketed because of Joe Biden's open border policies. There is not one person in this arena tonight, I would bet, that doesn't know someone who has lost a loved one, a friend, a family member to the scourge of drug addiction. President Trump understands that. He talks about it every time he comes, and we so desperately need his law and order policies, his secure border policies, and his economic prosperity agenda of jobs and less regulation, lower taxes to get people back to work, get them moving again, and get prices down so they can afford the cost of living, which they can't right now.
What would you like to say to the American people that are watching and may watch this on replay that are genuinely discouraged, concerned, fearful about what's going on in our country? Are there words of comfort that are from you and from Team Trump that can really help?
We understand the frustration, the anger, the fear. We share it too. President Trump shares it. That is why he has decided selflessly to step into the arena and fight again for this country and for you. And it's so incredibly important that you get out and vote and make your voice heard. That is still our right and responsibility as Americans to do that. And you have a right to do it in New Hampshire. You better get your butt to the polls and do that on Tuesday. And vote for the man who is fighting for you to make this country safe and prosperous, secure and strong again. And keep the faith, stay in prayer, and we will win this fight in November.
And can you talk about that real quick as the last question here, just a little bit more about the spirituality and the prayer and how important that is as we enter into this huge year, 2024, and what's at stake for our country. You know, a lot of times we talk about this stuff, and it's not drama. This is the real deal.
Yeah.
You know, whether it's me or you or anybody talking about it, anybody around the country, that's the issue.
Yeah.
So can you talk to us about where President Trump's stance is on spirituality and prayer for our country?
Well, President Trump says it all the time. We are in a battle of not just Republican versus Democrat, left versus right. We are in a battle of good versus evil. We are in a battle of lunacy versus common sense. And we are on the side of common sense, of truth, of reality. And that's what we need to restore in this country. And it only comes through faith, through having a belief in something bigger than ourselves, something really worth fighting for. And they want, the left and the evil side want to remove faith from the public square. They want to remove it from our schools. They want to remove it from our higher education universities. They want to remove it from our Constitution. This country was founded on those values. In God we trust. It says it on our license plates. It says it on our dollar bills for a reason. And that is because we need faith. It's the bedrock of this country. President Trump knows that. He's fought for it. He's fought for religious liberty when he was president of the United States, and he will do it again. We are in a fight, again, I will say, of lunacy versus common sense. If you want common sense, vote for President Trump.
Truth versus lies, freedom versus tyranny. It can go on, every adjective you can think of. Carolyn Levitt, thank you so much again.
Thank you so much.
For joining us
God
here
bless you.
at Broadcasting
Thank
Network.
you.
You too.
Thank you.
Let's take a live look real quick as Carolyn Levitt just steps off the media riser here at the arena. Let's do a little bit of, I know we've got a crowd cam as well, so we've got two awesome shots here in Manchester. Two positions that you guys can see, which is awesome, right? We always love to show the crowd. So you've built this nation, weathered challenging times, and witnessed moments of greatness. Now you're watching it fall apart. America deserves better. A fighting chance to become the great country it once was. So the Association of Mature American Citizens is America's leading conservative senior advocacy and benefits organization. It's your non-woke alternative to the AARP with 2 million members strong. It's time to take a stand and join the fight. All you have to do is visit amac.us/right. AMAC listens to their members and voices their concerns in Washington. They're here to offer you guidance, support, and address the issues that matter most in our communities. Join AMAC today. Memberships starting at as low as $12 per year provides you with the strength of 2 million members and exclusive benefits that can save you money. Once again, visit amac.us/right for more information. Again, your non-woke alternative to the AARP. And I do want to mention real quick, I always like to make a correction when I need to. When it comes to Tax Network USA, I mentioned that it was $14 billion that they have brought back for people. The number is more than $1 billion that they have brought back to help for the American people. So I want to make that correction. But Tax Network USA and all of these sponsors, we're very grateful to have. Brian.
Let's jump right back in here, and I want to bring in, we're bringing Heather Mullins. We'll get in between us, I guess. Let's get over here. Obviously, you've got your pulse on New Hampshire. You are, every time I come here, you're on the ground. You actually know what's going on in the state. But give me an update on what you're seeing as far as the ground support for President Trump.
Oh, it's overwhelming for him here. One of the things that I will say has been a concern is the fact that because the Democrats aren't doing their normal primary, there's some talk amongst New Hampshire that a lot of them were unenrolling and becoming Republicans so they could vote for Haley in the primary. But I'm thinking the numbers are not enough to swing it because there's so much support for President Trump. But that is one of sort of the inner workings going on here in New Hampshire.
Let's talk about this really cool QR code. I've got one in my pocket, or you've got one right there. Let's talk about this. This is something from True the Vote, and this is something that you're giving out to people here today. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, so everybody in America should honestly care about election integrity, right? Well, one of the biggest things we can do if you care about having free and fair elections is keeping our voter rolls clean. So these QR codes, I'm volunteering with True the Vote, you scan them and it takes you to a map of the United States. You can click on your state and it will then tell you, one, how to register to vote. You can check to see if you're already registered to vote, but you can also click on other states that you used to live to see if you're still on the voter rolls in those states. So if you moved from, let's say, Georgia, and you're still on the voter rolls there, but you're no longer living there, if they decide to mass mail out ballots to everybody on their voter rolls, there's one going out in your name that somebody that can then turn into a drop box. And this is a number one way that we see fraud in our elections is by having dirty voter rolls. And so these QR codes, what I'm encouraging people to do is to put it on your phone. If there's one thing you can do to help your country between now and November, it's to get all your friends and family that you talk to between now and then to scan this, see where they're registered to vote, and to help us keep the rolls clean. So if you scan it and you find that you're still on the rolls where you used to live, send your Secretary of State in that state an email and say, I want to be taken off this roll. What do I have to do? Clean the roles. If we become worker bees all over the country and we start engaging as citizens, this is how we clean those roles and have secure elections in November.
I love it. How can someone get that QR code?
So we're going to be doing events all over the country. You can also go to the truethevote.org website. We're going to have everything from these QR codes. You can buy merch. We have these cool sweatshirts. We're really getting out, and we're going to be at naturalization ceremonies. We're going to be at other events. So we're not just going to be here at Trump rallies. We're going to be at events all over the country. So follow True the Vote on social media and go to the website, and you can actually order your own little packets of these QR codes and give them out to your friends and family. And it's just incredible because we have to get these voter rolls clean before November.
Matthew, we talked about how do we stop the cheating, and we said earlier, because we really haven't changed a whole lot since 2020. This is brilliant, and then during the program, I read into Heather at the offset, and she told me what she was doing. I said, you have got to come on and talk about this. This is just what we were talking about.
100%. I mean, Heather, along with Mike Lindell and Precinct Strategy with Steve Stern, right? I mean, Greg Phillips with True the Vote. These are a group of patriots that are wanting to see a free and fair election. It's as simple as that. And Heather, just tell us what drives you to do this.
I mean, you know, I have a daughter, and you guys know I'm here in New Hampshire. My daughter's sitting in the crowd right behind me, and my mom's out there too. And, you know, it scares me when I see the direction the country's headed. And, you know, the best way that we Americans can shape the future for our kids is by putting in power people that are going to do right by them. And the way we do that is by using our vote in the elections. And so we have to have secure elections in order for our votes to matter. And this is the number one way that we can take matters into our own hands. And that's simply by policing ourselves. If we used to live in some states and we're still on the voter rolls, the only person that can take ourselves off is the Secretary of State and then us. So we have to be the change that we want to see. And, you know, so I'm super empowered and excited about this initiative because it's something that every one of us can do.
Okay, website once again.
truethevote.org.
Okay. And best way to follow you, because you're always on the ground here in New Hampshire. Website, social media.
Yeah, Talk Mullins. I'm on social media. TALK Mullins. And
you don't like to talk, do you?
No, I mean, it's getting me to stop talking. That's the trick, Brian.
I love it. You and I both are on the same page. So Talk Mullins on X, Instagram.
Yes, every social media. And follow True the Vote, too, because they're on all social media as well. And, you know, it's just... You know, all hands on deck moving forward, Brian.
Well, you're a good friend of us and mine. I appreciate all the work you do, and you've got our support on that.
And I love you, and tell Marjorie I said hi. She's a firecracker.
I will. Thank you so much.
Love you guys.
Thank you. Love you, too.
Bye-bye.
Heather Mullins joining us on the pre-show here. You know, that's a great solution. We were just talking about that.
Well, I mean, I've lived in a number of states, from Tennessee to Ohio, and it makes me think. I'm like, oh man, I better not be on the voter roll down there. You know
I'm going to scan it. I've got one in my pocket right now.
I was like, let me scan that now.
Yeah.
But no, I'm glad that you asked that website because just to remind people and to remind me.
Yeah.
So it's truethevote.org that you can find out which rolls you're on, right?
Yeah.
Is that what it is?
That's it. So if you might be on an old one. All right, let's talk about our friends over at the Wellness Company. This is an emergency medical kit that I'm honestly, we've promoted a lot of products on this show, and I think that some of them may apply to you and some of them may not. But let me tell you something. This one right here applies to everybody. And you know what? We don't know what this next year's going to come up with. And, you know, there was just a report the other day about some type of new COVID strain that Chinese doctors were working on, and that just it should scare everyone. Yeah. So right now, go check it out. The information for this contagion emergency medical kit is on your screen.
Yeah, it's brought to you by the Wellness Company, a great group of people that are simply trying to help, right? Ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, a Z-Pak. These are the type of medications that will be in this emergency kit, among other types of things. So it's always good to have an emergency emergency kit, an emergency contagion kit, especially on the heels of COVID-19, and then that whole Disease X talk that's happening over in Davos right now for the World Economic Forum. And again, you can research some of that as well. We're hoping nothing happens, obviously, but it's always good to be prepared.
It's always good to be prepared. So the information for that is on your screen. Proud to have them a part of today's broadcast. We're proud to have you a part of today's broadcast. We're proud to have the thousands of people that have come in here to be a part of this broadcast. And I said this a little earlier, you can look at all the polls you want, but the biggest indicator of who's got the most support is who shows up at the crowds, and Nikki Haley can go hang out at, Pete's Bar and Grill, and I'm just making that restaurant name up, and you can put 50 people in there. That's a good crowd for the occupancy rate of 50 people. But when you open up an arena like this, there's only one man that can fill this arena, and that is President Donald J. Trump. That's exactly what he's doing today. And this is, as we make our way into the primary on Tuesday, I think we're seeing a good sizable lead in what should happen. He's coming in about 52%. The Nikki Haley's are, I think, around 31. Ron DeSantis hovering around 9% of that. So I guess the biggest question is does anyone drop out after today? And if so, who do you think it should be?
I don't think that DeSantis or Haley will drop out until maybe even South Carolina. At the end of the day, they don't want to give up that quickly, even though there's no chance, in my opinion, for them to get the nomination. We know that the country is behind 45.
Yeah. And also, I guess they're still kind of hedging that these legal troubles that President Trump has been going through, and I say troubles because they're not troubling to his poll numbers at all. It's more of a distraction.
Right.
The American people are seeing that, and it is building his support, but they're hedging, if you will, lack of a better term, that something will come out of that to take him out of the campaign trail, therefore making it almost like the next man or woman up for the GOP. But that's not happening. As we see, these lawsuits are coming apart at the seams as we speak. It seems like daily there's more information that comes out.
Yeah, and we know what's happening. We know it's election interference. We see it. The American people see it. People are becoming awake. I do want to bring up a point, though, that we know that people are awake to that. We know that people are trying to work on election integrity. We get that. There's a balance, I believe, though, too. We're going to do what we can to have a free and fair election. We know that President Trump is leading in the polls. The balance to the other side of this, and some might agree or disagree, but the prayer to God for him to help and overcome this situation. It's a very real situation that our United States of America is dealing with. We're talking about the First Amendment. We're talking about the Second Amendment. We're talking about, as we know, the freedom of speech, freedom of the press, freedom of religion. We see what other countries have dealt with under communist rule, under Marxist rule. We don't want that here. So we need to pray like never before and work hard like never before. I did hear this one saying one day, basically, pray like it all depends on God, but work like it all depends on you.
That's right. It's a good saying. I want to see if we can rack that Elise Stefanik package that you had earlier. You spent earlier today. You made your way down to a little breakfast meeting where they had Elise Stefanik and some other supporters that were there. You had a chance to kind of walk around. Why don't you set this up for us?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Elise Stefanik becoming a conservative rock star, joining forces with so many great patriots and congressmen and congresswomen. Yesterday, her speech in South Carolina, New Hampshire, of course, was great. I was thinking South Carolina because Tim Scott was on stage as well. But I caught up with Elise Stefanik a bit earlier today. Here's what she had to say. Poor Boy Diner in Londonderry, New Hampshire, and I tell you what, the president is leading, of course, in the polls. You see that not only in the polls, but boots on the ground. A lot of people at the events this week, as we are just 72 hours from the first in the nation primary. And joining me right now is New York Congresswoman Elise Stefanik, who yesterday did a great job on stage there. You did also a great job when you met with Meet the Fake Press the other day. What was that like to take on the left-wing media like that?
You know, the American people are sick and tired of the fake news and the fact that they serve as stenographers for Joe Biden, and they're not focused on the issues that actually matter to the American people. The American people are concerned about our wide open borders. They're concerned about this historic inflation. They're concerned about this crime wave and the unconstitutional overreach, and all of those crises have been caused by Joe Biden's failed policies. That's what I focus on as an elected official, as a candidate in my district, in New York's 21st Congressional District, and as the House Republican Conference Chair. And the media bias is just so clear every single day.
Yesterday, when I asked you, I said, is it just truth versus lies? And isn't that the truth right there?
It is the truth. We stand for the truth as Republicans. President Trump speaks the truth, and the Democrats and the media continue to push their lies, and it's because they're losing on the issues.
Why are you so passionate about the United States of America, the Constitution, God, family, friends, that kind of thing?
Because I feel like I've been very blessed to live the American dream. You know, I don't come from a political family. No one thought I could win an election for Congress. I ran and was proudly, at the time, the youngest woman ever elected to Congress, and I proudly represented my district, and I'm unabashed about giving them a seat at the highest level to advocate for their issues, whether it's expanding rural broadband, whether it's northern border issues that are very similar to right here in New Hampshire, and then delivering results. I think people are looking for results, and I've been proud to do that, and that's why I support President Trump so much, because he delivered results. And every American will say that, whether they're Republicans, independents, and those Democrats who are willing to cross party lines, who voted in support of President Trump, they know that his results compare them to the weakness and the crises under Joe Biden.
Congresswoman, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
All right, so Congresswoman Elise Stefanik, of course, right there, a strong Trump supporter, an ally, doing great things for the America First movement. Speaking of the America First movement, I'm joined by Kevin right here from New Hampshire as well. Sir, tell us your thoughts about the country right now. What are some of the concerns that you have?
I think my concerns are the same as most Americans, where we don't need to be meddling in other people's business. We don't need to be starting new wars. And we need to take care of the home front. We need to secure the border and everything the Congresswoman just said. And I believe the communists, the Democrats, are just pushing us in the wrong direction. And we need to really take care of our own house.
Exactly. Do you, with your friends and family, coworkers, I mean, are they all on board with what you just said? Are they Trump supporters?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, what they're doing with this political persecution and this court nonsense or whatever, and pushing him, trying to take up all of his time, fighting with these indictments, it's all nonsense. And he's the guy that was getting things done for us, and I think everybody's behind him.
Awesome. Kevin, thank you so much for your time. Thank you. All right, well, there you go. A lot of the same. The polls, the boots on the ground, the people at the diners all around New Hampshire. A lot of support for 45. Let's send it back to the rally in Manchester. Yeah, great time there with Elise Stefanik and some patrons and supporters of Donald Trump. You're looking at a live shot right here in Manchester in an absolutely huge arena, Brian. I mean, this place is pretty large, and it's packed. I was standing with my wife, who's here actually, on the corner over there when the national anthem was sung, and I looked around and I felt like I was at an NHL hockey game. I mean, it was like that kind of feel of that many people, man.
Yeah, I don't think any fights are breaking out, but there's a lot of patriotism shown here today. That's a great point. But yeah, so there, and that was a great package that we just aired that really does sum up the support that he has here. We've got some talking points that we'll talk about. Nikki Haley, obviously, Governor Sununu has endorsed Nikki Haley. We'll see if that has any effects on Tuesday. But people they want change, and we're going to go into one of the reasons why they want change here in a second. But let's talk about our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. When it comes to the economy, there's nothing funny about losing your money at all. And right now, the uncertainty in the markets. Now, yes, the markets have historically done pretty well right now, but I don't think it has the basis to hold. And Fox News keeps recycling this financial crash story over and over and over. Matter of fact, they did it 5 times just in the month of December. I tracked it. I took screenshots. I'll share them with you. But you know what? Right now, you can secure your financial future, but check out our friends over the Birch Gold Group. Take 2 seconds. Text the words Trump to 989898 and get your free information kit about investing in gold, silver, precious metals, and historically, those have been a very safe place to put your money.
Exactly. Have a backup plan to what the BRICS countries are trying to do through gold, silver, and precious metals. Once again, text Trump to 9998. You see the information right there on your screen. You actually get a free info kit as well. They're going to walk you through the process. You're not in this alone. And speaking of not being in this alone, Right Side Broadcasting Network is here with you as you watch and wait to see the pre-program. Even last night was awesome. I mean, the speeches, Elise, Stefanik, the president, and also President Trump, and then the amount of people that had so much energy in New Hampshire last night. It's like that tonight, and I'm sure, obviously, people are listening to music right now, but the people are going to be on their feet when the president shows up.
Yeah, historically, New Hampshire has been a very loud rally that we've covered. We're going to get into some of the reasons why people are here and why they're so boisterous to what's going on. But I got an email earlier. I made a comment about if you live in California, to just move. If you don't like it there, move. And I got a message, and I don't have a name on here, but it was written in a way that really explained that a lot of people don't have the means right now to just pick up and move a state that they're living in. That if we went to a national divorce, that you couldn't just leave California and go to Texas. So, and I want to point that out. And plus, there's another point to this story that we need fighters in states. So if I was to call on all conservatives in California, or ones that could, to leave, then what does that leave California? It doesn't leave any fighters. It doesn't leave anybody that's fighting for conservatives. So I want to walk that statement back, because I do think that if you live in a state that you're fighting a lot of leftist policies, you got to do what Americans historically have done, and that is stood up for what you believe in and stay and fight and try to get that state back on track. So I want to correct what I said. I think it was actually a little reckless to think that anybody can just leave. There's a lot of people that have medical conditions, they have financial means, they don't have necessarily the capability to get up and move. So I tell you this, my message is for you, if you're in California or New York or one of these other states that is just not working out for you, politically speaking, stay, pray, stay there and fight. And you know what? We'll try to change this country to help change what's going on in your state.
That's exactly right. I mean, the primary goal is let's have a free and fair election. We know that Donald Trump won in a landslide in 2016. We know that all of the swing states, and I want to hear your thoughts, Brian, and I've heard them before, but I want to hear these specifically. When it comes to Nevada, Georgia, Michigan, Pennsylvania, all these swing states that he won in 2016, right? They all lost. They all went blue in 2020. We know what happened, but we know that the people are on the side of Donald Trump and the MAGA movement.
Well, when you think about this for a second, you take those 6, 7 swing states, and they keep adding other states, it seems like, that are purple. There's only about 9 to 12 counties in the country that could literally swing an election. That's it. 9 to 12 counties. It's not nationwide fraud. It's not nationwide election fraud going on. But if you take 9 to 12 counties and you take you put the wrong people in the right places, they can change the outcome of an election. It's really easy when you get together at midnight and you decide that we're going to go ahead and extend mail-in ballots to after the election. Not kidding you. There were states that actually said it's okay to mail in your ballot if you get it a week after the election is supposed to be held. That's wrong. It's okay that we have mail-out ballots in the first place. They did these things without a comprehensive election board vote. They went rogue. So it doesn't take very many people or very many counties to essentially steal an election. And Christina Bobb wrote a book on this, by the way. You can go to her social media pages. She's got the link to that book. So we've got to make sure that we do everything we can to show up, not only vote at the polls, but show up and volunteer and be a poll watcher. Make sure some of this stuff doesn't go on. Because let me tell you something, Matthew, and I said this before, and Newsweek wrote an article on it. They took my words and kind of spun it. If we're sitting watching if you're at a polling site this year, and all of a sudden you see them stop voting or stop counting votes at 10 o'clock at night and tell everybody to go home, that we're going to continue this in the morning, I'm going to tell you something. Don't leave. Do not leave those sites, because that's exactly what they did in 2020.
And it reminds me of Kari Lake's election in Arizona, when the guy came out and said, oh, the tabulators aren't working, it might not work, so and the people were like, no, I'm not leaving, and some people did leave. I mean, it's just a terrible situation that happened there in Arizona. I know it's a bitter thing for some people in that state. It's a gorgeous state. Love Arizona as well, being out there a few times last year. But man, again, what Heather was talking about earlier, all of the election integrity that we're looking for, and stopping the fraud and getting a free and fair election.
That's it.
That's really all we're looking for.
That's all we're looking for. And so just, I guess, if you take nothing away from this last 8 minutes of us rambling about it, show up and vote, but volunteer to be a poll watcher. And if you see something, say something. And that takes me to the border. And I can't help but think about what it was like post 9/11, 2001, September 11, 2001, when the narrative was, if you see something suspicious, you say something. If you see something that doesn't look right, you say something. If you see someone that looks suspicious, say something. That's how we prevented terrorism from happening. Well, guess what? The southern border, I'm seeing something, and we're saying something. Matter of fact, we're saying this. I'm sorry, I see about 1,000. Okay, wait, what? Okay, that's 2,000 now. Well, wait, hang on a second. Now it's up to 4,000, 5,000, 6,000. We're saying something. Imagine if the southern border crisis right now was to happen in 2001, right after September 11th. Our federal government, our border security, our homeland security would be going absolutely crazy to shut that border down if this was going on back then. But guess what? It's not. And our administration does not care about an open border. They do not care about the drugs flowing in, killing 300 people a day from overdose on fentanyl. They do not care about the assaults that are happening along the southern border. They do not care about our hospitals that are overrun. Report that in Denver, they're literally not admitting in certain hospitals anyone that lives in Denver. They're treating the immigrants that are inside that are sick with diseases that we have not seen in this country for decades. They do not care about the Americans. They do not care that your freedoms have been destroyed. They do not care that they're removing your kids from the schools and putting immigrant kids in there. They do not care if you cannot go through certain points in the airport because people are sleeping in these makeshift tents. They do not care. Mayorkas, I got a message for you. On January 31st, the House is going to basically impeach you. They're going to push that to the floor, and it's going to happen. It's going to happen. It's got to happen. And if your representative does not vote for the impeachment of Mayorkas, then you need to find them another candidate and get them out of office.
And then the 30,000-foot view is let President Trump finish the job of the wall, which he would have done as president between 2020 to 2024. As he mentioned just yesterday, he said, well, I was about to step out of government, but now you're going to have 4 more years. And the crowd there in Concord loved that. But at the end of the day, he started the wall. He's trying to finish that thing. And then obviously did not win the White House. We know what happened there in that situation. Let's take a live look right now here in Manchester.
Let's walk around.
We see some people cheering Matt Gaetz.
I hear
cheering
about
that
somebody.
Matt Gaetz is in the House. That's what we're hearing from
Florida man.
Yeah, so we've got
Florida
Matt
man
Gaetz, we've got Rudy Giuliani here. Yesterday was Tim Scott, Elise Stefanik, and Lee Zeldin in the House. So, yeah, more of the conservative rock stars showing up, which I believe, again, I've said this before, it's not just a conservative rock star because it's a known name like a Matt Gaetz. He is one, but I believe we, the people, each of you that are watching right now at home and the people that are in this arena, are the rock stars. We, the people. We're standing proudly for the United States flag, our Constitution, the Holy Bible, and we're believing that this year, somehow, some way, we're going to overcome and win this November, which is, about 10 months away. So we are seeing...
Well, just send a message over to him, hoping to get him over here.
That'd be great.
That would be great. But, you've got people like Matt Gaetz that are out there with the president, traveling to these states. That's exactly what we need. We need more, we need real supporters. We talked about the ones that show up after the game and say, okay, I'll support you.
Yeah.
But we also have people that have been there from day one. Matt Gaetz is certainly someone that has been there from day one.
Also, MTG, Brian, can you tell me about, I didn't get a chance to read MTG's book, but I'll tell you, I'm sure that in there shows a lot of insight when it comes to her, run and her great things that she has done for the country as well. So, yeah, it's wonderful to see people like Eli Crane as well, Matt Rosendale, a number of others that are standing up for the people. And you have to understand, just because Washington is still very swampy, right, doesn't mean that the country, the people, are swamped. We, the people, are the patriots of this land. And whether you're a Democrat or Republican, you are still an American patriot. I mean, unless you want to rewrite history for 1776, I mean, at the end of the day. So we'll see if we can get Matt Gaetz or Rudy Giuliani up here. I did speak to Rudy's press team. We'll see if that'll work, but he is sitting pretty far up there. We'll see as well if Matt will be able to show up here. Once again, this is Manchester, New Hampshire. We're at the Southern New Hampshire University Arena right now, awaiting President Trump, who will be taking the stage possibly in 10 minutes, Brian.
I think there's a good possibility, only because I'm seeing a little bit of the inner circle from the Trump team on the ground here in front of us, so which gives me an indication that President Trump is indeed either close or in the area. But we're glad you're joining us. Now would be a great time to share this broadcast and tag a friend in the comments section, share it, take the link, text the link to a friend, family member, somebody at church, a neighbor, because this is what's so important. So I think once we got out of Iowa, it became a topic of conversation. I had people that didn't often.
All right, Brian's getting a call right now. That might be with Matt Gaetz. We'll see. We'll see if he shows up here. But at the end of the day, Trump beats Biden and Haley loses to Biden. That is the big picture here on the screen in Manchester right now. The scoreboard at the top of the arena reads 45-47.
Yeah.
And 2024. Usually that's the way it is. Was that Matt?
I just got confirmation he is going to head this way right now.
Awesome.
So we'll be able to have Matt here, which will be nice.
Yeah,
we'll be able to
great.
talk to him about what's going on.
Yeah, definitely. So this arena, as you're seeing on most likely maybe a two-shot right now, where we have two camera positions here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Two of our camera operators. We want to give a shout out to those guys. Thank you guys for what you're doing right now. And those of you back at the studio, thank you so much for just making everything come together right now, as we have a great view of the crowd, a large crowd here who's eagerly waiting.
We got a crowd
Trump.
cam, which is nice.
Yeah.
We have a crowd cam specifically for this.
Brought to you by the Trumpinator.
I love the Trumpinator bobblehead. Go check it out. I mean, you want to talk about a gift to get somebody. That is, if you've got someone in your life that absolutely collects Trump stuff, you can't really beat the Trumpinator.
Exactly. And so for those of you watching right now live on RSBN, if you want to get some of your friends or family that are actually maybe in the house or something, if they are a supporter of President Trump as well, Matt Gaetz is on his way right here to the media platform to do an interview with Right Side Broadcasting Network. So, it's always great to have those kind of contacts. Obviously, Brian plugged in Washington on Capitol Hill and bringing you Patriots right here live in Manchester, New Hampshire. 1.3 million people live in the state of New Hampshire, and we've got thousands right here in this arena. So it's going to be a great experience and a great speech. Once again, this is the biggest or the largest rally since the Iowa caucus win for President Trump.
Yeah, this is a sizable arena here that is typically what you would find for a hockey or a collegiate basketball. So yeah, it does seat several thousands. And you mentioned Capitol Hill, and there's so much going on in Congress right now. And maybe to recap some of the stuff that you may not necessarily know about, but you know, when we've got we got a clean CR that was passed. Obviously, a budget. We avoided a government shutdown, which is really, you know, it's something that I was mixed emotions on that. A lot of people are saying, look, you know, secure the border, no money to Ukraine, and I could really care less if the government shuts down if we don't get those things accomplished. You've got a Mayorkas vote coming up, obviously. Hopefully, well, on January 31st, we get the oversight. The Homeland will basically vote on that, and that gets pushed to the floor. You've got, you got Speaker Johnson in a really tough place as far as, you know, standing and trying to do what the base wants. And I hope that when Matt comes over here, he'll talk about this. But at the same time, dealing with the nonstop demand for more money to Ukraine, which has been something that is the base is against this war in Ukraine. It's a proxy war basically with Russia through Ukraine, and we have sent billions over to Ukraine when we don't have the money to take care of the problems we have here.
Exactly. One of them, as we mentioned earlier, the southern border would be great to put dollars into that right now. Chris LaSavita, the veteran Republican strategist, part of
I just
the
saw
Donald
him
Trump
walk by,
team.
by the way.
Yeah, just walked by here, as well as the people are awaiting the president. Some chants, of course, just happened if you heard at home, the Let's Go Brandon chant. And haven't heard the USA chant, but people are clapping, chanting, and they're trying to get the crowd going with that chant right now.
I really think it's interesting when we talk about Democrats and the fact that that Joe Biden back here in 2020 finished 5th place. Now think about that for a second. Joe Biden came into New Hampshire and finished 5th. How in the world did a guy that finished, you would think, towards the bottom, rise up to the top so quickly? I don't think it was because he had this groundswell of support. It was because the deep state, the establishment in D.C., the swamp, knew that they could control Joe Biden based upon his past business dealings, and he was compromised for a lesser use of a lesser word. So he's the nominee for Democrats. But you have to think that many people in the Democratic Party, and that's why his polling is so low, they don't want him to be the nominee because he has driven this country in the ground no matter how you look at it. If you want to look at the economy, he's driven that in the ground. The open border, well, he's opened it up and driven national security in the ground. Foreign policy, well, yeah, he pretty much destroyed that and has ruined that in the ground. So people do not feel safe and confident that Joe Biden can lead us to anything.
100%. And speaking of business dealings and the Biden family, the other day, and we were going to talk about Hunter Biden a bit, but the fact that he still went into that congressional session there and left right when it was Marjorie Taylor Greene's turn to speak speaks louder than words right there, or actions, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. The best thing that could have happened was just what he did. It just kind of exposed how he is scared to answer the real questions. He is scared to basically face the music. He is scared to talk about the violations and the laws that he has broken. He is scared of all of that. He was shooting a documentary. This was nothing more than a political public relations power play to say that he showed up to, to his hearing, which, by the way, that was a markup hearing. That wasn't an official deposition. That was a markup that was supposed to be discussed between Republicans and Democrats that had nothing to do with him. He chose to show up. Now, if he wants to show up and go back in with Jamie Comer and do a closed-door deposition, which we could all read the transcripts, and then do a public hearing like, I don't know, Eric Trump did 1 million times. I don't know, like Donald Trump Jr. did 1 million times when they were subpoenaed. They went and did all of this. But why does Hunter Biden get the get out of jail go pass and not have to suffer any consequences to not showing up to his subpoena?
It makes me think when Hunter Biden was in that session and then MTG was about to speak, it's kind of accurate in the sense of darkness has to flee when there's light and when there's truth. And that's exactly what happened. As you might be taking a look right now on a second camera, the crowd doing the wave here in Manchester as they await the pre-program to continue, but also with President Trump speaking any moment now here in New Hampshire.
Yeah, let's talk real quickly about, we talked earlier about kind of the wokeness in corporate America, how it is not good, and a lot of companies are getting rid of this whole social credit score in terms of keeping a good credit rating with your company, an ESG score rather. Did you notice where Sports Illustrated has basically terminated their entire staff? And that was, I think, due to the part that they've let this wokeness creep into their company. And so instead of covering sports, instead of covering the wonderful athletes that we have in this country on a wide range of sports, just not the mainstream sports, they covered it all. Well, they chose to cover the woke side of the sporting of news, and they started to cover the transgender athlete. They started to cover the transgender female bikini model. They chose to go that direction, and they got away from the very base that has made that publication so popular for so long. I remember, years ago, go back in the 80s, it was all about the swimsuit issue for Sports Illustrated. It was the most highly anticipated publication that you could look for. Well, as soon as they decided they put a trans male, a trans woman on the cover in a bikini or a bathing suit, or talk about how some trans swimmer has broken NCAA records, that's when they've lost their base. So my question to you is, Matthew, what company is next? Bud Light? Sports Illustrated? Who is next to be kicked to the curb?
Simple as that. You go woke, you go broke. But before I continue, let's take a live listen right now as the crowd is getting lively here in Manchester. But to your point, Brian, yeah, you go woke, you go broke. Yeah, what corporation will be next? They have to learn their lesson that we, the people, have the money. We're the ones that build their bottom line anyway. It's we, the people, right now.
Yeah, that is a great point, because if you go back 4 years ago when this kind of started, once Biden became president, and this, when you look at his administration, it's a clown show who he had in certain appointed positions. But you started to see corporations cave. They started taking a knee to all of this DEI mindset, and this mindset that it didn't matter if someone was good at their job. It was just, well, you've got to hire X amount of people. You got to have X amount. The other day I heard, and this is not a joke, and I want to say it's United, but I'm not sure, so I'll leave that out. An airline was bragging, I'm going to look for it, was actually bragging that they hired a blind pilot to be a part of their aviation crew. Now, let's think about that for a second. You mean to tell me that an airline thought it was more important to hire a blind pilot pilot to add to their staff than I don't know, maybe hiring the best man or woman that would actually fly a plane. That's important to us. I don't care what gender that person is, as long as they are qualified to land that 737 on a runway. But to go and just think, well, we've got to hire all female or all black or all Hispanic, or I don't know, maybe someone who can't see, that is ridiculous. I mean, give me one reason other than checking a DEI box of why you would do that.
Again, it's the woke policies are ridiculous. They are continuing through this country, but we hope that things will turn around and turn around soon, because at the end of the day, we simply want freedom in this nation.
Yeah, you know what? I think it comes down to common sense. We've lost our way in common sense. I used to say I have a PhD in common sense. I didn't go to Harvard. I didn't go to Ivy League school, nor do I think anybody should necessarily go to an Ivy League school anymore. We can get on a whole college debate here in a second of whether or not it's even, I don't know, beneficial to go to a 4-year degree unless you're studying STEM, science, mathematics, doctorate, medical, things like that. I get it. You need specialized education for that. But what our colleges have done to kids, the indoctrination of to hate this country, hate yourself, hate God, hate your family, question your gender, question everything in life, that mindset has destroyed the fundamentals of this country. So to your point, colleges have, their endowments are ridiculous. You ought to see how much money these colleges have. If we put our resources into training people to be plumbers, welders, electricians, trades, there's a shortage of those types of jobs and people coming up in this country. There's absolutely a shortage of people wanting to get into the skilled manufacturing sector.
100%. And you brought up the point about indoctrination, and that's what not only in college, every year of school is something that people deal with, students deal with, is that indoctrination. I actually, when I was in college as well, there was a professor who was saying things like, well, Bill Gaetz gives more money to the Darfur region in Africa than President George W. Bush. And I thought to myself, yeah, that's interesting. And without doing my own research, I just kind of listened to it, and my mind was shaped a little bit. Okay, Bill Gaetz is giving more, but I had no idea that both of those guys are, deep state kind of guys, right? Or globalist kind of people that have nothing good for our country or nothing good for humanity. I had to learn that years later, but that was because I heard from some professor in college, so this is what the people are dealing with. So one other point I want to make, Brian, is about homeschooling. My wife told me that there are actually anti-homeschooling lobbyists that are saying, no, this is bad. You've got to have them go into public education or private or ridiculous. They just want more control over the minds of our youth and over our country. And that's what we're saying to the left right now. Get off of our minds, get off of our hearts, leave us alone. The government is there to help with roads, with the military and that kind of thing, not to control what we say. That's what the Constitution is all about, Brian.
I remember years ago when I was in radio, I made fun of my producer because his kids were in homeschool. And I used to kind of joke about being in homeschool, saying you're missing out on all the social integration that your kids will have with other students and all the benefits for being homeschooled. I used to make fun of him. Now, I think he was ahead of the curve on all of this, and this is years ago. So homeschooling definitely is surging, and more companies are coming up with a curriculum to do just that. Also, we want you to go check out our website, rsbnetwork.com, and click on our newsletter. Subscribe to our newsletter. We have some great people that are writing articles that are very relevant to what you believe right now. And you can also, when you get this newsletter, you're going to get special offers in this newsletter that you can't get anywhere else. Go to rsbnetwork.com and do the newsletter. You can also donate as well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the camera work here, the staff, the lighting, the live speeches, wall-to-wall coverage, the travel, everything. We're here for you. And we are here to bring you wall-to-wall unedited coverage of President Trump's speech, and also any of the pre-program and the commentary. So if you have some extra dollars, please feel free, obviously, to help Right Side Broadcasting Network. If you'd like to donate, all you got to do is go to RSB Network. RSBN and the network.com/donate to do that. Obviously, thank you so much for any contributions to the network. As again, huge corporations like MasterCard and others, you know, they're all about the woke policies. We're not going to, even if MasterCard, Brian, came up and said, "Hey, we'll donate." Well, I don't know if we'd even, or advertise. I don't even think we'd want to take them on. Yeah.
Well, look what American Express did to Mike Liddell. They basically cut his credit line. So, you know, you can just know that when you go to our website to donate, it's safe, it's secure, and your donations go a long way.
Exactly. Well, we've got some of the crowd standing up right now as we see a crowded arena. This is, once again, the Southern New Hampshire University Arena, where, yeah, all the way around both sides of the arena, all the way to the front, are crowded. But Brian, the only part that's not is right behind the media riser. That's where the press is sitting. So obviously not even good seats back there. But everywhere else, a packed house as the music cranks up a little bit, Brian, here in Manchester, New Hampshire.
Yeah, it does, and that just means the excitement is in the air. And of course, we got some special guests that are in the crowd. America's Mayor Rudy Giuliani is here, and others. We got a lot of representatives from South Carolina are also here as well. Kind of ahead of the curve here, because when we leave here, we go to Nevada, and then we go to South Carolina at the end of the month. And then on Super Tuesday, we have a really group of kind of a good sizable amount of states that are all going to participate and cast their vote.
And that's the 30,000-foot view. If we're looking at New Hampshire right now, there is an event tomorrow and Monday leading up to the First in the Nation primary here in New Hampshire, the Granite State that is 72 hours away after a huge win in Iowa. Thank you to the Hawkeye State for coming out and voting strong for freedom.
I've got a little bit of President Trump's speech here that was just forwarded to me, and I'm going to go over a couple of things. He will talk about the commitment to war with Nikki Haley, and that is something that Nikki Haley is a part of, this industrial military complex. She represents a lot of the lobbyists for the military, a lot of the always having us in this endless war, going back to the Bush-Cheney years, going back to all of the times where we were in other countries' business for really, we couldn't quite understand the reasons why. And I used to, you know, when growing up, I would question all the wars. Like, why does it benefit us? Let's see if we can look in. We've got some people that have just walked in. And I can't see from here. It might have been.
Yeah, I mean, just a great moment right now here in Manchester as
but my
people
point,
are dancing.
I was saying, but my point is, he's going to talk about Nikki Haley's endless pursuit to keep us in a war, and that's not what the base wants. The base wants to definitely move past our endless wars.
Exactly, and Rogan O'Hanley just the other day said on Truth Social that Haley has, quote, Democrat donors, Democrat voters, Democrat media, all supporting her and her run against Trump. So he said there, if you're a New Hampshire voter, don't fall for the uniparty propaganda.
Yeah. Also, he says that Nikki Haley wants to raise the Social Security retirement age to match life expectancy. And let me tell you something. That is probably single-handedly one way to just corner out a segment of the voter population that wants nothing to do with you. There's a lot of people right now that are, you know, they've got their eyes on Social Security. It's a way to help them retire, and by raising that, it doesn't help anybody.
Yeah, exactly. There was a quote that I had for Iowa that I put in my notes just last week, but I do want to read this quote. I think it's very important. It's from Iowa State Senator Jeff Taylor. He said this at a Sioux Center rally where Vanessa Broussard was bringing us live coverage before the caucus. Listen to this quote from State Senator Jeff Taylor, quote, "Trump is not an elite-minded globalist indebted to our nation's largest transnational corporations. For him, America First is not just a slogan. It's been a consistent policy position for Trump since the 1980s. He's a sincere patriot, end quote. That quote from Iowa State Senator Jeff Taylor. What a powerful quote that is.
Powerful quote. You know, we talked about Congress earlier. I want to go over something real quickly. I don't think people understand. Whoever controls the House January of 2025 essentially will write the tax codes. The Trump tax codes sunset January of the end of 2024 going into 2025. So that means if the Democrats have the majority in the House, that they will be responsible for putting together the next set of tax codes. What Trump has done with the death tax and with some other tax incentives is he's not only saved billions, I wouldn't say billions, it saves, if you want to look at an average, about $17,000 annually for a household. But those tax codes will change, Matthew. You need to understand the Democrats are not going to lower your taxes. They are going to increase your taxes. So that's why this congressional race this next time is so important, because if you simply do not control the House, you've given the keys to the Democrats, you've given them the pencil, and they will rewrite every tax code that we have. That's why, look, when you look at about kicking people out of Congress, okay, Santos being the latest, my take on that is I wished we would allow the voters in his district in New York to make that determination. We instantly called him guilty before he was proven innocent. That's what we did. Republicans teamed up with Democrats, and we ran one of our own out of Washington based upon speculation of wrongdoing, instead of letting his constituents and his district make that determination, okay? We've also, with ousting Kevin McCarthy, in a way, might have forced him for retirement at the end of the year. Therefore, we lost that seat as well. We will ultimately lose that seat on the next election. That's how it's so important right now. What, music's dimming down? I don't think we're going to get an announcement. There's still people walking around. There we go. And of course, the crowd likes that. That's why every congressional race right now has to be looked at under a microscope. Is that the right person to further Trump's agenda in 2024? We cannot afford to lose one seat in the House.
100%. Actions speak louder than words. So, as we mentioned earlier, sound bites can be great, but they're not the greatest. The greatest is when there's an actual vote for something that is a MAGA agenda, or something that will help the American people out. You were talking about taxes earlier. Isn't it interesting, every time Joe Biden talks about taxes, he says, and the ones that make more than $400,000 have to pay their fair share. No, Joe Biden. If someone makes more than $400,000, I know that's not a lot of people, but those that do, they earned that money. That's called capitalist, that's called America, and that's what we're about. Why not?
Yeah, they don't want equal. Well, here goes Matt Gaetz. Let's see if we can get Matt Gaetz on real quick before the president steps on. And of course, once President Trump is announced, we'll step aside. Congressman, how you doing?
Good to see you, Brian.
Good to see you too. As we're moments away before President Trump steps on, what brings you to this great state, this very cold state of New Hampshire?
There are so many people here ready to unify this Republican Party and get focused on the general election. They are enthusiastic, they are turning out, and President Trump has a special relationship with the people of Manchester. He always does a rally in this arena. It's always one of the best that he does, so I didn't want to miss it. Catching up with a lot of old friends we've seen in Nashua and really all over the Granite State, and I think it's going to be a big win for us, and let's hope we don't spend millions more Republicans attacking other Republicans. Let's get on that election integrity effort. Let's get out in those swing states and let's win this thing.
I was just going to say, after he sweeps this by 30 points perhaps, we move on to Nevada and South Carolina. I want our focus to be on beating the Democrats. I don't want us to spend money beating each other up. So how important is it that we focus on Joe Biden, and what is for you the most pressing issue right now that America faces?
We're going to win this election on the border, the economy, and crime. We want people to be safe. We want America to be proud, and we want our people to be prosperous. You know, Joe Biden acts like success is something that we have to shrug at or act as though it's not the most important thing. We want to be a richer country. We want people to have higher wages, more money in their bank account, a plan for retirement. We've been robbed of those things under Joe Biden with the high prices and really the reduced American productivity. So that's going to be the message you'll hear from President Trump tonight and throughout the campaign. And I think it's really one that's going to play in every state from South Carolina to the Midwest down to the Sun Belt.
We've been talking about the border and the need to impeach Mayorkas. Now, a no goes to committee on January 31st. They'll vote in committee. What is the likelihood that the one side hits the House floor, that House Republicans will support the impeachment of Alejandro Mayorkas?
I think we're in really good shape. I mean, to be honest, it was Marjorie Taylor Greene who smoked him out with some required votes on that, and then the very few Republicans who didn't want to impeach Mayorkas, I think it was like 8 of them a few months ago. We've been now working those votes, and I think we're in a position to do it. But as important as impeachment is for the rule of law, we can't keep funding the open border. Follow the money. The money is what's so important, and I do not like these continuing resolutions that just keep funding failure. We can't fund failure anymore.
Let's talk about Ukraine. That's hugely unpopular with the base. It's unpopular between the two of us and most people in the conference. How critical is it that we stop sending money to Ukraine?
There's no clear American definable interest in Ukraine, and there's a lot of danger to us with the risk of accident or escalation, or that these weapons we're just pouring over a corrupt country might get into the wrong hands. And, you know, I fear it was some of the stuff we left in Afghanistan that killed people on October 7th in Israel, and we shouldn't be a destabilizing force in the world that way. But I do not support this Mitch McConnell plan to link border of our country to Ukraine. However you feel about those things, I think they deserve their own consideration, their own dignity. We should fix our border first, foremost, and Ukraine should not be as important to the American people as our own border. I can't even believe I have to say that out loud.
Here we go. Perfect timing.
The next president of the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
To the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say, today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Thank you very much, New Hampshire. This is a great honor to be with you tonight. We've got plenty of time. It's a Saturday night. We have plenty. You set every record, they just told me, in this arena. Now, I don't know how old it is, but it's not new. And a lot of people outside. Thank you very much. And I'm thrilled to be here and really the home of a very special group of people. First in the nation. Thank you very much, President Trump. No, I kept you first in the nation. And some other people didn't. They didn't even show up for the election. You know who I'm talking about. Let's see how an unknown congressman, nobody ever heard of this guy. Let's see how he does. He might beat Biden. Wouldn't that be nice of him? I think that Democrats should vote for the congressman just to send a signal, you don't abandon us like that. Nobody going to abandon New Hampshire. Nobody going to abandon New Hampshire. He just picked up a lot of votes, by the way. Since 2016, you and I have been in this battle side by side, taking on the entire corrupt system in Washington like no one else has ever done before. Nobody else has done what we've done. The Washington swamp has done everything in its power to take away your voice, but this Tuesday, it is finally going to turn you away. Your voice is going to be given back. You had a voice just 3 years ago. And I believe that New Hampshire is going to speak very loudly and clearly. With your vote, you are going to send a message straight to crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country. Biden and his radical thugs have weaponized the DOJ and his protectors and the fake news media right back, and look at all of them. Whoa! Fake news. The fake news. 3 days from now, we're going to win New Hampshire, and then we're going to defeat crooked Joe Biden, and we are going to make America great again. The primary is this Tuesday, January 23rd. Get ready. I'll be with you. I'll be up here with you. I'll be with you. You know, we just got back from Iowa. It was cold, 40 degrees below zero. Would you say that's cold? That makes this look like a warm place, right? But it was always cold, but everybody turned out, and we won. In the history of the caucus, nobody's ever gotten a number like we got. We broke the record, just like they broke it tonight. And I have the same feeling right here. Frankly, I have the same feeling all over the country. This country has such great people. So you need to get every patriot you know and turn them out to vote in record numbers. We have to not win, we have to win by a lot, because we have to send a signal in November that we're coming. We're coming. And if you need any information, all you have to do is go to nh.DonaldJTrump, did you ever hear of him? .com. Okay? You'll get all that information, so get out and vote. This is a big deal. The whole world is watching now in New Hampshire. Last week I said that. Place called Iowa. Great. Now I'm saying it. The whole world is watching you. We took care of them, and we're taking care of you. But now is the time for the Republican Party to unify. We have to unify because we have very important business ahead of us. We have to get together, and we have to do what we have to do. You know, we're the party of common sense. You know that, right? We're the party of common sense. Instead of wasting hundreds of millions of dollars attacking Trump, we need to come together and focus all of our energy and resources on defeating crooked Joe Biden. We have to do it. We have to get him out. He is a threat to democracy. He really is. He's a threat to democracy. And we have to get him out. You know why he's a threat to democracy, right? A couple of reasons. But you know the first reason? He's grossly incompetent. It's true. We'll end up in a world war because of this guy. The bombs roar. Look at the Middle East now again. Here we go again. The bombs are being dropped all over the place. They have no idea what they're doing. The Secretary of Defense is missing in action. And then they find him. You know how he's running the war? Laptop from his stomach, laying in a hospital bed. Can't do that. Same people that gave us Afghanistan, that removal, the worst removal, the worst, I think the most embarrassing event in the history of our country. Those are the people that are running these wars. Nobody ever gets fired. I fired Comey. I fired a lot of people. In fact, people said I fired so many people. When somebody's bad, you got to fire them. Here's a guy, they don't win wars, they don't do anything right, and nobody ever gets fired. I guess they know too much. Does anyone know what that means? I know what that means. Sadly, not everyone is willing to put our country first. This is called America First territory. It's America First. So here in New Hampshire, Nikki Haley, I know her well. The guy screaming, bird brain. Only in New Hampshire does that happen. But she's made an unholy alliance with the rhinos, the never-Trumpers, Americans for no prosperity, globalists, the radical left communists, and they want to get liberals and Biden supporters. That's what they want. And you know, you have a governor here that allows Democrats to vote in the Republican primary. What's that all about? Your governor... And, you know, he'll be coming, and he'll be calling me after the election. Sir, I just want to congratulate you very much. This guy allows independents, many of whom are Democrats, independents and Democrats to vote in the Republican primary. What the hell is that all about? But despite that, we're going to win by very big numbers. In Iowa, nearly 50% of Haley's voters, think of this, with the vote that we had just a week ago. She came in last, by the way. She came in third. And Vivek did great, and he just endorsed us. You know that, right? Good man. He's got a lot to say, Vivek. And he says it fast. He's a good man. He endorsed us wholeheartedly, and we agree on so many different things. But think of this number. 50% of Haley's voters said they were voting for Joe Biden in November. What the hell kind of a Republican candidate is that? And you're going to see in a couple of minutes, we're going to bring up the governor, a fantastic governor from South Carolina, but almost every politician from South Carolina is endorsing me. How do you do that when she was the governor? And it was just reported that Nikki Haley, state director in New Hampshire, this is a very bad one. Listen carefully. Tyler Clark. Did anyone ever hear of him? He was a lobbyist for the 1630 Fund, which is managed by Arabella Advisors, which is the largest Democrat dark money network in the country and considered public enemy number one. That's who's managing her campaign. Does that tell you something, perhaps? The 1630 Fund and the larger Arabella Fund, you know who that is? It's a network, and they're giving her a lot of money because they want her to win, because they don't want to run. Hey, look, they lost in 2016, and they lost even bigger in 2020, okay? And they don't want to do it again. They want to run against Nikki. And you've seen the polls. We're the only one that beats Biden, not because Biden's good, because he's terrible, but they have an automatic 38%. Automatic. I don't want to go what group, because I actually think we're going to get a lot of union votes. Okay, that's good. But they have groups of people that automatically. So if you're this podium, you get 38%. And he's polling right now at 34. That's very hard to do. You can't, now we have to do it like in 2016. We ran the entire East Coast. We ran the Midwest. We ran everything, and we won. That was a surprise. They said, we'll never let that happen again. They don't want to let that happen again. And they'll cheat, and they'll do whatever they have to do. And the biggest thing we have to do, we cannot let them cheat on election period. We used to call it election day. It should be back to election day, but we have to say election period. They spent more than $400 million in 2020 trying to defeat me. and to elect crooked Joe Biden with all those lockboxes, you know, with all those tapes, watching the lockboxes, and then the judges don't want to do anything about it. It's terrible. Going to the legislatures, getting rejected, and then going back and doing whatever the hell they wanted. They got rejected by the legislatures, then they went in and did whatever they wanted to do. It's terrible. Then you had the laptop from hell, right, where the 51 intelligence agents said, oh, no, it was from Russia. They knew it was from Hunter. It was from Hunter. In other words, Nikki Haley is using radical Democrat money to fund the radical Democrat campaign operation that she's running in order to try and do things. You notice I haven't even mentioned the name of Ron DeSanctimonious yet because I think he's gone. You didn't say that. No, he does not wear high heels, okay? He does not wear high heels. All right, maybe he does. Guy screams out he's got a new pair of high heels. You can't do that. It's not polite. Don't do that. I'll have to admonish you. But they want to turn liberal voters into Republicans for about 2 minutes while they vote and then go back to being liberal voters in the Democrat Party. It's terrible. It's a terrible thing. Hey, look, I love this state. You know, you really helped me a lot. 2016, we came in here, we blew this state open, you know, and blew the election open more than anything. And I came in and we did fantastically here. We've done great here. But you can't let that happen. You can't have the Democrats. You just got to get rid of the system. It would take, if you're governor, it would take about 2 minutes. You just can't have a system where Democrats, think of it, Democrats are allowed to vote in the Republican primary. That's the only thing I can't determine. How many are there? We know there are at least 4,000 because before October 7th, they were allowed to openly come in and vote. So we know they have that. But how many are there? So just make sure, don't listen to polls. Get out and vote. We need a big, big win against these terrible people. I spent so much time last week saying that in Iowa. I said, you know, we had great polls. We're up like 40. And I said, don't believe the polls. Pretend you're one down because we don't need any surprises. And I said, Alice, you got to get out of bed now, Alice. We're going to vote. But, darling, I don't feel good. It doesn't make any difference, Alice. You got to get the hell out of bed. We're going to vote because we don't want to take any chances. And we need big margins because we have to send real unity as a message. Because, you know, with real unity, they won't be able to cheat. It won't matter. The radical left Democrats are supporting Nikki Haley for one reason, because they know she's very easy to beat. She's going to be very easy to beat. She's them. That's why I'm so proud to be joined today by an incredible group of leaders from Nikki's home state of South Carolina, where we'll be in about 3 weeks. We'll be there in 3 weeks. And I saw a poll, Henry, it's the governor, what a great governor. I saw a poll, and by the way, he actually really did keep his state open. He's one of the few. He really did, because I said to the governors, you have to do what you want to do. That's one of the few people, and there were a few, they were all Republicans, but he really kept his state open. But they understand that I am the only candidate in this race who's going to save America, and we're going to get rid of this Biden disaster right away. So it is my honor to call on stage from South Carolina, Governor Henry McMaster, one of the best governors in the country. Come on up, Henry. We'll be there in 3 weeks. So we're going to be there in 3 weeks. So you know what I'm doing? I'm kissing ass. I'm kissing ass. Lieutenant Governor Pamela Evett. She's fantastic. Pamela. Attorney General Alan Wilson. Just won a very big case, by the way. Big case, Alan. South Carolina House Speaker Merle Smith. I love that name. South Carolina Treasurer Curtis Loftus. Thank you very much. Thank you, Curtis. Congressman Joe Wilson. Do you remember Joe Wilson? Do you remember? You're lying, he said. You're lying. Because that's a believer. He's great. That made him very popular, actually. It caused a little turmoil, but it made him very popular. He's great. Congressman William Timmons. William, thank you. And a friend of mine, an incredible political figure. He's really taken politics by storm, Congressman Russell Fry. Hey, Russell, I'm going to ask you, if you would, wherever the hell you are, to say a couple of words, and then a couple of others. And we're going to get this done real quick, but we have to be really good to South Carolina because we have to win big. We're only up in the last poll by 60 points, 6-0. That's pretty good. She was the governor, and we're up by 60. So, Russell, why don't you start? Go ahead. Thank you, Russell.
Hello, New Hampshire. How we doing? Man. Joe Biden heard that from his basement in Delaware, I think. That was so loud. It is an honor to be here in New Hampshire. I got to tell you, the first time that I ever stood on stage with President Trump was 2 years ago in South Carolina. It was 20 degrees. That was pretty cold. Not like New Hampshire cold, but cold. And what was amazing to me is we stood there and thousands of people, much like today, came out to support Donald Trump again for President of the United States. Are y'all ready for Donald Trump? So my name is Russell Fry, Congressman from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Who's ever been to Myrtle Beach? Who wants to go to Myrtle Beach right now? All right. So I came all the way to New Hampshire because I have one question, actually two. Is this Nikki Haley country? Or is this Donald Trump country? That right there is the power of the America First movement, and there are so many South Carolinians here. We could be in our home state. It's a little bit warmer right now, but we chose to come up to New Hampshire for a reason. There's a reason why President Trump in South Carolina, in the Governor Haley's former state, well, she has 14 endorsements compared to Donald Trump's 100. So, do we want somebody who's controlled by the big donors and the Wall Street special interests? Or do we want someone who fights every single day for hardworking Americans? Do we want somebody who flip-flops on every position? Or do we want somebody like Donald Trump who keeps his word? And this is interesting because we've lived it in South Carolina, but do we want somebody who caves to the Chinese Communist Party, gives them land and calls them a friend? Or do we want somebody like Donald Trump who they fear? And lastly, do we want somebody who's soft on immigration? Or do we want somebody who can secure the border, build the wall, and bring back our rule of law? Well, Mr. President, I think the choice is pretty clear with this crowd. They want Donald Trump back in the White House. So you got a task ahead of you. Tuesday's a big day. And like the president just said, if somebody's sick, if it's too cold, look, Iowa just voted in record numbers. Despite 3 feet of snow or whatever it was, we get a dusting in South Carolina and the whole state shuts down. So it is so important to get out there and vote, because it is time for us to fight for this man like he has fought for us. Are y'all ready for that challenge? We need a leader who can turn this country around. President Trump has done it once, and I know that he can do it again. So on Tuesday, let's take that next step. The next step to retire the mumbling, bumbling, mentally deluded occupant of the White House out and put this man back in as the 47th President of the United States. Thank you all.
to go, New Hampshire. Are we coming out for Trump on Tuesday or what? Are we going to take 10, 15 people to the voting polls with us? Are we going to do that? We need to do that because we have an open border. I'm here today not just because I'm the Lieutenant Governor of South Carolina, because I have believed in President Trump since 2015. President Trump made our country safer and everybody prospered. Now our borders are open. We need to bring him back. Do we need to bring him back? Bring him back. If we want our borders closed, we need to do what? Bring him back. If we want to become energy independent again, what are we going to do? If we want to make sure that we take care of our veterans, our seniors, and our law enforcement, what are we going to do? You know, everybody likes to talk about Donald Trump's policies and they want to take credit for them. But when this man was born, God broke the mold. And you cannot have President Trump policies without President Trump. Thank you so much, New Hampshire. Let's close this on Tuesday.
Hello, New Hampshire. I love your motto, live free or die. Do we feel like we've been living free for the last 4 years? Well, there's a way we can fix that, and that is to elect Donald Trump as the next president of the United States. My name is Merle Smith. I'm the Speaker of the South Carolina House. I served with Nikki Haley in the General Assembly. I held a fundraiser for her when she ran for governor at my home. But I can tell you right now, I, as well as a majority of my colleagues in the leadership of the South Carolina House of Representatives and members, are supporting Donald Trump. And let me tell you why. Because this man created one of the most robust economies in our lifetime 4 years ago. He is someone that does not need on-the-job training. He is someone that knows how to make this country great again. And so I would ask you for one thing. You are in a unique position. You are in a sacred position right now, because Tuesday you can come out and vote and have Donald Trump win this primary overwhelming and send a message to the Republican Party in this state. And I tell you this, if you do that and you win by a big margin here, we'll finish the job in South Carolina. So thank you. God bless you. Vote Donald Trump.
Great, Merle. Thank you.
All right, y'all. I'm the last one of us that's going to speak. I'll be very brief. Y'all know what the plural of y'all is? All y'all. Well, I want to tell all y'all why we all are here. I don't know if you noticed, but all the statewide elected officials in South Carolina, we call them constitutional officers, are for Trump. Except one, she's a rookie and she'll figure it out before long. Our 2 U.S. senators and the vast majority of the people of South Carolina want Donald Trump. So that's why we are here. We are here for one reason. We're here for one reason. You've heard those great philosophers, the Spice Girls. Tell us what you want, what you really, really want. Well, that's what we're here to do, to tell you what we in South Carolina want, what we really, really want. And there he is, right there. I got more. He's short. All right, I got four short reasons. We want Donald Trump. Why? To protect our borders, return the illegals, and build a wall. That's reason number one. Reason number two, get the woke out of our military and put the fight back in. Reason number 3 of 4. Put common sense conservative judges in the courts to restore the rule of law and the Constitution. And finally, to tell our enemies abroad that America is standing back up and it's time for them to sit back down. New Hampshire is for Trump. South Carolina is too. We'll see you at the finish line.
Well, thank you very much, South Carolina Governor. Thank you very much. Very popular group of people, I'll tell you. They've done a fantastic job. And again, we're going to be there in 3 weeks. That's why I did that. Don't tell them, but that's why I did that. It's a big, very political state. They have a lot to say about things, and we love them. And we have almost everybody supporting us there, which is quite a tribute when you have somebody running who is the governor. To the people of New Hampshire, all you need to know about Nikki Haley is that every globalist, liberal, a Biden supporter, and never Trumper is on her side. And virtually every single leader, that's not too many people, by the way, in our home state of South Carolina is on our side. We have almost everybody. And I can say that for Texas. I can say that for Michigan. We just had a great poll today for Michigan. We're up 11 points. So hard. The auto workers. They don't want to see cars being built in China. It's very simple. In Texas, we're up by 18 points. Can you believe this? I don't mean on her. I mean on Biden I'm talking about. Same thing with Michigan. No, we're up almost everywhere, all over the country. We're way up on Biden. And we're going to keep it that way because I actually think it's going to get worse. I think we've never had more danger in our country than we have right now. We have a serious danger of going into a World War III, and we think the election's going to be close. It's 10 months, a little more than 10 months. That's a long time. These guys can screw things up very, very rapidly. And you see it starting already. You see it starting. There's conflict all over the world. Remember, Israel would have never happened. Ukraine would have never happened. You wouldn't have had inflation. China wouldn't be talking about Taiwan. But here are just a few of the toxic positions that make Nikki and Ron DeSanctimonious completely unelectable. Haley said she wants to raise the Social Security retirement age to match life expectancy, which means that she wants it to go up to about 77. Is everybody happy with that? It's not going to happen with us. 10 years before you collect 1 penny of benefits you've worked your entire life. Can't do that to people. DeSantis voted 3 times to raise the retirement age very substantially on Social Security. He voted when he was a congressman, when he was at about 3 until I endorsed him. And then he won because I endorsed him. And then he said, yeah, I'll run against him. Why not? 4 years later, I said, that's nice. So we hit him hard. They said, don't hit him so hard, sir. He's a Republican. I said, I don't give a damn. Nikki also supported Rhino Paul Ryan's 2011 plan to destroy Medicare, the same plan that led to Democrat ads, the most vicious ads, showing Republicans wheeling Granny off the cliff. Do you remember that one? That was not good politics. They lost that election by a lot. Incredibly, Nikki is defending her planned cuts for Social Security, and she's out there really defending. No, we want to cut. We want to cut. You can't do it. We have a really wealthy nation. We have more liquid gold under our feet. We're going to drill, baby, drill. We're going to make so much money. We don't have to play with things like they're talking about. Like DeSantis, Nikki Haley supports a 23% national sales tax. Think about that. This is death. This is death for a candidate. The world doesn't know that. I thought I'd let you know before the election. Perhaps worst of all, Nikki Haley is backed by the deep state and the military-industrial complex because they know she is a globalist and really a globalist fool who they can easily manipulate into sending hundreds of billions of dollars to Ukraine. Think of this. We have sent over $200 billion to Ukraine, and Europe our European friends, when you combine them, it's about the same size the economy as the United States. They've spent barely $20 billion, so we're at $200 billion. I think they should make up the difference. Don't you think they should at least equalize? I did that with NATO. We were paying and they weren't. We're defending them and we're paying the bills. And I said, nope, they asked me, does this mean that if Russia attacks us, you will not defend us? I said, are you paid up? Well, let's say we're not. Then I'm not defending you. And the money came pouring in. So our borders remain wide open. You know, we had the safest, best borders in history 3 years ago. Now we have the worst borders anywhere in the world. I don't believe there's ever been borders like this. In short, if you want a losing candidate who puts America last, vote for either one of them, Nikki Haley or Ron DeSantis. You know, the other day, I think it was NBC, they're interviewing him, a straight interview, but they can't do a straight. NBC is one of the worst, but they can't. But it was sort of straight. And they said, ladies and gentlemen, we're pleased to have this opportunity to talk to Governor Ron DeSantis. And he said, no, it's DeSantis. That's good branding. When you can get it so they can't even get his name right. And that's just the abbreviation of DeSanctimonious, right? But if you want a president, and I think he's going to be out pretty quick based on what I'm hearing. Based on what I'm looking at. You don't have to hear it. You have to look at things called polls. And she's going to be out pretty quick, too. But if you want a person that puts America first, there's only one person that you can vote for, and that's Donald J. Trump. And you saw that for 4 years. We're the greatest economy in the history of our country. On day one of my new administration, I will seal the border and I will shut down the invasion of millions of people that are coming through into our country. 3 years ago, we had the most secure border in U.S. history. We built 561 miles, far more than I said we were going to be able to build. And this is after fighting Mitch McConnell, Paul Ryan, and the Democrats. Sometimes you wonder who was worse. You know what I did? I took it out of the military. I said, listen, this is an invasion. I'm taking it out of the military because with Congress, it's like, unless you're a Democrat, they suck a lot of money out of Republicans that vote wrong. We got to be very, very careful with that. Very, very careful. But I took it right out of the military. We built it, and we built like nobody's ever. You know the wall the way it looks, right? That's exactly what they wanted. Border Patrol. Brandon Judd, phenomenal person. You take a look at, do you ever hear of Tom Homan? Is he Central Casting? He said, President Trump, both of them, everybody said it, the greatest president in history for the border. We had that thing so good. All Biden had to do is stay on the beach. Just stay on the beach. But he broke it all up. But we built the border wall. We got Mexico to give us 28,000 soldiers free of charge. Thank you very much, Mexico. I love the president. He's a great guy. But he wasn't exactly happy about that. He was not happy about that. Under Biden, the USA has been turned into a dumping ground for the entire world. Now, you know, I see signs flashing back there, and it sort of depends if you want it. It's a Saturday night. Do you want this to be the long version or the short version? Do you want to hear the snake? Because it's very... Do you want to hear? All right. Sadly... this is emblematic of what's going on in our country. At the border, this was an old song that I revised a lot for purposes of saving our country, frankly. And it has to do with the border. Think of it as the border. Think of it as the people that we're letting in because they're coming in from jails and prisons. They're coming in from mental institutions, insane asylums. They're emptying out into the United States. We're like a dumping ground. Terrorists are coming into our country. And I think this is very emblematic of what's happening. Sad. Sad. People love it, but it's sad. But it gives you what is going on. On her way to work one morning, down the path along the lake, a tender-hearted woman saw a poor, half-frozen snake. His pretty colored skin had been all frosted with the dew. Poor thing, she cried. I'll take you in, and I'll take care of you. Take me in, O tender woman, take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman, cried the vicious snake. She wrapped him up all cozy in a comforter of silk and laid him by her fireside with some honey and some milk. She hurried home from work that night, and soon as she arrived, she found the pretty snake she'd taken in had just survived. Take me in, O tender woman, take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman, cried the vicious snake. She clutched him to her bosom. You're so beautiful, she cried. But if I hadn't brought you in by now, you truly would have died. She stroked his pretty skin again and kissed and held him tight. But instead of saying, thank you, ma'am, the snake gave her a vicious bite. Take me in, O tender woman, take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman, sighed the vicious snake. I saved you, cried the woman, and you've bitten me, but why? You know your bite is poisonous, and now I'm going to die. Shut up, silly woman, said the reptile with a grin. You knew damn well I was a snake before you took me in. Right? That's what's happening on our border. That's what's happening. That's what's happening. We're taking in people that shouldn't be in our country. This is a problem, and we will be doing a lot of things, but isn't it true? We're bringing them in from mental institutions, prisons. Terrorists are pouring into our country. You know, in 2019, I saw on one of the shows, this was true news. In 2019, they had no terrorists reported at all coming in because we had a anti-terror clause, and it was actually upheld in the United States Supreme Court. We have 3 great new justices, and we have some very good justices on the court. I hope the Republican justices are willing to do things right. You know, a Democrat put in, let's say, by Obama or Biden, they're down and dirty. They'll just say, nope, I'm voting the way that guy wants. A Republican, they want to show that they can't be bought, that the fact that you put them there and made their lives, took them from someplace where they were doing quite well. But you know what? They want to go out of their way to be politically correct. This country has to do things right. They cannot worry about political correctness anymore. They can't do it. They have to do things right. So you have some votes coming up. The Colorado decision where, as you know, although I would say almost unanimous, even radical left, crazy Democrats, you say you can't take the vote away from the people. And in this case, we're leading everywhere. We're leading with the Republicans. We're leading with Democrats. We're beating Biden by a lot. And if Biden gets in, you know, they want to substantially expand the Supreme Court, which would be a terrible thing. But you have to understand, we have to get down to business, or we're not going to have a country left. We need 2 things in our country, so important. We need 2 things. We need strong borders, and we need free and fair and honest elections. The other vote they're taking is going to be on immunity for the president. Now, this isn't just me. This is all presidents. They have to be given immunity. Otherwise, they're going to be unable to act. Anything they do, if it goes wrong, even if it goes right, the opposing party, and you see that now, where you have these people, they're crazy. The opposing party will indict them for anything they do. So a president has to be given immunity. And this has nothing to do with me. This has to do with every single president. As an example, when Biden gets out, I mean, has that guy got a list you could go after? But you have to give a president immunity. Otherwise, take a look at Harry Truman. He wouldn't have done, if you think Hiroshima, not exactly a nice act, but it did end the Second World War, probably. Right? Nagasaki, he wouldn't be doing that. He said, I don't want to do that because my opponents will indict me. You have to give a president full and total immunity. And, you know, I liken it to a little bit police. You have to give them back their authority and their power because our country is crime-ridden. And when you do that, you're going to have a rogue cop. you're going to have a bad apple somewhere along the line. Very, very few, surprisingly few, but you're going to have some. And what they're doing is they're trying to protect so much against that crime is rampant all over the place. And, you know, the police are incredible, and the firemen and everyone else, but they're incredible. These are incredible people, and they want to do their job, and they're not allowed to do it. Just like the Border Patrol wants to do their job. They're not allowed. They're under orders. You'll lose your house. You'll lose everything you have. You'll lose your family, your wife, family, husband, family. You're going to lose everything if you do it, if you act. When they see people walking out of the stores carrying televisions, don't do it, don't touch them, don't do anything. We have to go back to being a country of law and order. Have to do it. And you will have, very seldom, but you will have the rogue, we call it the rogue cop, the bad apple, and perhaps you'll have that also with president. But there's nothing you can do about that. You're going to have to give the president, you're going to have to allow a president, any president, to have immunity so that that president can act and do what he feels and what his group of advisors feel is the absolute right thing. Otherwise, you're going to have presidents that are totally impotent, and we've had enough of them already. We've had enough of them already. So having immunity is so important, and I hope the Supreme Court has the courage to do that, because otherwise you're just not going to be in a very strong position very long. It'll totally change our country, in my opinion. That's how bad it would be. Upon taking office, I will terminate every open border policy that Biden and the Biden administration put on and begin the largest deportation operation in American history. To stop the deadly drugs that are poisoning and pouring into our country, poisoning our people, I will deploy the U.S. Navy. We are going to impose, and we had this, you know, we were at a 38-year low for drugs coming in too, not just people coming in for drugs, and now we're 9 times more. Drugs are just pouring in. We fought that hard. We spent millions of dollars on equipment that could detect. You know what the best detection, though, is? A certain type of German Shepherd. You can spend millions of dollars on drug detecting equipment, and it's not as good as a great certain type of German Shepherd. Like, they're flawless. Can you imagine dogs? We all love dogs, right? It's a great thing. But the Navy's going to impose a full fentanyl blockade on the waters of our region because it comes from every different way. And I had a deal with President Xi of China, and when the election turned out the way it turned out, we got more votes than any sitting president in history, and we lost by a whisker. Bullshit, okay? Bullshit. You know, we got more votes. We got more votes, Henry, than any president in the history of our country. Any president. And bad things happen. But President Xi and I had an agreement. He was going to give the maximum penalty to anybody making fentanyl in China and sending it over here. That means the death penalty, because they have the death penalty. That's why they don't have any drug problem. In China, they have the death penalty. Singapore, other places. Where you have the death penalty, you have no drug problem. It's a very simple thing. So I don't know that our country is ready for it. But each drug dealer kills on average 500 people during his or her lifetime. And I know what it is because I have so many friends. And even if you lose somebody without that, just lose somebody. We had it this last week. I lost my mother-in-law, and she passed away, peacefully passed away. It's a very hard thing to take. But think of what happens when you lose a child or anybody to fentanyl. It's a horrible thing. And we had it just about set, and when that was going to go into existence, and then when these guys came, they didn't care about that. They didn't know about it. They didn't want to bother with it. That would have been one of the most important things we did. I'll get it done again. President Xi will do it again. I guarantee you that. The drug cartels are waging war on America, and we will destroy those cartels. We have to destroy. You know, it's war. I believe we're losing 300,000. Not, you know, they say 91,000. That's not 91,000. 300,000 people a year, I believe, are lost to drugs pouring into our country. That's worse than a war, okay? That's worse than a war. So we have a war going on. And I will use Title 42, which I had. In fact, the judge in that case was fantastic. He said they wanted to terminate it early. The judge wouldn't let him do it. He said, no, wait a minute. Do you know what's going to happen to our country if we do that? Title 42. And he said, no, but it expires. You can wait. but if you don't extend it, it would be terrible, but I'm not going to give you the right to terminate it. He was fantastic, actually. He understood. But Title 42 to end the child trafficking crisis by returning all trafficked children to their families and their home countries immediately. Nikki Haley will never secure the border or stop the fentanyl that is killing thousands and thousands of New Hampshire citizens. You know, I took tours with your police force and your fire force, and a big part of what they do in New Hampshire, I don't know what it is with New Hampshire, but you probably have per capita the worst drug situation in the entire country. Why don't you try getting a new governor? That would help, okay? But you have the worst. I believe it's the worst. Per capita, I believe it's the worst, and it's not even close. But I went around with the firemen, the job they do, the policemen, the job of keeping people alive. But sometimes they'll have to do it 4 or 5 times with the same person, and oftentimes that person doesn't make it eventually. Nikki Haley opposed my border wall very strongly. She condemned my strong border policies, and they really worked. They really worked. I mean, I put in policies. I didn't want people coming in from countries that hate us, that want to blow up our shopping centers and kill our people. And so we didn't let them come in, and we had I wanted to talk about it so badly during that 4-year period. 2.5, 3 years went up. I said, I want to talk, but I don't want to mention it, because if I mention it the next day, they'll have a problem and they'll say, see? But we went, now I can talk about it with great pride. We went 4 years without any terrorist problem because we kept them out. We kept them out. And remember, Iran was broke under the Trump administration. Iran was broke. I said to China, if you buy 1 barrel of oil from Iran, you're not going to do any business in the U.S., and we're going to put 100% tariff on everything you have. They said, like we said, we're not going to buy any oil. But I did that with many countries, and they were absolutely broke. If you remember back, you go back 3.5 years ago, you will see that there were reports, actually, even from the fake news, that Hamas, Hezbollah, they didn't have any money because Iran had no money to give them. They wanted to survive. And I didn't want to be bad to I just didn't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. I said, we're going to make a great deal. Everybody's going to be happy. You're going to be rich as hell again. Everything's going to be great. But you cannot have a nuclear weapon. Now they're 31 days away from having a nuclear weapon. These numbskulls have done nothing. It would have been such an easy deal. They wanted to make a deal. And then because of the results of the election, they said, let's wait it out. Nobody ever contacted them. They're going to have a nuclear weapon in 31 days, the likes of which, the power of nuclear weaponry is not describable. Actually, it's not describable. And that's where we are right now. This country has regressed to a point that it's so embarrassing to even talk about when you look at what's happened. Just 3 years, a little more than 3 years. What's happened to our country is so sad to see. Nikki stabbed the Republican Party in the back by siding with Barack Hussein Obama against the Trump travel ban, which kept us safe. That travel ban was a gift from God. It kept us safe as a country. We didn't have the problems that other countries had. Biden and his thugs are desperate to stop us because they know that we are the only ones who can stop them. We're the only ones that can stop them. This is the greatest movement in the history of the United States. There's never been a movement like this. Never been a movement like this. Never. In an interview yesterday, a very sad interview actually, Attorney General Merrick Garland, head of crooked Joe Biden's Department of Injustice, actually stated that he wanted to speed up the so-called election integrity witch hunt against President Trump. And I say, if he wanted to do that, why didn't they file the lawsuit 3 years earlier? Because they wanted to have it right smack in the middle of the election. When it comes to, they want to start the trial. And I think it's going to be delayed very substantially because of all the things you see happening, including what's happening in Georgia with the horrible case of Fani Willis. It's actually pronounced Fani. It's F-A-N-I, but you pronounce it Fani, a little French accent there. Fani. But that's a terrible thing. But so Merrick Garland, I didn't think he'd be like this because I understood it, looked at him. To me, he was a very respected judge, very respected for a long time. I never thought this would happen with him. He was liberal, but he was a respected guy, and I never thought this would happen, but he wants to speed it up. But I say they want to speed it up. They could have started it 3 years ago. 3 years ago. This would have been over 2 years. And now they want to speed it up. You know why they want to speed it up? Because I'm leading in the election. This is election interference at a level that nobody has ever seen before. It's because they know that I did nothing wrong, and they want to get going. And it's, by the way, what the hell ever happened to the Biden boxes deal? What's with Biden boxes? Where did that ever go? They kept saying Trump, they raided Mar-a-Lago. You remember they raided my home. How would you like to have your home raided? Nice home. They raided my home. Whatever happened? Remember he kept classified documents under the wheels of his Corvette. He loves that Corvette. In an open garage with no security. Whatever happened? Let's check that. Whatever happened to Biden, the Biden boxes? He had massive numbers. He was taking stuff when he was a senator, which that you're not allowed to do. I was protected by the Presidential Records Act, by the way. But whatever happened to that boxes deal with Joe Biden? And why isn't Garland going after the ones who rigged the 2020 election? Why is he always going after the ones who are complaining about the rigging? They only go after the ones complaining. No, we have to have honest elections in all these cases. Biden and Garland were weaponizing law enforcement for really high-level election interference. That's what they're doing now. He's got nothing he can run on. He always says, Donald Trump is a threat. He's a threat to democracy. That's right. That's right. MAGA. We've got to stop MAGA. What does MAGA mean, Joe? Make America great again. We got to stop Make America Great. Think of it. We've got to stop Make America Great again. But I don't do too much imitation of him because every time I do it, every single time, they have it on television, like fake NBC, fake CBS, fake ABC. Not to mention CNN, MSDNC, and Fox. But every time I do it, if I imitate him, they show me Donald Trump spoke poorly last night. He could hardly say a word. So it's very dangerous. You know, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, I hardly do it anymore. Maybe I'll do it for New Hampshire. I'm desperate to get your vote. I'm desperate to get your vote. Maybe I'll do it. But I don't do it because what they do is, if I'm sarcastic or a lot of times I'll say, and President Obama is doing a lousy job, meaning that Obama's running the show. They'll say, Donald Trump doesn't know who our president is. No. Because cognitively, you know, I don't know if you saw, but a few months ago, I took a cognitive test. My doctor gave me. I said, give me a cognitive test just so we can, you know, because you know what the standards were. And I aced it. I also took one when I was in the White House. No, I'll let you know when I go bad. I really think I'll be able to tell you, because someday we go bad. But, you know, I've had, and they always say, like Haley, she talks about, yeah, we don't need 80-year-old. Well, I don't mind being 80, but I'm 77. That's a big difference. Big difference. But I have one friend who became a very rich man, became a billionaire. His whole life he didn't do well. He was in a certain business, didn't do well. He turned 80. He made $1 billion between the age of 80 and 90. He made all his money from 80 to 90. They always like to mention age. It's not age. Different people, different strokes, right? But what it is think of that. He made all of his money. I know people that are 90. I know one person, 94 years old, a phenomenal. His mind is as sharp as it's ever been. I feel my mind is stronger now than it was 25 years ago. Is that possible? I really do. Now, Biden can't say that. Look, you know he can't say that. You know he can't say that. You know there's something going on. But when I imitated, a few weeks ago, I imitated, because as you know, he can never find the stairs. You know how many stairs? 1, 2. We have 2 on the side. 3, 4, and there's one back here, and then there's an emergency. So you get like 6 or 7. This is not a big platform. So I imitated it, and everybody had a great time. You know the way he finishes the speech? The speeches usually last about 2 minutes, yeah? That's right. Thank you. 2 or 3 minutes. They're not long. This is not Winston Churchill. He used to speak for never have so few done so much for so many. You know what that was about the Spitfire? He was a slightly good speaker. But this isn't Winston Churchill. But they last very, very short periods of time because the energy runs low. You know, it's got a... something going on there. The key with him is to get him going for a long period of time. Let's see how it looks. But when he leaves, you ever notice he always points? He goes, thank you. He always goes, like the Heisman Trophy. And then, but he leaves. And so they had a wall. We'll pretend that's a wall back there, but they had a wall. I don't think there's a stair in the back, so he would find that area instead of... But you know what? So there's a wall. And I imitated him going to the wall. And everybody cracked up. We were all having a good time. And the fake news said Donald Trump was embarrassed tonight. He couldn't find his way off the stage. Can you believe? No. They are the most dishonest people. You know the thing where we talked about a dictator. Donald Trump wants to be a dictator. So Sean Hannity, who's a fantastic guy, by the way. Sean Hannity, I did a town hall with him 2 weeks ago. And he said, all right, let's put this to rest. He thought he was doing me a favor. And I wanted to be cute. I always got to be cute. He said, you don't want to be a dictator or anything, do you? I said, Sean, I only want to be a dictator for one day. And I'm going to be a dictator, Sean, for one day. And I'm going to close up the border and I'm going to drill, baby drill. And after that, I'm not going to become a dictator. Right? So here's what the fake news does. It's so horrible. So I said, I want to be a dictator for one day. And then if you go on just like 10 seconds, it says the two things, right? We're going to have a great border. We're going to drill, baby, drill. Those two things. We're going to have energy. We're going to make so much money. We're not going to have to worry about your Social Security. So I said those two things. I said, I'm going to be a dictator. And they cut it. So all over television said, Donald Trump wants to be a dictator. Listen to it. I'm going to be a dictator, cut. Now that's really... And it said, for one day, and I did also finish and said, and then after that, I'm not going to be a dictator ever again. So we were having fun. And they've got me saying I want to be a dictator. These are sick people, I'm telling you. We have to straighten out our free press. But Joe Biden is a threat to democracy for a number of reasons. Take a look at what he's doing with weaponization. What he's doing with the weaponization that we just discussed is terrible. But he's a threat for another reason, very big. He's grossly incompetent. That's the biggest threat that we have to democracy. We're going to end up in World War III with this guy running things. And you know, it's interesting. Until I got indicted, I never talked this way about him. You probably know. Until I got, who is this? Is he a friend? You can get him out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. Go ahead, you can throw him out. Well, now we know that politics is getting serious. So now we know we're getting serious. Now, he's just a disturbed person. Remember that used to happen all the time? People used to call for it. Where is that? We want it back. But no, probably we're really now into political season, and that is happening. It's happening. And the people in this room know what, and he probably knows too. And a lot of those guys, by the way, are paid by Soros and these people. You know that. They're troublemakers. A lot of those people are paid. They go outside. In fact, They're MAGA people, but they can't help it. They say, look, you gave me, I said, do what you're doing. This is only happening, all of this, because all of the weaponization, because we're leading so much in the polls, especially if you look, we're leading her by a lot. Ron is probably finished. He's probably finished, sad. May he rest in peace. In the new Redfield-Wilton poll, just came out a little while ago, it's Trump 72%, Haley 9%, and DeSanctimonious 9%. But that's why you have to get out and vote, though. We have to keep those margins. In Nevada, we're going to be there next week. You know what we're going to get in Nevada? 100% of the vote. 100%. You know why? They looked at the polls and they decided we're not going to play there. So next week is Nevada, a great state, and DeSanctimonious just announced he's pulling out of Nevada. In South Carolina, you just saw all of the leaders, just about everybody. We have almost everybody. Respected pollster, very respected guy. Tony Fabrizio, have you ever heard of him? He's Italian by persuasion, I think. But you know, he's a great pollster. John McLaughlin, great pollster. We have some great pollsters. Tony Fabrizio has it here, 64, think of it. Trump at 64%, Haley at 25%, Ron DeSantis. What the hell happened to him? 8%. We're leading in New Hampshire, but take nothing for granted because polls only matter if you get out and vote. You have to get out and vote. The polls can be so destructive. You know, I used to get polls like in Wisconsin. They said Trump is down 19 points. Washington Post, ABC, Washington Post, ABC Fake News, Washington Post. And they used to go, and they had me down, actually 18 points. Trump is down 8. I said, it can't be. Wisconsin's a great state. I just gave a speech. We had 38,000 people. There's no way I'm down 18 points. And our polls said we were doing well there. I ended up winning that state. And I went to John McLaughlin, the great pollster. I said, how could they say I'm down 18 and I end up winning in the election, winning it? I said, why don't they say 5 or 4 or 3? He said, because at 3 or 4 or 5, you go out and the people say, I'm going to go and vote. At 19 or 18 or 17, they say, darling, let's stay home. And who can blame them? They don't want to go out and vote. But when you're down like anything below 5, and he taught me this, I didn't realize it. So they'd rather ruin their reputation. They'd be down 18 points, something like that. So they'd rather ruin their reputation for the next cycle than say he's down 2% or he's up 1% or whatever it is. I ended up winning. But I said to him, what does that mean? He said, you would have won by much more because many people, when they saw 18%, they stayed home. The pollsters are just as dishonest as these people back here, which is saying a lot. We're also dominating crooked Joe Biden in the general election. We're up 8 points over Biden in the new Rasmussen poll that just came out, while Nikki Haley is getting clobbered in that poll. The radical left Democrats rigged the presidential election of 2020, and we're not going to allow them to rig the presidential election of 2024. Every time the radical left Democrats, Marxists, communists, and fascists indict me, I consider it a great badge of honor. Because it's so true. It's so true. These people, what they do, it's really backfired on them, I guess. Because I'm being indicted for you, and never forget, our enemies want to take away my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedom. I will never let that happen. They want to silence me because I will never let them silence you. And in the end, they're not after me, they're after you. I just happen to be standing in the way. I am in the way. I always will be. We're delighted to be joined tonight by Hillsboro County Attorney John Coughlin, Belknap County Sheriff Bill Wright, RNC National Committeeman Bill O'Brien, Congressman, he's a very low-key individual, Congressman Matt Gaetz. Hello, Congressman. Where's Matt Gaetz? Hello, Matt. I didn't know you were going to be here, Matt. Wow. Hi, Matt. And a man who is the greatest mayor in the history of New York City, and with great courage, Rudy Giuliani. He's a popular guy. I'll tell you, he was the greatest mayor. Not even close. From the very first day that we take back the White House from crooked Joe Biden and his band of radical left lunatics, I believe we are going to have 4 of the greatest years in the history of our country. We had the greatest economy in history. Think of all the things we did. Rebuilt the military, biggest tax cuts ever, biggest regulation cuts ever. The next Trump economic boom will begin on November 5th, 2024. That's what's going to happen. And we're going to bring America together through unprecedented success. You know, when we were just prior to COVID coming in, and we did a great job, we got credit for economy, we got credit for military, we got credit for foreign policy, never got the credit that we deserve. We had this horrible scourge coming into our country all over the world, people dying all over the world. We never got the credit. We did a great job with the ventilators and all of the things we did, but we never got it, and it's just incredible. But 4 incredible years under my leadership, we built the single greatest economy, think of it, in the history of the world. Our country has never been so successful, especially in that period, that long period of time before the China virus came to our shores, with record low unemployment rates for African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, veterans, young people, old people, people with diplomas, people without diplomas, people that went to MIT, like my uncle, who was there for 40 years as a professor, the longest serving professor. Rudy, did you know that? My uncle was at MIT, Dr. John Trump, for 40 years. He's the longest serving professor in the history of him. He had 3 degrees. 1 wasn't good enough for him, but he was great. He was great. My father's brother. Think of it. We had gas prices at $1.87 a gallon, and there was no inflation. We had no inflation. Energy caused inflation. Energy caused inflation. Together, we ended the NAFTA disaster, the worst trade deal ever made, and we replaced it with the brand new USMCA, the best trade deal ever made. And, you know, they're trying to renegotiate that now. Canada and Mexico, they want to renegotiate because it's a lousy deal for them. I could have told them that. I did that one myself. I took on communist China like no administration in history, bringing in hundreds of billions of dollars, pouring right into our treasury, when no other president in all of these years had ever gotten 10 cents, not 10 cents came into our country from China. And I took out of those hundreds of billions, I took $28 billion out. I gave it to the farmers and to New England lobstermen who are under siege by Biden. Lobstermen and fishermen. Do we have any lobstermen and fishermen here? Lobstermen and fishermen. Yeah, that's interesting. And I will fight for the fishermen like never before with 4 more years as President of the United States. You know, they want to put fees on the fishermen. Every day they want $700. I don't know anything about the industry other than I protect the industry. But $700 is a lot of money for a fisherman to go out fishing. What happens if you don't catch any fish? That happens. As soon as I get back in the White House, I will quickly end Joe Biden's inflation catastrophe. We will terminate the Green New Scam, and we will drill, baby, drill. We will drill, baby, drill. Right? We'll quickly cut New Hampshire energy prices in half. You have the highest energy prices in the entire world. Think of it. I just got finished saying you have the worst drug problem in the whole country per capita, by far. But you also have the highest energy. Those are 2 bad statistics. Those are 2 bad statistics, Sununu. Those are 2 very bad, and it shouldn't be that way. You have the highest energy prices in the entire country by a lot. I will cut them in half within my first year in office because we have plenty of energy. It's right there. On day 1, I will end crooked Joe Biden's insane electric vehicle mandate. This week, 17 retired military officials stated that Biden's electric vehicle lunacy is a threat to national security. And by the way, they don't work well in cold weather. And they don't go far. That's true. They don't go far. But it's certainly not great for your climb, they call it climate. While Biden is pushing the largest tax hike in American history, I will make the Trump tax cuts, the biggest tax cuts ever, bigger than Reagan. I will make them permanent. We're going to make them permanent. You know, they expire in a year. They expire in a year. We have to make them permanent. The Democrats will fight. If they're not made permanent, it's a tremendous tax increase, and we're not going to let that happen. And I will once again cut a record number of job-killing regulations. You know, some people, I went to some of my friends or people, in some cases they're not my friends, they're my enemies. I hate them. But they're big business. I said, what was more important for you, the tax cuts or the regulation cuts? Every single one of them said the regulation cuts. Can you believe it? I was surprised, actually. But we cut regulations at levels that nobody's ever seen. We cut more regulations than any president in history before, by far. Before I even arrive at the Oval Office, shortly after we win the presidency, we win all together. We're going to win. We will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled before I take office. President-elect, I'll get it settled. I know Putin. Get along with him. I know Zelensky. Get along with him. We're going to settle it. That's a tremendous problem that would have never, think of it, the sad, would have never happened. You know, it's one thing you settle. You can never make a settlement like you could. If we could have done settlement, we didn't even have to do, Putin would have never done it. We didn't even have to do a settlement, but we could have made a settlement. All those cities would be thriving now. The beautiful golden domes that are ripped down, 1,000-year-old buildings that are ripped down. You can never replace it. All those lives that are lost. The lives that are lost are so much greater than what you're being told. The lives are, it's just tremendous. I'll get it solved. I'll get it solved before I even get into office. We will restore peace through strength, and they understand that. There's a great man, a great leader in Europe, Viktor Orban. He's the Prime Minister of Hungary. He's a very great leader, very strong man. Some people don't like him because he's too strong. It's nice to have a strong man running your country. But he was being interviewed a month ago. It was an incredible statement. In fact, I should use it in an ad, but we don't take ads. So far, we haven't needed them because we're doing well. But we should use it. But Viktor Orban, one of the most respected, one of the toughest leaders, one of the most respected, they said, what's going on? The whole world is burning. He said, what's going on is Trump is no longer in office. When he was in office, China was afraid of him. He used the word afraid. I'd rather say respect. But he said China was afraid of him. Russia was afraid of him. I ended the Russian pipeline. Remember? That was the biggest thing they ever did. I ended it. It was dead. And then Biden came along, and the first week he approved it, going all over Europe. But he said when Trump was president, they said, what would you do? He said, I would do whatever is possible to get Trump elected president again, and everything will stop. So I was very honored by it. Right? Can I ask a group of ladies, they follow me all over, I don't know what the hell's with their social life or their husbands. They come from North Carolina. There's like 100 of them. They're represented tonight by probably 30, and they always seem to have good seats. You know, they get good seats. Somewhere along the line, they know people in my campaign. I always notice, but could you stand up? This is their 117th rally. So beautiful. They're so beautiful. I don't know if their husbands are exactly thrilled by this. But this is number 117. Can you believe that? And then, of course, we have Front Row Joes. They follow me all over the place. I can't get rid of these guys. Thank you, fellas. Thank you very much. So honored. So honored. Are your marriages still good? Probably better, right? That's great. Thank you very much. That really is an honor. 117. I'm the only candidate who can make this promise to you, and I will make it, and I will keep it. I will prevent World War III. We've never been so close. You just have to check out your news. And we will build an iron dome over our country, a state-of-the-art missile defense shield made in the USA. We do it for other countries, and we don't do it for ourselves. We do it for other countries, all made in the USA. I will also defend our great veterans. Al is around here someplace. Where is Al? Al, the head, the king of the veterans, I call him. Al, have I been good to the veterans? I've done a great job. Okay. Well, we're going to do it, Al. He said, well, the veterans say I was the greatest president for veterans, you know. We had a tremendous problem where the veterans weren't being taken care of, and I gave them immediate service. If they weren't able to see a doctor, you know, a lot of them couldn't see. They would be waiting, for 2-3 months even to just get an appointment. Anybody that couldn't get to see, and I got this approved by Congress, anybody couldn't see a doctor, you go immediately out. We have a whole group of doctors surrounding all of the hospitals. We have deals negotiated with them. You get taken care of by those doctors. It worked out so incredibly well, so unbelievably well. We also had something, you know, we have a lot of sadists that used to work, horrible people, thieves, sadists who used to work. We couldn't get them out because of civil service laws. I got it done, passed in Congress, not easy. They've been trying to get it done for 58 years. And the other with the veterans, they were trying to get that for 52 years. I got them both done. We fired 8,000 people that were sadists and thieves and crooks. We had one case in Arizona where people got caught stealing $400,000 and they couldn't fire them. They weren't allowed to fire them. They got caught stealing $400,000 and you couldn't fire them. And they got fired very quickly and then some. I will ask Congress to build the full-service VA hospital, Al, right here in New Hampshire. You know, you're the only state in the union. Do you know that? You're the only state in the union that doesn't have a full-service VA hospital, and we have had such an incredible relationship with your state. We are going to build a hospital for our veterans right here in New Hampshire. You just have to give me the location, give me the best location. I will direct a completely overhauled DOJ to investigate every radical, out-of-control prosecutor in America for their illegal, racist, in-reverse enforcement of the law. And I am also going to indemnify all police officers and law enforcement, every police officer and all law enforcement, all throughout the United States to protect them. It's called indemnification. I'm going to indemnify them from being destroyed by the radical left for taking strong action on crime. They're told not to touch it, not to stop it. We're going to, and they're afraid to do it. They lose everything. We're going to rebuild our cities into beacons of hope, safety, and beauty better than they've ever been before. We're going to stop crime in our cities. We're going to stop it through strong law enforcement. You can't walk down the street of these cities nowadays without being shot or mugged or beat up or pushed into a subway train. We will take over the horribly run capital of our nation in Washington, D.C., and clean it up, renovate it, rebuild it. It'll be a capital like no other. Right now, you walk down the streets of the Capitol. Last night, 3 people shot. Every day, people are shot. Our capital is a disgrace. I was there for one of these fake trials the other day, a couple of weeks ago, and I'm driving down a major thoroughfare. Let's not even mention it. And there was so much garbage. They were literally driving over cartons and boxes and cans and beer. I say, what a disgrace. The median in between lanes, you know, the median was all falling down, that crappy steel median that they use in this country for some reason. Somebody does a very good job with getting that contract. Because have you ever seen these things? They put them up and the sun bends it. They look like hell after like 2 weeks. What kind of crap is that? But they're all over the place. And they all know what I'm talking about, too. Somebody did a great job of selling. Whoever the hell it is, they're rich as hell. But we're going to straighten out our cities. We're going to straighten out our cities, and we're going to take over the capital of the United States, and we're going to run it in the federal government. It's going to be run properly and safely. Nobody's going to get shot. And if they do, those people are in big trouble that did it. It'll become again the most beautiful capital and the safest capital anywhere in the world. No, but can you imagine you're a foreign dignity and you're coming into the United States and you're driving over garbage and you see the medians falling and you see asphalt that has potholes all over the place. What a scene. And I'm telling you, 4 years ago when I was here, I used to go crazy with that. Get that street clean. It wasn't my job. You know, you have a mayor, right? But you have a mayor. And they're supposed to do it, but we're going to take it over. We're going to federalize it, and we're going to run it in the federal government. It's going to be run properly, really properly and safely. On day one, I will sign a new executive order to cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content onto our children to destroy their lives.
And I will not give one penny to any school that has a vaccine mandate or a mask mandate. And it's hard to believe that we have to even say this. It's so ridiculous. I will keep men out of women's sports. Totally done. And as I did for 4 years, perfectly, I will fully uphold our great Second Amendment. We have to. We have no choice. And I will never allow the creation of a central bank digital currency. Do you know what that means? It's a big deal. We will protect innocent life, and we will restore free speech again in our country. I will secure our elections, and as I said, our goal will be one-day voting with paper ballots and voter ID. But until then, Republicans must win. We have to win. You have to get out and vote on Tuesday. If you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of the United States and added them up, they would not have done near the destruction to our country as Joe Biden and the Biden administration has done. If you look at what they've done on our border, what they've done to our military, what they've done to everything. Look at interest rates. We used to have the lowest interest rates ever. Now we have the highest. Nobody can buy houses. What they've done to this country is incredible, and especially having to do with crime and other such things. The border is one of the great catastrophes, I think, in the world. The border is one of the greatest catastrophes that have ever happened, and embarrassments. And then you go back again to Afghanistan. I defeat ISIS totally. They said you couldn't do it. It would take 4 or 5 years. I did it in 3 months, right? General Raisin Cain, right? Do you ever hear that, sir? Good general. We have some great generals, I'll tell you. You don't see them on television, though. So if you want to save America, then this Tuesday, January 23rd, you must vote for a man named Trump. Did you ever hear of him? And as I said earlier, the details, and just take it down just in case you want some, but we have to get everybody, nh.donaldjtrump.com. So in conclusion, who the hell wants this to end? I don't want it to end. I had a friend, you know, he wanted to become a politician. He's a very successful guy, one of the most successful people. I don't want to get him embarrassed, and he wants to be a politician. I said, what's the problem? Why don't you do it? Just go ahead and do it. You'd be good. You have a lot of money. You've done that. He said, I have one problem. What? He has stage fright. I said, stage fright. That doesn't sound good. If you have stage fright, I told him, if you have stage fright, this is the wrong business for you. But we feel comfortable together, right? You know, people say, how do you do that? You go up for 2 hours and you talk, and I would say 80% without these crazy things, right? But how do you do that? And I say, there's such love in the room. I really mean this. It's easy because there's such love in the room. It's like not that hard to do, believe it or not. I don't know. Thank you. It's true. There's so much love. Together we're taking on some of the most menacing forces and vicious opponents our people have ever seen. We've never seen anything like it. But no matter how hateful and corrupt the communists and criminals we are fighting against may be, you must never forget this nation does not belong to them. This nation belongs to you. This nation belongs to you. This is your home. This is your heritage, and our American liberty is your God-given right. This is your God-given right. From Concord to Conway, from Plymouth to Portsmouth, and from Meredith to Manchester, you inherit the legacy of red-blooded New Hampshire patriots who live by that immortal motto, live free or die. Have you heard of that before? We stand on the shoulders of American heroes who crossed the ocean, settled a continent, tamed the wilderness, laid down the railroads, raised up the greatest skyscrapers in the world, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and made America the single greatest nation in the history of the world. But now we are a nation in decline. We are a failing nation. We are a nation that has the highest inflation in 50 years, where banks are collapsing and interest rates are skyrocketing. Likewise, we are a nation where energy costs have reached the highest levels in our history, where we are no longer energy independent or energy dominant, as we were just a few short years ago. We are a nation that is begging Venezuela and others for oil. Please, please, please help us, Joe Biden says. Yet we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other country anywhere in the world. We are a nation that just recently heard that Saudi Arabia and Russia will be reducing their oil production while at the same time substantially increasing the price. And we met that threat by announcing that we will no longer be drilling for oil in large areas of Alaska or elsewhere on our land. We are a nation that is consumed by the radical left's Green New Deal, yet everyone knows that the Green New scam is fake and will lead to our destruction. We are a nation whose leaders are demanding all electric cars, despite the fact that they don't go far. So sad. They also cost too much, and whose batteries are produced in China with materials only available in China, when an unlimited amount of gasoline is available inexpensively in the United States, but not available in China. And now we are a nation that wants to make our revered and very powerful Army tanks the best anywhere in the world, all electric, so that despite the fact that they are also not able to go far, fewer pollutants will be released into the air as we blast through enemy territory in an environmentally friendly way. And they also want to make our jet fighters with a green stamp of energy savings, though losing 15% efficiency, but allowing us to keep our enemy's atmosphere clean of emissions as we viciously and unceremoniously attack them at levels never seen before. Who are these people that would do this to us? Who are these people who would ruin our country? We are a nation that ended oil exploration and production in the U.S. just as the price of oil reached an all-time high. What other country would do such a foolish, foolish thing? So self-destructive it is. Can we be energy independent? And again, can we be even energy dominant? Yes, oh yes, and very quickly, says President Trump. We are a nation that surrendered in Afghanistan, leaving dead soldiers, American citizens, and $85 billion worth of the finest military equipment in the world, and also abandoning Bagram, one of the biggest military air bases anywhere in the world, and only 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons. Think of that. And we are a nation that allowed Russia and Ukraine to fight, killing hundreds of thousands of people, and it will only get worse. It would never have happened with me as your president, and for 4 straight years it didn't happen. Likewise, the horrifying attack on Israel would never have happened. They wouldn't have even thought of doing such a thing if President Trump was in the Oval Office. Iran was broke under President Trump. They didn't have the money to fund Hamas or Hezbollah and all of the other instruments of terror that were funded. We're going without any funds at all. But those sanctions were lifted by a very corrupt Biden administration, and now Iran is a rich country with $200 billion and another $6 billion for hostages and $10 billion for electricity to Iraq, all compliments of the incompetent Biden administration. And China, with Taiwan, is next. We are a nation that allows radical left terrorists to violently attack our cities, leaving behind massive destruction and death. And nothing happens to the criminals that do these terrible things. There is no punishment, but when people who love our country protest on January 6th in Washington, D.C., they become hostages unfairly imprisoned for long, long periods of time. We are a third world nation that has weaponized its law enforcement against the opposing political party like never, ever before. We've got a Federal Bureau of Investigation that won't allow bad election-changing facts to be presented to the public, and which offers $1 million to a writer of fiction about Donald J. Trump to lie and say it was fact. Where Hunter Biden's laptop from hell was Russian disinformation and the FBI knew it wasn't, but 51 intelligence agents said it was. And the Department of Justice that refuses to investigate egregious acts of voting irregularities and fraud. And we have a man who is totally corrupt and the worst president in the history of our country, who is cognitively impaired and in no condition to lead, and is now in charge of dealing with Russia and possible nuclear war, which would be World War III and far more devastating than any of the previous world wars, because the weaponry that no one has even thought about is so devastating, so far beyond anything ever thought before. We are a nation that no longer has a free and fair press. Fake news is all you get. And they are indeed the enemy of the people. They refuse to discuss the Biden crime family, but enjoy covering the false indictments of Donald J. Trump, who has done nothing wrong except win an election that wasn't anticipated by them. We are a nation where free speech is no longer allowed, where crime is rampant and out of control like never before. And we are a nation that is allowing Iran to build a massive nuclear weapon and China to use the trillions and trillions of dollars it has taken from us to build a military to rival our own. And less than 3 years ago, we had Iran, China, Russia, North Korea, and Czech. They respected us. They were afraid of us. They weren't going to do a thing against us, and everyone knows it. And now Russia and China are holding summits to carve up the rest of the world. And perhaps most importantly, we are a nation that is no longer admired, respected, or listened to on the world stage. We are a nation that in many ways has become a joke. And we are a nation that is hostile to liberty, freedom, faith, and even God. We are a nation whose economy is collapsing into a cesspool of ruin, whose supply chain is broken, whose stores are not stocked, whose deliveries are not coming, and whose educational system is ranked at the bottom of every single list. We are a nation that just sold a once great company, United States Steel, to Japan. We are a nation whose stock market continued success is totally contingent on MAGA winning the next election. We are a nation where large packs of sadistic criminals and thieves are allowed to go into stores and openly rob them, beat up and kill their workers and customers, and leave with armloads of goods but with no retribution, where the authority of our great police has been taken, where their families and pensions have been threatened, and their lives would be destroyed for the mere mention of the words law enforcement. We are a nation where fentanyl and other forms of illegal drugs are easier to get than groceries to feed our beautiful families. We have become a drug-infested, crime-ridden nation, which is incapable of solving even the simplest of problems. We will institute the powerful death penalty for drug dealers, where each dealer is responsible for the death during their lives of over 500 people or more. Mothers will never again be forced to watch their children overdosing and hopelessly dying in the arms of screaming, "What can I do? What can I do? I want my child back." We are a nation whose once revered airports are dirty, crowded mess. You sit and wait for hours and then are notified that the planes won't leave. They have no idea when they will. Where ticket prices have tripled, they don't have the pilots to fly the planes, they don't have the qualified air traffic controllers, and they just don't know what the hell they're doing. We are a nation that screens its citizens viciously at all ports, every single port. But if you're an illegal alien, you're allowed to flow through all gates by the millions and millions and millions. We are a nation that has lost its confidence, its willpower, and its strength. We are a nation that has lost its way, but we are not going to allow this horror to continue. 3 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. It was hard-working patriots like you who built this country, and it's hard-working patriots like you who are going to save our country. We will fight for America like no one has ever fought before. 2024 is our final battle. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers from our government. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. We will throw off the sick political class that hates our country. We will rout the fake news media. We will drain the swamp. And we will liberate our country from these tyrants and villains once and for all. We will be a liberated country again. Like those patriots before us, we will not bend, we will not break, we will not yield. We will never give in, we will never give up, and we will never, ever back down. With your support, we will go on to victory, the likes of which no one has ever seen before. We will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House, and we will take back our country on Election Day 2024. The great silent majority is rising like never before, and under our leadership, the forgotten man and woman will be forgotten no longer. We are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. And together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, New Hampshire. God bless you. God bless you. Thank you.
every time we come to New Hampshire, this place absolutely delivers. And what we heard tonight was unbelievable.
It's so true. It's so awesome to see when the president is leaving the stage. He pumps his fist to the crowd, and they just go wild. I mean, the love that's there, as the president referred to, is definitely something you can sense in this arena. But the big thing tonight, the fact that those South Carolina delegates, including the governor of South Carolina out here, just throwing their support for Trump.
Yeah, ahead of the South Carolina primary and events that he'll be tackling after he goes to Nevada. So, yeah, big night here. And obviously the president touching on not only Nikki Haley and her allegiance toward the military-industrial complex, big government, big business, part of the swamp, essentially. But he also talked about the things that we have been discussing over the last 3 hours, and that has been the economy, the border, protecting our kids, protecting our family, and standing up for the Constitution. And that's something I think everyone here tonight is all in support of.
And I know everybody that's watching here on Right Side Broadcasting and everybody in this arena was definitely encouraged by that message tonight. The energy that is happening from Iowa now to New Hampshire and onward is great. It's tangible, and it's what the country needs right now through 2024 and hopefully a victory in 25.
Well, this is something that, we haven't seen before. We haven't seen a modern political figure the size of Trump in political history, I would say, because, granted, he's 3 years removed from office, but yet has a bigger support than almost he did going into 2020 and 2016. So the momentum is definitely growing. Not only is his movement growing, but I think the need for America First Trump policies. He said it. There is no Trump policies, America First policies, without President Trump in office. No one else is going to, effectively put those in place.
Exactly. And then when you look at the polls with the large leads, plus when you see these events, you have the boots on the ground. It's that balance. You want to have the 1-2 punch, figuratively speaking, and you get it here in Manchester. And, we're only 72 hours now from the First in the Nation primary for New Hampshire events leading right up to that day on Tuesday.
Of course, we're going to be here. We got another event tomorrow. It seems like we're out every single day here in New Hampshire up until the 23rd. So absolutely keep it here and make sure you're tuning in to our website. Make sure you sign up for our newsletter, because that's another great way to get all of this. And make sure you're following us on social media as well.
Yeah, exactly. On Truth Social, it's at RSBN. RSBN also has a locals page. You can also follow us on Rumble as well. Many of you, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, watching on Rumble just this week alone.
Yeah, it's a great day for Rumble. We want to thank some of our partners today. Birch Gold Group. We've talked about the economy. If you want to invest in gold, silver, precious metals, simply text the words Trump to 989898 for that free information gold kit, the Birch Gold Group.
Exactly. And Tax Network USA, get that peace of mind, that financial freedom as we are getting slowly closer to the start of the second quarter. Of course, that's April, but it's great to get all of that work done now. Tax Network USA, that information's right there on your screen.
And also our friends over at AIMBAC, tell you, if you're like me and you're getting into that 54, 55, 56 age range, you want to make sure you partner up with an organization that has your back and understands your values. Be a member for as little as $14 a year. The information for that is on your screen as well.
The Wellness Company, awesome stuff here. You've got actually a emergency kit, a contagion emergency kit that has ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, a Z-Pack, a number of medicines in that emergency kit. I know Vanessa Broussard actually got one recently as well. This is something you need for your car, for your house. You never know what's around the corner, and that's not drama. I mean, we saw COVID-19. We're hoping that there's no disease X that the World Economic Forum's talking about, but go ahead and get that kit for you and your family.
All right, plus freetrumpbook.com, freetrumpbook.com. Information for that is on your screen. Looks like we have Congressman Fry coming in here, Russell Fry. Go ahead and give him the microphone. Well, you can hold it right quick. Good to see you, my friend. We're live on the air. Good. Awesome. Great speech. Obviously, you kind of led the pack in South Carolina, delivered such, I think, a very inspirational speech, not just for people living here in New Hampshire, but if you're in South Carolina, you're looking forward to just 3 weeks away. They're in your state.
Yeah, look, South Carolina, New Hampshire leads it, right? They're the first primary. South Carolina, I mean, there's a reason why you have to win South Carolina to win the White House. And so I'm excited about it. Trump is doing incredibly well everywhere he goes. And people they want to return to his policies. They want to return to sanity. And they're tired of the direction of our country.
Yeah. When you're out on the campaign trail, not only with Trump, when you're back in your home district, what are the biggest concerns of the people in your constituents in your district right now?
Well, the economy. People can't afford a house. I mean, you take a mortgage out just to fill up your tank. The border is wide open. You've got 300 Americans that die every day from fentanyl. And honestly, they're tired of the weaponization of our federal government against citizens. I mean, you look at from presidents all the way down to school teachers. People feel like their government is against them right now because it is.
Yeah, we look at the polls here in New Hampshire. He's about 52%. Nikki Haley falling to about 32%. Joe Biden. I was going to say Joe Biden. Joe Biden's at 0. DeSantis down around 9%. What are you hearing polling-wise coming out of South Carolina right now for the president?
Well, Donald Trump has always done incredibly well. He did it in 2016 in a 9-way primary or 7-way, however many it was, and it's going to continue. I mean, it is a Trump state, and I'm hoping that New Hampshire shows that they're a Trump state too on Tuesday.
There you go. And Russell, as you go back to D.C., what's on the plate for you and agenda-wise in Congress? What are some of the things you want to focus on?
Well, look, I mean, we've got to fix our border. I mean, we've talked about it a bunch. We've passed some great legislation, but if we're gonna win, we need to hold this administration accountable. I mean, you look at the terrorists that are coming in, the drugs, the sex trafficking. It is abhorrent what is going on, and this administration is allowing it to happen.
Yeah, I mean, Mayorkas, we've talked about that, how that vote will eventually get pushed to the floor. I would imagine, obviously, you're probably a yes on that, an impeachment of Mayorkas.
Absolutely, impeach him. I said that very early. I mean, that's the founders were geniuses. They put accountability in the hands of Congress so they can hold people like Mayorkas accountable, and it's time to deliver on that.
And the thing about that is you and I know the policies that President Trump had during his administration worked. Day one, Joe Biden reversed that, and now we have the problem that we have today.
Right. Well, we went down to the border back in March, I think it was, and everybody to a T in different languages. There was 10 different nationalities down there, and they all said the same thing. We think the border is open. We were told that the border was open, and so they're flooding our country. You know, you've got criminals that are being dumped out into the streets, and then they come up here, and so it's unsustainable where we're at, and this administration from day one has done that.
Okay, for some of our viewers at home, how can people keep up with you in South Carolina and everything that happens with you on the Hill?
Yeah, Russell Fry SC is my campaign Twitter handle. Follow me on there. We're on Facebook, Instagram, Truth, so appreciate the follow.
There you go. He is the real deal in Washington. I can assure you that he is fighting for America First values. Russell Fry, glad to have you as a friend. Congressman, thank you very much. I appreciate it. All right, we'll bring in Congressman Timmons coming on in here. Make our way. As we kind of wrap up this post show, I feel like I'm in South Carolina, proxy the everyone coming here. This is great. What are some of your big takeaways from tonight from the president?
President Trump just talked for almost 2 hours. Joe Biden can't talk for 2 minutes. I mean, it is truly incredible that he has the stamina and the cognitive function to deliver such a speech. I bet less than a third of it was actually scripted. So he's just flying off the cuff. He's making points that everybody in this country knows are true. The southern border has allowed millions of people to enter this country because of Joe Biden. Joe Biden signed his name day one, undid all of Trump's immigration policies, and that's why we have millions of people entering this country. That's why hundreds of thousands of people in the last 3 years have died of fentanyl overdoses. Look, I mean, he makes all the points that the people know are true. Energy prices are through the roof. Nobody can buy a house because interest rates are through the roof. I mean, it really, we are in a very bad spot, and we're running out of time.
I was just talking to Congressman Fry about the articles of impeachment on Mayorkas and how that would eventually make it to the House floor for a vote. I can only assume, Congressman, you are a yes on that.
Absolutely. I just got back from Eagle Pass, Texas with Speaker Johnson. We had 64 members go down to the southern border. And while we were there, a family of 4 almost died. Literally,
wow. They drowned?
They almost drowned. So These people didn't die, but they almost died. Just this past week, a family did die in the river. And Joe Biden's policies are incentivizing these people to risk life and limb. Look, the cartels are making tens of billions of dollars off of Joe Biden's immigration policies. Secretary Mayorkas is doing a horrific job. It is intentional. It is intentional, and he's going to be held accountable, and Joe Biden will be held accountable in November.
Okay, for all of our viewers in South Carolina right now, what is your message to them? The president will be there in about 3 weeks. What's your message?
Well, my message is, number one, I hope that all the other candidates in the race bow out after Tuesday when Trump wins again. But if anybody's still in the race come February 24th, we are going to send a message as loud as possible to the rest of the country that South Carolina is Trump country, and Trump is going to be the Republican nominee. He's the only person that can beat Biden. He's the only person that could fix all the problems that have been created over the last 3 years, and he is the future of our country, and we got to get behind him.
Okay, best ways for someone to follow you on social media, keep all things in South Carolina, all the things on the Hill with you.
So votetimmons.com is my website, and all my social media's on there.
Congressman Timmons, thank you so much for your time today as we do a post-show wrap-up here in New Hampshire. I'll bring Matthew Alvarez in, and we'll kind of close it out. I know we've got Jason Miller over here. I know he's busy. He's a very busy guy this time of the day, especially around a rally. I do want to point out we want to thank all of our sponsors today, also the ways that you can donate as well.
Yeah, exactly. RSBN Network for a donation, but also for the newsletter. We don't want to forget My Pillow, Mike Lindell, great Patriot, of course.
Yeah.
RSBN promo code, get some discounts there. So go ahead and buy some of Mike's products. But again, Brian, 72 hours until one of the biggest primary votes in New Hampshire history. Let's be honest.
Yeah, in less than 24 hours before we're back on this riser and another location. So follow me on social media at Brian Glenn TV, at Brian on Truth Social, and of course you can follow Matthew as well.
Yep, that's right. Matthew Alvarez on Truth Social. Thank you so much for watching, guys.
There you go. Until next time, everybody, goodbye. God bless. We'll see you back here tomorrow night, right here on Right Side.
Parents and grandparents, the 2024 Kids Guide to President Trump is here, and it's free. As a bonus, your child gets a free issue of Everbright Kids Magazine and Activity Book, and a free video lesson. Order now at freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm here to tell you about my new product from My Pillow, towels that actually work. Watch this absorbency test. Here's another towel that we randomly went out and bought. Here's one of my towels with the nice design. I don't know if you can see this, but you could line a swimming pool with this. I mean, this is crazy. Get rid of it. Towels that actually work. What a concept. I'm interrupting this commercial to let you know you can get our 6-piece My Towels, regular $69.98, now only $29.98. Or you can save 25% on our brand new kitchen towels, made with the same technology as our famous My Towels. Also, we have bath sheets, bath towels, washcloths, hand towels, and so much more. And the best part, with your promo code, your entire order ships absolutely free. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use that promo code to get deep discounts on all My Towels. And for a limited time, your order ships absolutely free.